Chapter 899. The old man's cold words made the crazy Hua Ming's expression change. He had no choice but to take the ancient race seriously. The ancient race had a long history, much earlier than the 5 aristocratic families. If they were in the outside world, the 5 aristocratic families would not be afraid of these 2 ancient race elders. However, on the ancient road, they had no choice but to take the ancient race seriously. That was because the ancient road was originally a trial road of the ancient race. The rules of the ancient road they grasped were also obtained from the ancient race. Then, on top of the rules of the ancient road they grasped, they opened up another 9 levels of the ancient road for future generations to train on. Looking at the cold eyes of the old man in front of him, Hua Ming took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He said coldly, "Good, very good." The death of a soul was enough to cause a huge commotion among the 5 elements' forces. However, until now, no one from the other 5 elements' forces had appeared. It was fine if the other 4 clans did not appear, but the Hua clan also did not appear. This was a big problem. The angry Hua Ming gradually calmed down. Obviously, the Hua clan was not willing to offend the ancient race because of this. Because of this, they would lose too much profit, so much so that the Hua clan could not bear it. Jin too and the others were still in shock. In the current world, a soul was truly invincible, but today, the legend of invincibility was broken by a Xiantian warrior. At this moment, they had no choice but to take Zichen seriously. He was a Xiantian warrior with 2 kinds of Xiantian Yuan Qi. Being able to kill a soul was enough to prove that Zichen was extraordinary. Looking at the dead burning man, Zichen's expression was cold. However, he was fully focused on the spirit ring left behind by the burning man. Zichen had deliberately used his energy to protect it, but at this moment, he did not dare to casually take it away. Seeing Hua Ming gradually calming down, a cold smile appeared on the elder's face. Zichen is a member of the Gu clan. If he is not strong enough and is killed, the Gu clan will not say a word and will not find trouble with him. But at the same time, if he is treated unfairly, the Gu clan will seek justice for him. The expressions of the 5 changed. Their gazes landed on Zichen once again. They didn't expect Zichen to be from the ancient race. However, when they thought of Zichen's identity as a member of the Thunder clan, they felt relieved. The Thunder clan was originally part of the ancient race. Moreover, they were one of the 4 king races. This was the ancient road of the 5th 9. It was the first half of the ancient road of trials. The following ancient road of trials would be extremely dangerous. Even human origin realm warriors could die. However, while the danger was high, it was also accompanied by great opportunities and rewards. Right now, Zichen already had the strength to kill spirit bodies. Once he continued to grow and successfully pass the ancient road, his battle prowess would naturally become even stronger. Just as everyone was deep in thought, Tyrant suddenly said, "Senior, didn't you say that you would give me a word of mantra?" The old man turned his head to look at Tyrant and said, "Your 1-word mantra is in the following ancient path. You will naturally be able to obtain it." Hearing this, Tyrant was somewhat disappointed. Then, he asked, "What about Zichen? His things wouldn't be on the next ancient road, right?" The old man smiled and was about to speak when a commotion broke out in the crowd below. "Alien! He's an alien! There's actually an alien here! Kill him!" After the commotion, loud shouts came from below. The alien race was the enemy of all human beings. Humans and alien races were absolutely irreconcilable enemies. "Alien! He's an alien! Kill him! Kill him!" Shouts came one after another from below. Then, waves of killing intent surged out. However, these killing intents were condensed and didn't spread out. Obviously, they were extremely afraid of Zichen. The crowd suddenly pointed their spears at the devil ape. This was unexpected. Since the devil ape was indeed an alien, even Tyrant and the others didn't know how to defend themselves. They couldn't say in front of everyone that the devil ape wasn't a bad alien, but a good one. "Alien, we will never allow alien races to exist on the ancient road of trials. That's right. This alien must be killed." The voices in the crowd grew louder and louder. More voices sounded. The devil ape coldly snorted. Holding the black stick, It looked down with its cold eyes and said, "Who doesn't agree? Come up." Murderous intent surged around the devil ape. Its monstrous aura attracted not only exclamations but also more condemnations. "Alien, what do you mean? Are you looking down on us humans? We have sentient warriors and spiritual bodies among us. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand." There were more shouts from below, but no one dared to attack the devil ape. Zichun looked at all this coldly. Then, killing intent surged around him. "Whoever dares to attack the devil ape will be my enemy, Zichun. Anyone who dares to go against me will be killed without mercy." There was an instant of silence among the shouting crowd. However, very quickly, even more voices of condemnation rang out. Obviously, what they were saying was that Zichun had colluded with the alien races and was working with them. Rays of light flew over from the horizon. One by one, sky warriors arrived. After arriving, they rushed towards the devil ape. Murderous intent surged around them as they shouted, "Alien!" Zichun coldly glanced into the distance. He saw many rainbows breaking through the sky. At this moment, the number of sky warriors had reached hundreds, and they all came for the devil ape. In just a moment, the number of sky warriors surrounding Zichun and the devil ape had reached hundreds. Murderous intent surged around them, but they didn't attack. At this moment, the devil ape and Zichun were undoubtedly targeted by the trial takers here. Huaming and the others saw this scene. If they still didn't understand, they would really be fools. The five of them looked at each other. Then, Jin Tu said, "It's fine if the alien doesn't die, but he must leave the ancient road. And those who protect the alien must also leave." "Yes, leave the ancient road. The ancient road is a place to cultivate strong warriors for humans, not for aliens. We can't let those who protect the aliens stay," the trial takers shouted. The old man looked at Jin Tu meaningfully. Just as he was about to argue for the devil ape and Zichun, Zichun suddenly said, "Isn't it just leaving?" "I agree." Wang Xian, and the others were stunned by Zichun's decision. They looked at Zichun in confusion. However, when they saw the devil ape beside Zichun, they quickly understood what Zichun meant. Obviously, Zichun was worried about the devil ape. He was afraid that the five elements would tamper with the ancient road again. Therefore, he decided to let the devil ape leave. However, the devil ape had no one to rely on in this world. Moreover, it had the identity of an alien. It would definitely be difficult for it to leave. Therefore, Zichun was prepared to leave with the devil ape. Moreover, it was obvious that the Five Elements faction was targeting Zichun. Even a fool could see that they didn't want Zichun to continue growing stronger on the ancient smelting trial road. However, Zichun's straightforward answer still surprised everyone. The old man looked at Zichun doubtfully and asked, "Have you really decided to leave?" Zichun nodded and said, "Yes, I'm leaving with the devil ape." Huaming snorted, "Leave? Don't be so optimistic. This is expulsion." Zichun couldn't be bothered with Huaming. He also didn't want to argue with him. He looked at the old man and said, "After I leave, I hope that senior can give my friend some protection. Don't worry, your friend will enter the strongest ancient road soon. That place is controlled by the ancient race. No one can interfere." Zichun was extremely satisfied with the old man's assurance. The old man continued, however, "The ancient road at the end is meaningless to you." The old man's answer only made Huaming and the others laugh coldly. "Meaningless? Who are you trying to fool? The ancient road at the end is the real land of opportunity." In the following time, it was time for Zichun to bid farewell to everyone. Wang Xian, and the rest hugged Zichun as tears flowed down their cheeks. The three beauties hugged one person and cried. Such a scene was enough to make others envious. "Zichun, you don't have to leave. I can leave by myself." The devil ape couldn't bear to see Zichun separated from the three beauties. Zichun patted the devil ape's back and said, "What are you talking about?" After that, Zichun walked to the Torvosaurus and said, "Torvosaurus, for the rest of the journey, you will follow Shue-Er. You must protect Shue-Er's safety. I will wait for you outside the ancient road." The Torvosaurus rubbed its head against Zichun's shoulder. Tears could be seen in its eyes. Zichun walked to the front of Tyrant and gave him a bear hug. He smiled and said, "I'll live." Tyrant nodded and said proudly, "Of course, the ancient road isn't as scary as we thought. I will definitely live." In the end, Tyrant's words were choked with emotion. After that, Zichun bid farewell to Lei Ming and Xiaosini. The atmosphere of parting naturally couldn't make anyone happy. Just as Zichun prepared everything and was about to leave, Tyrant suddenly said, "Zichun, are you going to leave just like that?" Zichun turned his head and smiled. "Why? Don't tell me you want to send me off." "Of course, I don't want to leave. You are about to leave the ancient road. Anyway, you have no use for resources. Why don't you share Zichun with us?" Tyrant said. Zichun was stunned and his face was filled with black lines. Wang Xian'er and the rest couldn't help but laugh. "Damn you, monk. You are still thinking about my things even before you leave." Zichun scolded with a smile. However, he still distributed the resources he had to everyone. Among the resources, there was the Xiantian technique Zichun had obtained. Of course, Zichun didn't give the inheritance because it was too important. If he took it out now, it would definitely cause a commotion. Maybe even Huaming and the rest would make a move. "That's enough. Don't dawdle. Hurry up and leave." Huaming and the rest were already impatient. Zichun coldly glanced at Huaming, but didn't say anything. A light flashed in the old man's hand, and a black token appeared. He passed the token to Zichun and said, "This is the token of the ancient race. Since you are a member of the ancient race, you naturally have this token with you. Although this token won't allow you to train in the ancient road, if you want to, you can return to the ancient road at any time." The old man explained the use of the token, causing the expressions of Huaming and the rest to change slightly. However, as long as Zichun didn't train in the ancient road, it was fine. Zichun nodded and kept the token. The old man continued, "There is another thing that is extremely suitable for you. It was promised to you previously. In the current world, I am afraid that only you are suitable for it. I will give it to you now." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's hand flashed again and a ray of light appeared. The moment Huaming and the rest saw the ray of light, their expressions changed drastically. Chapter 900. The old man took out a piece of paper with a golden light spot on it. The golden light spot was incomparably resplendent, as if he was holding a blazing golden sun in his hand. The light spot was like a piece of paper and a piece of brocade, overflowing with light, like a ball of golden flowing water. As soon as the golden light spot appeared, it successfully attracted everyone's attention. Huaming, who was originally disdainful, looked at the golden light spot, and his expression changed immediately. When Tyrant and the others saw the golden light, they immediately felt that it was extraordinary, but their faces were filled with doubt. Obviously, they did not recognize the golden light. However, when Zichun saw the golden light spot, his body shook as if he was struck by lightning, petrified. This golden light had the same aura as the golden light he obtained many years ago, and Zichun only found out later that the golden light was actually a heavenly book. "Heavenly book! This is a heavenly book!" Huaming cried out involuntarily. "Heavenly book! One page of heavenly book!" Jinan and the others also lost their composure, their eyes fixed on the golden light spot in the old man's hand. They did not suppress their voices, and an uproar came from afar. The old man handed the golden light spot to Zichun and said proudly, "Yes, this is one page of heavenly book. It mainly cultivates qi, which is origin energy." Zichun subconsciously took the golden light spot and held it tightly in his hand. Then, he said hypocritically, "Senior, this thing is too precious. It's not appropriate for you to give it to me." When the others saw Zichun's expression, they immediately despised him. Obviously, his politeness was too fake, too hypocritical. However, it was a heavenly book. If they held it in their hands, they might not be so hypocritical. The old man acted as if he did not see Zichun's little action. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's just one page of heavenly book. It's not that precious. This thing is most suitable for you, so it's most suitable for you." When Huaming and the others heard this, they were furious. When did the heavenly book that everyone went crazy for become a mere page? There was no such thing as whether it was suitable for someone or not. It was suitable for whoever obtained it. Looking at the light spot in Zichun's hand, the five people's breathing became rapid, and their eyes became red. Even Li Xiong, who had supported Zichun, had a strange look in his eyes after seeing the golden light. The one-page heavenly tome was a precious treasure, a true precious treasure. It was something that would drive anyone crazy. In the present age, any cultivator, regardless of their cultivation level, would go crazy over it. The heavenly book could be considered one of the top treasures in the Tianwu continent. After the ancient race, the rise of the five elements forces was largely due to the heavenly book. Each of the five elements families had a page of the heavenly book. Initially, the five elements families did not have any spirit bodies. However, ever since they had the heavenly book, they had an invincible spirit body. The rise of the five elements aristocratic families was definitely related to the heavenly book. At this moment, the old man actually gave Zichen a page of the heavenly book. This caused the five of them to lose their composure. Although the other trial challengers in the distance did not understand what a heavenly book was, they could naturally guess the value of the item given to Zichun when they saw the five of them lose their composure. Boom! The sky suddenly split open without any warning. A huge energy palm appeared in the sky. The energy palm exuded a terrifying aura. As soon as it appeared, it pressed down on Zichun. The sudden appearance of the palm shocked everyone. The aura surging around it caused everyone to dodge. Oomph! The palm descended from the sky. An ancient race old man snorted coldly. He raised his right hand and pressed towards the sky. The sky rumbled as another palm appeared. Although the aura surging around this palm could not be compared to the palm descending from the sky, this palm had some of the ancient road's power of laws flowing around it. The two palm prints collided in the sky. A violent explosion followed, and a terrifying energy ripple spread out in all directions. When the accident happened, Zichen and the others had already hidden behind the two old men. Just as the palm print exploded in the sky, the other old man also looked coldly at Huaming and the others. He was on guard against any sudden attacks. The two palm prints dissipated in the sky. It seemed that the difference in strength between the two sides was not big. However, just as the palm prints dissipated, the sky split open again before the destructive energy could completely disperse. The sky split open, and two more palm prints with similar auras to the previous one descended from the sky. The ancient race old man shouted. He raised his hands to the sky, and two palm prints with the power of laws went against the sky. Two explosions sounded in the sky, and the two palm prints dissipated. Zichun could tell that the old man's true strength was not comparable to the owner of the palm prints. However, he was able to destroy the palm prints by relying on some of the power of laws. The two palm imprints exploded, and the sky trembled once again. This time, terrifying palm imprints appeared from all four directions: east, south, west, and north. Shameless indeed. Seeing the four palm prints descending, the ancient race old man snorted coldly. He stopped attacking, and instead, he used the power of laws of the ancient race to form a huge defensive light shield around the group. The four palm prints landed on the light shield, and a rumbling explosion sounded. The surging aura turned into a frenzy and started to wreak havoc on the light shield. The sudden battle in the sky caused everyone's expression to change drastically. They retreated continuously, and even Huaming and the other four retreated far away. Even when the four palm prints dissipated completely, they did not break through the light shield. The defense of the light shield was not strong, and the thing that blocked the palm prints was the power of laws. However, it was a pity that the two of them could not use much of the power of laws. Otherwise, they would not be able to defend passively. Zichun and the rest were all protected by the light shield, and there was still a trace of lingering fear on their faces. If not for the light shield, those palm prints would have been enough to kill them. The hidden expert's goal was obviously this page of the heavenly book. Zichun immediately felt that this was a hot potato, but even so, Zichun could not give up. An old man was supporting the light shield, and another old man looked at Zichun and said solemnly, "No one knows how many pages of the heavenly book, but I know that there is a volume called the human volume. The human volume is divided into 3 pages, and each of them represents a cultivator's essence, chi, and spirit. Essence represents the body, and when cultivated to the extreme, one can achieve the strongest physique of humans, known as the perfect physique. Qi represents elemental force, and once you refine and comprehend it, you will be able to cultivate the strongest and purest elemental force in the world, known as the perfect elemental force. As for spirit, it represents spiritual sense, and once the 3 volumes are combined into one, it will be known as the strongest and most perfect technique in the world of cultivators. There will be no flaws in your entire body, and you will be the strongest among your peers. Everyone was shocked by the old man's words. Zichun was also shocked. He did not expect the heavenly book to be classified, and he had already obtained 2 of the 3 pages. Tyrant asked, "Where is the 3rd page?" The old man shook his head and said, "No one knows where the 3rd page is, and no one has seen it before." Everyone was disappointed. The old man continued, "Be content with what you have. With this Qi training volume, you will be able to cultivate pure elemental force, and it will not be weaker than the spiritual physique." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard the old man's words. "All right, stop talking nonsense. The guy in the dark is about to appear. Let them go quickly." "I can't hold on any longer," another old man said. "Hold on for a while, and I'll say the last sentence." The old man looked at everyone and said, "The following journey on the ancient road is full of dangers, but there are also many opportunities. The ancient road that you are on is currently under the control of the aboriginals, and the 5 elements forces will not be able to interfere. You can go ahead with peace of mind. As for Zichun and the devil ape, you can leave." The old man did not say anything else. After he finished speaking, he waved his sleeves, and rays of light fell on Wang Xian, and the others. In the next moment, their figures disappeared one after another. Soon, those who were supposed to enter the ancient road had entered, and only Zichun and the devil ape were left. The old man looked at the 2 of them and said, "You 2 can leave too." With a flash of light, Zichun and the devil ape disappeared as well. After that, the 2 old men disappeared as well. However, when they disappeared, the light barrier that contained the power of the natural order was broken by a great force, and terrifying energy started to wreak havoc. Blood splattered in the air as the 2 old men disappeared. Just after the 2 old men left, the void shattered, and an old man walked out from 5 different directions. These old men emitted a terrifying aura. After they appeared, the entire space seemed to be unable to withstand it, and it started to distort. They looked at the direction where Zichun and the others disappeared and sighed in disappointment. "I didn't expect the aboriginals to have a page of the heavenly book. We were too careless this time. So what if we thought of it? Can we snatch it away? The aboriginals have been in hiding for so many years. Now that they have appeared, they must have some savings. The heavenly book is so precious, and yet they gave it to a little kid. What a waste." "It is indeed a waste. If the heavenly book was given to us, we would naturally be able to bring the 5 elements forces to a new height. By then, the foreign races would be nothing. They have already left. There's no point in talking anymore. Let's hurry up and find that little kid." The 5 of them sighed. After saying something, they left once more. During this time, Huaming and the others all bowed, putting on their most humble and respectful expressions. After the 5 of them left, the group of trial takers also dispersed. However, today's matter was destined to become the focus of discussion in the future. After Zichun killed the spirit, the news of him being expelled would quickly spread throughout the ancient road. The place where Zichun and the devil ape appeared was a mountain range. The mountain range was filled with towering ancient trees. "What is this place?" asked the devil ape curiously as it looked around. Zichun also shook his head. "Who knows, but it shouldn't be on the ancient road. It should be somewhere in the Tianwu continent. I hope it's not too far from the southern region." Zichun and the devil ape flew out of the mountain range. Who would have thought that this mountain range was so vast that it was boundless? The 2 of them flew for an entire day before reaching the outside world. After reaching the outskirts of the mountain range, the 2 of them had exhausted a great deal of their energy. Suddenly, Zichun's expression changed. The spiritual qi here was unable to restore his Xiantian Yuan energy. Just as Zichun frowned, the devil ape also noticed this. It looked at Zichun in confusion. "Is this still the ancient road? Impossible. We should have left already." But why is there a place in the Tianwu continent where we can't restore our yuan energy? Zichen couldn't understand this phenomenon. However, the two of them still had some resources on them. They didn't give them all to Tyrant and the others. The two of them took out some mid-grade yuan liquefied. Chapter 901. The sound coming from the forest was very soft, almost inaudible. However, Zichun and the devil ape were not ordinary people, so they could hear the soft sound very clearly. They opened their eyes almost at the same time and released their spiritual senses to explore the forest in the distance. However, they did not find anything out of the ordinary. The rustling sound was approaching, but they could not detect anything with their spiritual senses. They looked at each other and saw something strange in each other's faces. They stood up and looked into the forest. Soon, the rustling sound came to an end, and pairs of green eyes appeared from the forest. These were exotic beasts. Their eyes emitted green light as they stared at Zichun and the devil ape through the gaps between the branches and leaves. The exotic beasts had already appeared in their sight, but they still could not detect anything with their spiritual senses. The confusion on their faces grew stronger, and they became very vigilant at the same time. What kind of strange exotic beasts are these? I can't even detect them with my spiritual senses. The devil ape's pupil shrank, and it clenched the black rod in its hand. Zichen frowned and shook his head, indicating that he did not know. During this time, his spiritual senses kept sweeping over the exotic beasts, but he found nothing. The two sides just looked at each other through the branches and bushes. The exotic beasts did not take the initiative to attack, and Zichun and the devil ape also stood in place without moving. Zichun sensed a strange aura from these exotic beasts, but there seemed to be a fog in his mind, so he could not sense what was strange about it. This kind of staring lasted for about 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, the exotic beasts turned their heads and turned back. The rustling sound in the forest rang out again. Soon, the exotic beasts were all gone. They came suddenly and left without warning. When the last exotic beast left, its green eyes deliberately swept over Zichun. In the next moment, Zichun saw an expression that only humans could have in its eyes. It was ridicule, and disdain. Zichun had felt that these exotic beasts were very strange, but he could not find the reason. When the last exotic beast disappeared, Zichun seemed to have a flash of light in his mind, and the fog in his mind dispersed. He immediately exclaimed, "Chase after them. There's something strange about these exotic beasts. They're just some extraterrestrial creatures. What's so strange about that?" The devil ape looked at Zichun in confusion. After saying that, Zichen's figure flashed, and the demonic ape followed closely behind him. As they moved forward at high speed, Zichun said with a grave expression, "They're not exotic beasts. They're humans." "What? Human?" When the demonic ape heard that, its face changed instantly. "I can sense an extremely familiar aura from them. I'm certain that these exotic beasts are humans." "Strange beasts are humans? How is this possible? If they are humans, how could they know the Tao of illusion? Moreover, they are illusionary beasts. Furthermore, their illusions are so lifelike." The devil ape was puzzled and asked, "Are you sure you didn't sense it wrongly? They are actually demonic beasts that can transform into humans. Their current beast form is their true form." Zichen shook his head and said, "It's different. Their auras are completely different. They are humans, not demonic beasts." As they spoke, the two of them rushed into the forest. However, there were no signs of any exotic beasts. Even after releasing their spiritual senses, they found nothing. It was as if the exotic beasts had disappeared into thin air. During this time, they couldn't even hear any rustling in the forest. "They're gone. So fast." There was a hint of surprise on the demonic ape's face. "There's something strange about this area. We should be careful." Zichen said, "Let's go. Let's go look for them." The two of them took to the air and flew towards the depths of the forest. This was the direction Zichun had calculated that the exotic beasts were most likely headed in. Unfortunately, Zichun didn't find anything even after chasing for over 10,000 miles. This place had spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but it couldn't be used to recover. In addition, there were the exotic beasts from before. This made Zichun wary of this world. Zichun was worried that they would encounter some kind of danger along the way, so he didn't separate from the demonic ape. The speed of the two of them was definitely one of the best among their peers. However, after chasing for over 10,000 miles, they still couldn't catch up. Either they were going in the wrong direction, or those exotic beasts had really disappeared into thin air. After finding nothing, the two of them turned back and left the forest. Previously, when they came out of the forest, they felt that there was something strange about this place. In such a huge forest, there were actually very few exotic beasts. After leaving the forest, Zichun retreated another 10,000 miles and stopped on a spacious flat ground with the demonic ape. Zichun didn't have the leisure to care about whether this world was strange or not. If there was really danger or something strange, he would let them take the initiative to come. Before that, Zichun still had many things to do. First, the most important thing was to comprehend that page of Heavenly Book. Then, he had to comprehend Xiantian techniques. These two things were the most important, because no matter which one it would obviously increase his fighting strength. Just like before, the matter of comprehending Xiantian techniques was left to the two doppelgangers. Zichun created two doppelgangers, one gold and one silver. One was comprehending the golden sun, while the other was comprehending the silver moon. This was the yin-yang technique that Zichun had comprehended from the sun-moon royal family's inheritance technique. Ever since he comprehended it, he hadn't carefully comprehended it. After the previous incident, Zichun no longer trusted his spiritual sense. Therefore, while he was comprehending and increasing his fighting strength, the demonic ape was responsible for protecting Zichun. While the two doppelgangers were comprehending the yin-yang technique, Zichun also took out that page of Heavenly Book. Once the page was taken out, it emitted a bright golden light. This golden light suddenly soared into the sky like a beam of light. In the next moment, the Heavenly Book in Zichun's hand began to tremble, as if it wanted to break free from Zichun and fly away. Zichun's expression changed instantly. Then, he grabbed the golden page with all his strength. Just like when Zichun found the first page of Heavenly Book, this page was extremely sharp. Under Zichun's strong grip, it cut open Zichun's skin like a sharp blade. His skin was cut open, and the golden blood in Zichun's body flowed out from the wound and dripped onto the Heavenly Book. Buzz. As the blood dripped onto the Heavenly Book, the book trembled even more violently. Zichun felt a pain in his hand as if he was bitten. The scene from many years ago played out once again. The blood in Zichun's body began to flow out crazily. Back when Zichun was still in the Xiantian realm, he had suffered the pain of having his blood sucked out. When Longhu and Torvosaurus had awakened, they had also continuously devoured Zichun's blood. It could be said that Zichun was already very experienced in having his blood sucked out. However, at this moment, Zichun's expression changed in an instant as he faced the crazy devouring of the golden page. The speed of the blood flow increased, causing pain in Zichun's body. However, he still held the golden page tightly in his hand. No matter how much the golden page trembled, Zichun would not let go. As the blood in his body flowed out, Zichun's face became pale and his spirit became weak. This was caused by excessive blood loss. Moreover, it was not ordinary blood, but the essence blood in his body. Soon, 1/3 of the blood in Zichun's body was gone. However, the speed of the golden page's devouring did not slow down. Soon, half of the blood in Zichun's body was sucked away. Zichun's face turned pale, and he became weak. His body began to sway. Seeing Zichun's condition, the devil ape's expression changed. However, it did not go forward to help. Instead, it stood in the distance and watched while being vigilant. The speed and quantity of the golden page's devouring of blood completely exceeded Zichun's expectations. The speed of the golden page's devouring of blood slowly decreased after he had lost 80% of his essence blood and blood. However, the golden page did not stop devouring. Soon, the remaining 20% of Zichun's blood was also gone. Zichun was extremely weak. His vision turned black, and he directly fell down. However, he still held the Heavenly Book tightly in his hand. The Heavenly Book absorbed all of Zichun's blood. The golden light around it became even more dazzling. This golden light was like a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. Damn it! Seeing this, the devil ape cursed and quickly flashed towards Zichun. It wanted to see how Zichun was doing. Suddenly, a strong aura gushed out from the heavenly book. This aura directly pushed the devil ape back. In the next moment, Zichun was completely enveloped by the pillar of light. The heavenly book that he was holding tightly in his hand disappeared without him noticing. This page of the heavenly book had already entered Zichun's abdomen. The lightning yuan in Zichun's body was dancing around the lightning yuan. On the surface of the golden page, streaks of golden energy were circulating. As the lightning yuan rotated, some of the golden energy would also surge out. It was like a small golden snake that coiled around the lightning yuan. After that, the small golden snake wriggled on the surface of the lightning yuan. The golden energy contained in the snake was fusing with the lightning yuan. The golden energy on the golden page was the purest elemental energy in the world. It was called perfect elemental energy. At this moment, this perfect elemental energy was fusing with Zichun's lightning yuan. When the golden energy fused with the lightning yuan, part of it entered the lightning yuan to change and assimilate Zichun's elemental energy. The other part formed an energy shield on the surface of the lightning yuan. This energy shield was completely formed by perfect elemental energy. Its function was to prevent all imperfect elemental energy from fusing with it. This meant that the elemental energy that entered Zichun's lightning yuan in the future had to be perfect elemental energy. As for the imperfect elemental energy in his body, it would slowly be assimilated by the perfect elemental energy over time. In Zichun's body, the lightning yuan was changing and evolving towards perfection. The essence blood that he had lost was being restored by the perfect body. The devil ape did not know about Zichun's situation. It was worried about Zichun's safety and wanted to go forward to take a look. However, every time it approached, it would be mercilessly repelled by the golden light around Zichun's body. After a dozen attempts, the devil ape finally gave up. However, through the golden light, it could see that Zichun's face was rosy and his breathing was steady, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. Zichun was still breathing and his heartbeat was normal. This allowed the devil ape to heave a sigh of relief. However, before it could completely relax, it heard a rustling sound. When it heard this sound, the devil ape's expression changed drastically. Evidently, the light pillar around Zichun's body was too dazzling and had attracted some unknown existences. As the rustling sound approached, the number of strange beasts increased. Soon, the devil ape saw strange beasts appear in its field of vision. These strange beasts were of different shapes and sizes. However, they all had one thing in common: a pair of blue eyes. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20. Chapter 902. This was a place that Zichun had specially chosen. It was surrounded by an empty area. At that moment, these mutated beasts appeared in front of the demonic ape without holding back. They approached from all directions. Their eyes flashed with a different kind of emotion. The demonic ape stood with its staff in hand. Black light surged around its body as it prepared for battle. Beside it, the pillar of light on Zichun's body still existed. He was still unconscious. As for the two avatars, they had long disappeared when Zichun fainted. In the blink of an eye, the mutated beasts arrived 100 meters away from the demonic ape and formed a circle. The demonic ape's aura rose violently as its cold eyes swept its surroundings. However, when the mutated beasts were 100 meters away, they didn't attack. Instead, they stood there motionless. Just as the demonic ape was feeling puzzled, it heard a sound again. This time, it was footsteps. It could only hear the sound and couldn't see the owner of the sound. Its spiritual perception couldn't detect the owner either. As the footsteps sounded, the eyes of the mutated beasts fluctuated. They seemed to become excited and fanatical in the next moment. A human figure appeared in the demonic ape's line of sight. It was a tall human dressed in black. He was 2 meters tall. In the human world, 2 meters tall was considered tall. He walked over with his gaze fixed on the pillar of light. He seemed to be the king of the mutated beasts. Wherever he passed, the mutated beasts would make way for him. When he came close, his gaze moved away from the pillar of light and landed on the demonic ape. Upon seeing the demonic ape, a strange glint flashed in the man's eyes, but he didn't say a word. The demonic ape also looked at the man quietly without saying a word. All it did was grip the black staff in its hand tightly. Both parties looked at each other silently. The pillar of light on Zichen's body was fading, as though it could disappear at any moment. In abdomen, golden light had already filled Zichen's entire lightning elemental. The connate essence energy in the lightning elemental also had a pure golden light. This golden light was attempting to change Zichen's essence energy. The blood that Zichen had previously drained was regenerating under the perfect body. This time, the golden light in the regenerated blood was even richer and seemed to be purer. Zichen fell into a deep slumber from his unconscious state. Then, he stretched his body and opened his eyes reluctantly. When Zichen opened his eyes, he saw the blue sky and the glaring golden sun. He also heard the sounds of fighting. The laziness on Zichen's face instantly disappeared. He jumped up from the ground, vigilance rising in his heart. After jumping up, Zichen saw the demonic ape, the exotic beasts in the surroundings, the tall man, and the sounds of fighting in the distance. Seeing Zichen stand up, the devil ape let out a sigh of relief. Zichen did not look at the tall man. Instead, he walked towards the devil ape and asked, "What's going on? You suddenly fainted, and then a pillar of light shot out from your body." "They came here by following the pillar of light," the demonic ape explained, loosening the black rod in its hand. Zichen turned his head and his eyes fell on the tall man. He asked, "Who are you?" The man smiled and said, "You can call me Heba. Why are you here?" The man said, "I'm here to protect you." Zichen sneered, "Protect me? That's right. Without my protection, the two of you would have been torn apart by other things." While the two were talking, the fighting was still going on, but it was in the distance. Judging from the sounds, it was not more than 10 miles away. However, with his spiritual sense, he could not find anything. It seemed that spiritual sense had completely lost its effect here. Zichen naturally did not believe the man's words. He said coldly, "You must be here because of the golden light, right?" "That's right. I saw the golden light and came here to look for treasures. But there are no treasures here," the man admitted. Then he said, "You must have just arrived on this ancient road. If you have nowhere to go, you can come to my place." Zichen's expression changed. He asked, "What did you say?" "This is the ancient road." The man nodded and said, "This is the ancient road. Why? Are you not trial takers?" Zichen's expression became strange. He looked at the demon ape and realized that the other party was also confused. They should have left the ancient road, so why were they still on it? However, Zichen soon understood that all this seemed to be deliberately done by the old man. This should be the ancient road, and it was controlled by the ancient race. The five elements' forces did not know and could not sense it. Zichen's expression was seen by the man. He smiled and said, "Could it be that you guys came here by accident? I knew it. There are still 2 years before the opening of the treasure land, but you guys came so early. However, you guys are extremely lucky. Others have waited for more than 1,000 years to find the heavenly book, but you guys came at the right time." "Heavenly book? You just said the heavenly book." Zichen frowned. The man looked around and smiled. "This is not the place to talk. Why don't you come to my place? I have some good tea." The other party first mentioned the heavenly book and then invited him. Zichen naturally could not refuse. He looked at the demon ape and then nodded. Zichen and the demon ape walked toward the man. The man laughed and then said to the strange beasts, "Children, let's go." The strange beasts turned around and walked forward. Zichen looked at the strange beasts and frowned. "These are..." The man smiled. "These are the strange beasts I tamed out of boredom." Zichen nodded and did not say anything. The demon ape did the same. Along the way, Zichen asked some questions about this world, and the man answered all of them. He answered all of them, and all of them were important points. Zichen was very satisfied. "Zichen, you just came here. If there is anything you don't understand, just ask." Heba smiled. Zichen nodded and said, "One last question. Why can't we use our spiritual senses here?" Heba said, "It's not that we can't use it. It should be that we can't detect special life forms." Special life forms. Zichun did not understand. It is what we call the inner core realm. No matter if it is a human or a strange beast, once they reach the inner core realm, their spiritual senses cannot detect them. Seeing that Zichun was about to ask more questions, Heba shook his head and said, "I'm not too sure about this. It seems to be because of the rules here. But there is another theory that it has something to do with the heavenly book." Heba's residence was a cave. It was very large and luxuriously decorated. In Heba's words, he had lived here for thousands of years. This was his home. Naturally, he had to decorate it well. Heba was very enthusiastic. He gestured for Zichun and the demon ape to sit. He took out his collection and personally made tea for them. After sitting down, Zichun took a sip of tea and asked, "Brother Heba, what you said about the heavenly book, is it true?" "Of course it is. I have stayed in this broken place for so many years. Isn't it for the heavenly book?" Heba's emotions fluctuated. "Has the heavenly book ever appeared?" Zichun asked. "It appeared 1,000 years ago. It turned into a ray of golden light and flew away. When we were chasing it, we lost it." Heba was annoyed. "What is recorded in the heavenly book? What powerful spell?" Zichun asked. Heba said, "It is not an offensive spell. It is said to be a one-page spirit cultivation spell." "A spirit cultivation spell?" The demon ape exclaimed. "Is there really such a thing as a spirit cultivation spell?" Zichun's face was also filled with shock. Heba was stunned. Then he laughed and explained, "You have misunderstood. The so-called spirit cultivation spell is a spell that cultivates spiritual senses. Didn't you ask why there is something strange about spiritual senses here? It is said that the one-page heavenly book is suppressing it." Zichun nodded when he heard this. His eyes were filled with surprise, but in his heart, it was as if raging waves were rolling. Of course he knew about the spirit cultivation spell. The ancient clan elder once said that there was a page in the heavenly book called the human page. The human page was composed of 3 pages of essence, chi, and spirit. Once one obtained the 3 pages of the heavenly book, after breaking through to the human origin stage, one would be the strongest cultivator in the same stage. Zichun had already obtained 2 pages of essence and chi. He was only missing 1 page of spirit cultivation. He was supposed to be expelled, but now he was here. Coincidentally, there was news of a 1-page heavenly book of spirit cultivation. Could this be a coincidence? Of course not. The ancient clan elder must have done this on purpose. Zichun was shocked. Heba was very satisfied. He then explained some legends about this world to them. There are still 2 years before the treasure land opens. In these 2 years, there will be challengers coming. Among them will be the 5 elements. When they arrive, they will clear the place. If there is nothing else, it is best that you do not go out." Heba warned. Zichun nodded to show that he understood. "I have quite a few rooms here. I will get someone to bring you there." Soon, a beautiful lady walked in. She brought the devil ape and Zichun to their rooms. "There are 2 rooms here. You can have one each." The lady brought the 2 of them out of the room. Zichun said, "No need. The 2 of us can stay in one room." After Zichun said that, the lady looked at Zichun strangely. Zichun wanted to go into seclusion, and the devil ape was in charge of protecting him. Zichun did not find anything wrong with this. However, after pushing open the door and entering, Zichun discovered the problem. It was a very large room. The decorations were very luxurious. In the center of the room was not a table, but a large bed covered by a translucent white veil. The bed was covered with a soft and beautiful bedding. When the bedding was pulled open, a lady was lying on the bed. Her smooth and slender legs were exposed. She was barefoot and did not seem to be wearing any clothes. When she saw Zichun and the devil ape enter at the same time, her eyes flashed with surprise. "My master specially prepared this for the 2 of you. Their cultivation has been sealed, so they are at your disposal," the lady who brought Zichun in said. Obviously, she meant that there was such a lady in the room next door. "Your master is very thoughtful, but I need to go into seclusion. I don't need this service for now." Zichun smiled and refused. "Very well. When you are done with your seclusion, let them come over." At the lady's signal, the lady on the bed walked out. She was indeed not wearing any clothes. Her figure was very good. At this moment, she was completely exposed in front of Zichen. She did not feel embarrassed and slowly put on the almost transparent veil. During this time, her waist was constantly twisting like a water snake. Zichen did not look away. His eyes were filled with greed as he stared at the lady's waist and round buttocks. After the lady finished putting on her clothes, she turned around and deliberately sized up Zichen. With a burst of fragrance, the lady walked in front of Zichen. Her jade-like hand gently brushed across Zichen's cheek before reluctantly moving away. Just after the lady left, the devil ape said, "Zichen, they are up to no good. P.S. The lack of updates means that the 500 yuan for this month's full attendance is gone. The loss is huge. While everyone is anxious, they do not know that I am even more upset and heartbroken. At the same time, I feel a little regret. If I had known, I would have updated that chapter in the morning." Chapter 903. The room was still filled with the intoxicating fragrance. Zichen glanced at the demon ape and smiled. "You're up to no good. This is called being considerate. Demon ape, you don't know how to enjoy life." The demon ape snorted, but didn't say anything. After a moment of silence, Zichen said telepathically, "This world is strange. It's the same here. Be careful with your words." Then Zichen said, "I've gained some insight into the technique. Stay here and protect me. Don't let anyone disturb me." "Okay." The demon ape nodded. Heiba was sitting on a chair and sipping tea when 3 women walked in. "You're all back." Heiba looked at the 3. They said they were going into seclusion. The woman in front said, "Oh, then don't let anyone disturb you," Heiba said. The woman seemed to have something to say. Heiba waved his hand, and the 2 women behind him left. The woman in front said, "They're just core realm cultivators. Why did you bring them back and keep them here?" Heiba drank his tea and smiled. "They are indeed core realm cultivators, but they're not ordinary core realm cultivators. Anyone who's here is a trial taker who should be on the second half of the ancient road. They're definitely not weak." After a pause, Heiba said, "And these 2 are both innate realm cultivators. Even if they're core realm cultivators, they're not weaker than mortal realm cultivators." The woman said, "So what? Who isn't a real cultivator when fighting for the heavenly book? There might even be innate realm or mortal realm cultivators. What's the use of core realm cultivators?" Heiba smiled and said, "More friends means more options." The woman shook her head. "He doesn't understand. You'll understand in the future." The woman named He walked over to Heiba and leaned against him. "I hope we can succeed this time," she murmured. Heiba hugged He. "Definitely. The heavenly book will be ours." Heiba picked He up and walked back to the room. He closed her eyes and said hopefully, "I've waited for more than 1,000 years. We must succeed." A moment later, extravagant moans sounded in the room. Zichen didn't have much interaction with the devil ape. There was still the fragrance of the woman on the bed. Zichen didn't sit on the bed, but instead sat cross-legged beside it to comprehend the innate technique. The devil ape sat at the side and pretended to be asleep, guarding Zichen. Because of Heiba's instructions, no one disturbed the 2 of them. When it was time to eat, someone would bring food to the devil ape. Zichen mainly comprehended the Heaven Splitter spear art, while his doppelganger comprehended the yin-yang technique. Zichen's doppelganger did not appear. Instead, it stayed in the array formation that Zichen had set up temporarily. The innate yuan energy in Zichen's abdomen was being assimilated by the golden light, slowly transforming into perfect yuan energy. Along with the transformation of the yuan energy, Zichen's battle prowess was increasing almost every day. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Zichen had been in seclusion for half a year and had gained a lot. There was only a year and a half left before the 1,000 years that Heiba had mentioned. Another half a year later, the figures of many challengers appeared in this world. They were all experts of some forces, mainly Xiantian warriors. They had calculated the time accurately, and their goal was to find the heavenly book. After these people arrived, they all encountered the same situation as Zichen. They couldn't sense the existence of others with their spiritual senses. After they arrived, they searched for the location of the treasure land. During this time, their traces were all discovered by strange beasts. Senior brother, there really is a heavenly book here. 5 disciples of the sword sect with long swords on their backs arrived in this world. The original leader of the sword sect, the sword ninja, had actually become a foil this time. Faced with the sword ninja's inquiry, the middle-aged man in the lead said solemnly, "This time, the sect specially sent a secret order to inform us that a heavenly book is very likely to appear here, but the specific location is unknown. Moreover, there are many experts coming this time, so we must be careful." The sword ninja sighed. "I didn't expect that we would find traces of a heavenly book after it appeared a year ago." "A year ago? You're talking about Zichun who killed the Hua clan's spiritual body, right?" The middle-aged man in the lead asked. "Senior brother, you also know about Zichun." "Humph." The middle-aged man snorted. "Zichun's matter has long been spread on the ancient road. Being able to kill the Hua clan's spiritual body, his strength is indeed not weak. Even if I were to face him, I would have to go all out. However, his luck is really heaven-defying. He actually obtained a page of a heavenly book." The sword ninja sighed. "Yes, a page of a heavenly book. Even the 5 elements aristocratic families only have 1 page each." Then, the sword ninja said, "But senior brother, if we all receive the news, wouldn't the 5 elements aristocratic families also receive the news? We might be at a disadvantage if we face them." The middle-aged man waved his hand. "It doesn't matter. If we really find a heavenly book, we only need to hold it back. The real person will be someone else." The sword ninja's eyes flashed. He exclaimed, "Senior brother, you mean?" The middle-aged man snorted. "Yes, he should have received the news and come here. Even if he faces a spiritual body, he won't be weak." The 5 of them walked forward. They didn't notice a strange beast hiding in the dense forest. After the 5 of them left, the strange beast also turned and left. The strange beast ran wildly in the dense forest for an hour. After an hour, the strange beast arrived outside Heiba's cave. With a flash of light, the strange beast turned into a human figure. It was a big man in a black robe. He walked towards the cave. "Master." In the living room, Heiba was drinking tea. When he saw the big man come in, he said, "There's news?" The big man nodded. 5 people from the sword sect came. The leader is a mortal origin stage master. He should be a Sciention realm master. I heard their conversation. It seems that there are other masters from the sword sect who are not afraid of spiritual bodies. Heiba's eyes flashed. "Not afraid of spiritual bodies?" The big man said, "Yes, master. I want to ask if there are any masters from the sword sect who are not afraid of spiritual bodies." "Of course there are. They are people with the heart of the sword. The sword sect has sent someone with the heart of the sword. It seems the spirits of the 5 elements will appear as well." Heiba frowned slightly and a different emotion flashed through his eyes. "Continue to monitor. If there's anything, report back," Heiba said. The big man nodded and retreated. After leaving the cave, a light shot out from between his eyebrows. After the light appeared, the big man turned into a strange beast again and ran away. After the big man left, Heiba fell into deep thought. His expression kept changing. It seemed that he was about to make a difficult decision. After a while, he snorted heavily. It seemed that he had made a decision. He shouted outside, "Bai He came in from the outside, her figure graceful. Heiba said directly, "Call Zichun and the demon ape out." Baihe's eyes flashed. She asked, "Call them now? Isn't there still a year before the heavenly book appears?" "Things have changed. We can't wait that long." Heiba's voice was cold. "There are too many masters. Those with the heart of the sword are here. And the spiritual bodies of the 5 elements should appear soon. It doesn't make much sense to have these 2 Khanate warriors." Baihe looked at Heiba. "What do you mean?" "I've thought about it and decided to give them a chance. I'll take them to Mr. Wu and let him talk to them." Heiba said coldly. Baihe's eyes flashed with fear. "Mr. Wu." Heiba's expression became ugly. "Damn Mr. Wu. He's greedy and has a unique taste. If we want to ask him for help, we have to send them to him." Baihe's emotions calmed down. She asked worriedly, What if he takes the things but refuses to help us? Heiba shook his head. Impossible. Mr. Wu is a man of his word. As long as the two can satisfy him, he will help us. Bai took a deep breath and said, Well, I'll go find Zichun and the demon ape. With that, Bai turned and left. In the room, Zichun was still comprehending, but Heiba invited him to wake up. After a whole year of comprehension, Zichun had made great progress. If he faced the spiritual bodies again, he would be able to deal with them more easily. After a year of comprehension, Zichun's combat power had increased a lot. The changes in his spiritual thoughts were also very significant. Although he still did not break through to the Renyuan realm, in the Dan realm, Zichun's spiritual thoughts were also transforming again and again. After opening his eyes, Zichun saw Bai He in the room. In the bright eyes of Xing Chun, a strange light flashed. This strange light flashed and disappeared, but Bai He did not notice. Two masters, my master invites you, Bai He said with a smile. Zichun nodded and said, Thank you for leading the way. How is it? On the way, the demon ape said telepathically. Mind sound transmission was of a higher level than spiritual sense sound transmission. While spiritual sense sound transmission could be intercepted by experts halfway through, mind sound transmission could not. But telepathic communication required some kind of connection between the two souls. After a year of closed-door cultivation, I have gained a lot. Zichun was very confident. Before the demon ape could ask, Zichun continued, My spiritual sense has evolved again in the past year. Now, I can sense some simple situations. Look at the woman in front of us. She's actually in the human origin stage. The mortal origin stage. The demon ape's voice was filled with surprise. Yes, she is definitely in the Renyuan realm, and her combat power is not bad. If she is in the Renyuan realm, why is she following Heiba and calling us masters? I don't know, but don't underestimate her. While they were talking, the two arrived at the hall again. Heiba was waiting there. Seeing the two arrive, Heiba quickly stood up and greeted them with a smile. Zichun, how have you gained after a year of closed-door cultivation? Heiba asked with a smile. Zichun said, We have some gains, but not much. Brother Heiba suddenly called us brothers over. Could it be that something has happened? Heiba nodded and said seriously, There is something, and it is serious. It is about the heavenly tomes. Zichun asked, Yes, those who want to steal the heavenly tomes are here. So far, we have found people from the sword sect, and we know that someone with the sword heart will appear soon. Someone with the sword heart. Zichun was obviously puzzled. Heiba originally had a glimmer of hope for Zichun, but when he heard that Zichun did not even know about the sword heart, he was completely disappointed. Chapter 904. While they were talking, the two were taken out of the cave by Heiba. After walking out of the cave, Zichun saw that there were some strange beasts outside the cave. Suddenly, Zichun spread out his spiritual thoughts. Zichun's spiritual thoughts spread out, and Heiba seemed to sense it and looked at Zichun. Zichun's expression did not change, and he quickly withdrew his spiritual thoughts, as if he had found nothing. Heiba's eyes flashed with a touch of imperceptible sarcasm. He said, There is still a year before the heavenly book appears. The experts of all forces will come. In addition to Jianxin, there may be spirits from the five elements forces. We are no match for them at all. We must find some help. The spirit body will come as well. Zichun looked surprised. Heiba nodded and said seriously, The heavenly book is of great importance. They will definitely come. Zichun's eyes flashed with a strange light, but he did not say much. The two did not talk much on the way. After flying for about 100,000 miles, Zichun found traces of strange beasts again. Here we are. Let's go down. Heiba took the two down. As soon as they landed, many strange beasts surrounded the three. Looking at these strange beasts, Zichun's pupils suddenly shrank, and a black rod appeared in the hands of the devil ape. Heiba shouted at these strange beasts, What are you beasts doing here? Go and call your master out. One of the strange beasts wailed, then turned and walked into the depths. After a while, a hearty laugh came from the depths. The strange beast from before came back with a middle-aged man beside it. The middle-aged man had 2 small braids. As he moved forward, he swung his whip back and forth. His skin was white and delicate, not like a man's skin, and he had an evil aura. Seeing this middle-aged man, Zichen immediately felt a strong sense of disgust. The devil ape next to him also frowned. "Hey Ba, why don't you stay in your cave? Why do you have time to come here?" The middle-aged man greeted Hey Ba from afar. "I brought 2 friends to introduce to Mr. Wu." Hey Ba smiled. "Oh, it's them." Mr. Wu looked at Zichen and the demon ape. His small eyes were shining like a hungry wolf seeing food, or a dog seeing shit, which was even more disgusting. "Who are these 2? Mr. Wu looked at Zichen and asked. "This is Zichen, and this is Imo Yuan," Hey Ba explained with a smile. "Zichen, Imo Yuan, and this is Mr. Wu." "Mr. Wu," Zichen said calmly. The devil ape did not speak. Mr. Wu's eyes fell on Zichen, and his eyes flashed with satisfaction. When his eyes fell on the demon ape, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and he exclaimed, "Alien race." To be able to identify the identity of the devil ape with just one look, this Mr. Wu was definitely not an ordinary person. 1,000 years have passed, and it is time for the heavenly book to appear again. "We are here to discuss this matter," Black 8 said. "Oh." A strange look flashed across Mr. Wu's eyes, and then he sighed. "Time really flies. There are many strong people here this time, and I think we need to join forces," Black 8 said again. "This is not the place to talk. Please come with me." As he spoke, Mr. Wu reached out to pull Zichen. Zichen was stunned at first, and then a look of disgust appeared on his face. He moved his feet and immediately dodged Mr. Wu's evil grasp. Mr. Wu was also stunned. He glanced at Zichen, but did not say anything, and pursed his lips into a smile. The 4 of them walked towards Mr. Wu's cave residence. During this time, Black 8 transmitted a message to Mr. Wu. "Mr. Wu, what do you think of the 2 people you brought this time?" Mr. Wu replied with satisfaction. "Good, very good. A human with pure elemental energy, and an alien race, very good. What about this alliance?" Black 8 asked again. "Don't worry, I will definitely help you." "Mr. Wu said somewhat impatiently, "Since you have brought people here, then there is nothing for you to do here, you can leave." Before entering the cave residence, Mr. Wu ordered him to leave. Black 8 slapped his forehead and said, "Oh no, Zichen, I still have an important matter to deal with. You and the demon ape stay here first. I will come back when I am done. As for the details of the heavenly book, you can ask Mr. Wu. He knows everything." Zichen looked at Black 8 meaningfully and asked, "Are you sure you still have something to do?" Black 8 stared at him and said, "Of course, I can't lie about this kind of thing." Zichen smiled and said, "Well, you can go and deal with it. Then I will take my leave." Black 8 cupped his fist to Mr. Wu, and without saying goodbye to Zichen, he turned and left. As soon as Black 8 left, strange beasts appeared in the place where he left. They completely blocked Zichen's path and looked at Zichen coldly. Beasts are indeed beasts. Looking at these strange beasts, Zichen said coldly, "They are indeed beasts, Zichen. Let's go inside and talk." Mr. Wu laughed and then led the 2 into the cave residence. This cave residence was more luxurious than Black 8's, and there was a faint fragrance in the air, which made people feel nauseous. Mr. Wu gestured for the 2 to sit down, and then served them tea and snacks. He then sat aside and looked at the 2 quietly. "Why are you looking at me?" Zichen asked. Mr. Wu smiled shyly and said in a low voice, "I like it." The demon ape spat out the tea that he just drank, and it sprayed on Zichen's face, and then laughed out loud. Zichen wiped the water droplets on his face, and his face was full of black lines. Mr. Wu looked at the bold and unruly demon ape again and said shyly, "I like it. I still like it." The demon ape's smile froze and said, "What did you say?" Mr. Wu pinched the corner of his clothes, made an orchid gesture, and whispered, "Do you want to take a bath? I can make you clean." Looking at Mr. Wu, Zichen wanted to vomit, and the demon ape couldn't help but retch. The demon ape pointed at Mr. Wu and scolded, "You damn pervert." Facing the demon ape's scolding, Mr. Wu didn't get angry. Instead, he seemed to be more excited, and his eyes even began to glow. His body couldn't help but twist and tremble, as if he had reached some kind of pleasure in advance. Seeing the extremely abnormal Mr. Wu, Zichen frowned and reminded the demon ape, "Be careful. This guy is a bit abnormal." Mr. Wu was indeed abnormal. At this moment he was acting like a woman, but there was a dangerous aura that made people's heart palpitate. The demon ape looked at the entrance of the cave residence, and Zichen said, "No need to look. It's already closed. There's a restriction." The demon ape said, "Then what should we do?" Zichen smiled. "Either kill him or obey him." The demon ape pretended to vomit again and hurriedly covered his mouth. After a long time, he said, "Obey you." Zichen joked, "He has his eyes on you." Who knew that when Mr. Wu heard this, he actually pursed his lips and laughed. "Don't be impatient. We can go one by one. But I don't know who will go first." While Mr. Wu was talking, his hand was still pinching his thumb and middle finger, and his voice became shrill, just like a woman's voice. Both of them were shocked at the same time and took a few steps back. Zichen said seriously, "Be careful. This pervert is in the human origin stage, and he's definitely not an ordinary human origin stage cultivator. Little brother, you have sharp eyes. I like it." Mr. Wu pinched his thumb and middle finger at Zichen again and said, "But I'm more interested in the mutated race." After he finished speaking, Mr. Wu pointed at Zichen, and as his finger fell, ripples spread out, and then a restriction appeared under Zichen's feet, instantly trapping Zichen. While Zichen was trapped, Mr. Wu swayed his waist and walked towards the demon ape. His eyes were like silk. "You pervert!" The demon ape was furious and swung his staff. The black staff whistled and smashed towards Mr. Wu's head. "How cruel!" Mr. Wu sighed faintly and then pointed his finger at the black staff. The black staff, which carried the power of thousands of pounds, was actually stopped by a single finger and caused a loud bang. The demon ape then took a few steps back, and Mr. Wu's body also shook slightly. "Little brother, you have great strength." Mr. Wu's eyes flashed with a strange light, and his face was flushed, as if he was even more excited. He approached the demon ape and pointed his finger again and again, forcing the demon ape to keep retreating for fear of being touched. The demon ape's body was surrounded by a black light, forming a black armor, and then it waved the black staff again to fight. Boom! A violent aura emerged from the black staff, and this aura caused the entire cave to tremble. When the strange beasts outside sensed it, they also howled. Heiba, who had already flown thousands of miles away, also sensed the fluctuation. He sneered, "Umph. It seems that Mr. Wu can't wait any longer. Now that they have fallen into the hands of that pervert, it will be difficult for these two to die." The black staff fell again, causing the space to tremble. A turbulent energy swept through the cave, and a terrifying aura circulated. The flush on Mr. Wu's face faded a little at this moment, and then he pointed a few fingers. Ripples spread from his fingers, forming waves of fluctuation, preparing to dissolve the demon ape's powerful attack. But these ripples collapsed as soon as they touched the black staff. In the blink of an eye, the black staff was in front of him. Mr. Wu's face changed, and he raised his hands to meet it. Pong! In the midst of a loud bang, Mr. Wu was sent flying by the attack and slammed heavily into the cave's stone wall, breaking a mural and fell to the ground. After falling to the ground, Mr. Wu did not get up. His whole body was stuck to the ground, and his body was constantly trembling and twisting. He let out a low groan, as if he was experiencing some kind of pleasure. The demon ape's face became extremely ugly. Just as it was about to kill Mr. Wu with one blow, the latter's body directly exploded, and like a bolt of lightning, he arrived in front of the demon ape, and then like a water snake, his body wrapped around the demon ape's body. The demon ape's body surged with power, and it wanted to break free from the other party, but after several attempts, it did not succeed. The other party was like a part of its body and wanted to merge with it. Just as the demon ape felt that something was wrong, it felt that the power in its body was rapidly draining, and this power included Yuanli and vitality. Unable to break free, and with its vitality draining away, the demon ape's face was obviously panicked. At this moment, there was a loud bang from the side, and it was Zichun who broke through the restriction and rushed over. Chapter 905. After the restriction was broken, Zichun went straight to the devil ape. He had already sensed that the devil ape was in a bad situation. In just a short moment, a quarter of its life was gone, and its whole body was much weaker. Zichun went forward and grabbed Mr. Wu, but he was shocked away by a huge force. "Little brother, don't worry. Wait until I absorb half of his life force, then I will absorb yours. When you are too weak to fight back, I will let you experience the bliss of the world." As soon as Zichun's hand was shocked away, Mr. Wu's voice rang in his ears. "It's my turn to die," Zichun shouted and pointed at Mr. Wu in front of him. Zichun's finger began to shine, and a terrifying aura emerged in the cave. The power of the finger bone reappeared. As if sensing the horror of this attack, Mr. Wu's body moved and then dodged Zichun's finger. Seeing that the finger was about to fall on the devil ape, Zichun retracted his finger and then pointed again. At the same time, the devil ape also controlled the elemental energy in its body and shook it towards Mr. Wu. The finger and the energy shook at the same time. When Mr. Wu's body moved, it was also shaken a little. The devil ape seized this opportunity and dodged to the side at extreme speed. Mr. Wu's body overlapped in the air, but he did not give up. Instead, he turned around and rushed towards Zichun. "Be careful," the devil ape exclaimed with lingering fear. "Die." Zichun's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he threw a punch towards Mr. Wu. This punch contained a terrifying power, causing the cave space to distort continuously, rippling with a fierce aura. Mr. Wu's expression changed instantly. His body twisted in the air again, and he dodged Zichun's punch in an instant. Then, his whole body wrapped around Zichun's body. Boom! Zichun's punch hit the air, causing an explosion. The entire cave trembled at this moment. Many stones fell from above, and cracks appeared on the cave's ceiling. Mr. Wu was like a water snake, wrapping around Zichun's body, but Zichun did not panic. Instead, he shouted at the devil ape, "Devil ape, recover your energy first." The demon ape nodded. Then, it swallowed a supreme elixir. The supreme elixir was able to recover the energy it had expended, as well as the life force it had lost. What a handsome young man. What a powerful young man. I like it. Mr. Wu spoke in a female voice again. His face was flushed red as if he was about to climax. Zichun's body was protected by a layer of golden light. To be precise, Mr. Wu did not touch Zichun's body, but Mr. Wu did not care. His method of absorption did not require physical contact. But just as Mr. Wu was about to absorb Zichun's vitality, a look of astonishment flashed across his flushed face. This was because he found that the person in front of him was like a boulder that he could not absorb. Or perhaps, this was not a person at all, but a lifeless piece of rock. Zichun saw Mr. Wu's expression and sneered. "If you can even absorb my vitality, then you don't need any tomes of arcane." Zichun was telling the truth. His physique was a true perfect physique. The perfect physique after the fire rebirth was known as the true perfection. If the other party could even absorb such a physique, then what was the use of the tomes of arcane? This was because his body had already surpassed the tomes of arcane. As soon as Zichun finished speaking, he threw out a punch. The golden light shone brightly. This time, Mr. Wu missed the best opportunity to dodge because he was stunned. He was hit by Zichun's punch. The golden fist landed on Mr. Wu's body. This was a solid punch that sent Mr. Wu flying. In the process of flying, the sound of bones breaking could be heard from Mr. Wu's body. Mr. Wu crashed into the stone wall for the second time. But this time, he did not fall. Instead, he smashed a human-shaped hole in the stone wall. The redness on his face receded and was replaced by a look of astonishment. He pointed at Zichun and said in horror, You? Mr. Wu seemed to be extremely frightened. His fingers were trembling, and his voice was trembling. "Go to hell." Zichun threw out another punch. Mr. Wu, who was extremely frightened, suddenly flashed a ruthless look in his eyes. There was a cracking sound in his body again. This time, it was no longer the sound of bones breaking. Instead, it was the sound of bones repairing. The broken bones in his body recovered once again. Then, his body twisted and dodged Zichen's attack. Once again, he turned into a cold bolt of lightning and charged at Zichen. The speed of the other party's sudden burst of speed exceeded Zichen's. Of course, this did not mean that the other party had the fastest footwork in the world. Instead, the other party's footwork was second only to the fastest footwork in the world. In addition, his realm was higher than Zichen's, so the speed he displayed was only slightly faster than Zichen's. Mr. Wu wrapped around Zichen for the second time. This time, not only did he control the spell in his body to absorb Zichen, but he also opened his mouth and bit at Zichen. "I told you, it's useless against me," Zichen shouted coldly, fully displaying the power of the perfect body. This power formed an energy tide in Zichen's body. This tide oscillated from the inside out. Mr. Wu, who was tightly wrapped around Zichen's body, was instantly blasted away. After that, Zichen threw another punch. A bloody line was drawn in the air, and Mr. Wu was sent flying again. This time, his injuries were even more serious. Surviving 2 of Zichen's punches was enough to prove Mr. Wu's strength. This time, there was clearly true horror in his eyes. Before his body could hit the stone wall again, his body twisted strangely, and then he ran to the outside world. The door of the cave abode opened silently. Mr. Wu ran out, but as soon as his figure flashed out, a silver light chased after him. 2 rays of light flew out one after another. After that, many exotic beasts rushed into the cave abode. "Be careful. These exotic beasts are transformed from humans." Zichen went to chase after Mr. Wu, but before he left, he sent a spiritual thought voice transmission to the devil ape. The devil ape held the black rod and struck at the exotic beasts that were rushing over. One of the exotic beasts was hit in the head, producing an explosive sound. Then, the exotic beast's body exploded. The exotic beast's body exploded, and a person suddenly appeared. It was a human man with a ferocious face. He rushed through the oscillating energy and struck the devil ape's heart hard. This attack was unexpected. The devil ape did not have time to dodge and was hit in the chest. The protective armor that had just been raised instantly shattered. Then, a huge impact forced the devil ape to retreat. The man was clearly stunned when he did not kill the devil ape with one strike. However, before he could gather his strength for a second strike, the black rod fell on his head. His opponent's body exploded once again. This time, not even his bones were left behind. However, before the devil ape could breathe a sigh of relief, another beam of light shot out from the exploded corpse. This beam of light headed straight for the devil ape's sea of consciousness. This scene was still unexpected. The devil ape, who was defending against the other exotic beasts, did not notice it and was hit directly. The beam of light hit the devil ape's sea of consciousness and disappeared in a flash. The devil ape's body suddenly trembled. Its body was motionless, as if it was frozen. Its originally cold eyes instantly showed a vacant look, and it became absent-minded. When the other exotic beasts saw this, they stopped attacking and stood aside to watch. Their eyes were filled with disdain and a hint of ridicule. At this moment, the devil ape soul was being attacked by a powerful force. This was a powerful soul power that was rushing into the devil ape's sea of consciousness. This situation was commonly known as possession. Once the devil ape soul was destroyed, this powerful soul power would enter the devil ape's sea of consciousness and successfully control the devil ape. The opponent's soul power was extremely powerful. The devil ape, who was caught off guard, was in a state of retreat. However, this state did not last long. From the depths of the devil ape's sea of consciousness came a violent soul power aura. When this aura appeared, it swept toward the foreign soul power like a violent wave. The foreign soul power was like a small boat in the waves. It could be drowned at any time. Therefore, it let out a scream and rushed toward the devil ape's sea of consciousness. A sharp sound rang out from the outside. This soul power rushed out. However, the moment it appeared, it was hit by a beam of black light and was instantly destroyed. This scene shocked the exotic beasts. After that, they rushed toward the devil ape again. This time, the devil ape had completely learned its lesson. Just as the exotic beasts rushed forward, Its body swayed and turned into dozens of figures. Each of these figures was holding a black rod. The dozens of devil ape wielded the black rod and attacked. With so many clones appearing all of a sudden, the exotic beasts paused for a moment. However, many of them quickly found the devil ape's true body and attacked it. A strange look appeared on the devil ape's face when it found the devil ape's true body. However, its body could change between the clones at will. With a slight thought, its true body appeared beside it. Then, it swung its rod and killed an exotic beast. Just as the exotic beast was killed, the devil ape swung its rod again. The human among the exotic beasts was also killed. At the same time, a fierce flame surged out from the black rod. This was a black flame, which had an extremely strong suppressive effect on soul power. When the black flame appeared, it directly swept away the powerful spiritual senses that were about to rush out. Then, a shrill scream rang out. A second human exotic beast was killed. The devil ape's clones were also crushed by the exotic beasts at this moment. The devil ape's true body kept changing as it attacked these exotic beasts. With the experience and knowledge, it was much easier to kill these exotic beasts. Because it was almost killed by the exotic beasts, the devil ape's heart was filled with anger. His attacks were especially vicious. As the rod swung down, almost none of the exotic beasts had intact corpses. In less than a moment, the exotic beasts that rushed in were all killed by the devil ape. A few exotic beasts saw that the situation was not good and tried to escape. However, the devil ape caught up with them and killed them with one rod. When the devil ape finished killing all the exotic beasts and chased for a few miles, it happened to see Zi-chan surrounded by a group of exotic beasts. Mr. Wu was also seriously injured. He tried to escape, but he was stopped by Zi-chan every time. There were a few human corpses on the ground. The place where they were attacked was between the eyebrows. Obviously, Zi-chan killed them with one blow. When the devil ape arrived, it happened to hear Mr. Wu's roar. His voice had returned to normal, and his face was full of horror. "You? Who the hell are you? Black 8 asked you to kill me." Facing Mr. Wu's roar, Zi-chan responded indifferently, "Die." Chapter 906. Silver light flashed and illuminated the sky. Zi-chan displayed the innate stage sky-piercing spear art, and with the momentum of man and spear as one, he attacked Mr. Wu. Zi-chan's attack made Mr. Wu feel the threat of death, and his frightened expression suddenly became crazy. His face was ferocious, and with a loud roar, a bright light suddenly shone from between his eyebrows, and then a strong pressure emerged from between his eyebrows. A powerful spiritual light rushed out from between Mr. Wu's eyebrows, and after this light rushed out, it shook and turned into a giant dragon. The giant dragon glowed all over, and a strong aura surged around its body. After rushing out, it directly wrapped around Mr. Wu and rushed towards Zi-chan. This was a giant dragon formed by spiritual thoughts, but it was almost like a physical body, full of majesty. The dragon's eyes were cold, and the dragon's mouth was wide open to swallow Zi-chan. Groan. A dragon's roar resounded between heaven and earth, and from the dragon's spear in Zi-chan's hand, a dragon shadow rushed out. This was a divine dragon shadow, and it looked even more majestic. The two dragon shadows collided in the sky, and there was a loud explosion. At this moment, the void twisted fiercely, and energy ripples spread out. In the face of Zi-chan's powerful attack, the giant dragon that Mr. Wu transformed into was instantly shaken, and cracks appeared on the giant dragon's body, and then it exploded with a loud bang. The giant dragon exploded, and Mr. Wu's embarrassed figure appeared. He couldn't help but cough up blood, and his ferocious face became even crazier. After Zi-chan shot out his spear, the light in his hand flashed again, and then it turned into a silver cold lightning and went straight to Mr. Wu's eyebrows. He had already sensed that Mr. Wu's spiritual thoughts were extremely powerful, so at this moment, he went straight to attack the other party's spiritual thoughts. But at this moment, the ferocious Mr. Wu suddenly made a crazy and bold decision. The spiritual thoughts in between his eyebrows suddenly emitted a strong blazing light, and then rushed out directly. When the silver light was about to hit his eyebrows, he directly abandoned this body and went straight to Zichun. Puff. Zichen's spear pierced through the space between Mr. Wu's eyebrows. A terrifying energy surged out from the tip of the spear, directly destroying the opponent's body. Mr. Wu's body was completely destroyed. He was considered dead, but his spirit was not. His spiritual thoughts turned into a strong light and rushed into Zichen's mind when he was unprepared. This was the result of Mr. Wu's powerful spiritual sense, which had already surpassed the elixir realm and reached the Renyuan realm. It was extremely terrifying. Once Zichen's spiritual sense was broken, the next person to take control of this body would be Mr. Wu. When the demonic ape saw this, it only had time to let out a shrill roar, but it was unable to help. Their opponent's attack was just too strange. They had rarely encountered such an attack along the way, so they were truly caught off guard. After Mr. Wu's spiritual thoughts entered Zichen's sea of consciousness, Zichun stopped all his attacks. The powerful energy surging around him retreated like a tide. His life force was instantly restrained, and his spiritual thoughts were retracted. Obviously, he was going to fight to the death. In the outside world, the only thing keeping Zichun afloat was the power to keep him afloat. There were many strange beasts in all directions, eyeing him covetously. The demonic ape turned into a black light and rushed forward, arriving at Zichen's side. Then, it waved its staff and swept it. A pitch-black staff light appeared between heaven and earth, carrying an indescribably terrifying aura, and blew up a strange beast. The strange beast was blown up, but the staff light did not dissipate. Instead, it fell on the figure among the strange beasts like crushing dry weeds. Bang! With another bang, the figure was blown up directly. Its spiritual thoughts did not have time to rush out. After killing dozens of strange beasts, the demonic ape had already gained experience. Now, it was easier for it to kill the enemy again. However, after killing one strange beast, more strange beasts rushed from all directions. Some of them attacked Zichun, while others went straight for the demonic ape. Their eyes were cold and full of murderous intent. Demonic flames rose around the demonic ape, and its eyes exuded a murderous intent. Seeing a group of strange beasts rushing over, it suddenly shouted, "Demon swallows the world." The surrounding space began to distort violently. Streaks of black light appeared in the sky. The sky, which was still bright just a moment ago, suddenly became pitch black. Black clouds covered the sky, and demonic chi lingered. The surrounding space became pitch black. At this moment, not only was their vision blocked, but their spiritual thoughts were also blocked. In the dark world, these people's spiritual thoughts were suppressed to varying degrees. The red light in the demonic ape's eyes was blazing, emitting a light that made people's hearts palpitate. Its feet flashed, and it appeared in front of a strange beast. The strange beast seemed to have sensed something. It turned its head and looked to its side. What it saw was a surging black aura, and a pitch-black staff emerging from the black aura. Boom! In this pitch-black world, there was a sudden bang. After the bang, there was another shrill scream. The human's beast body was smashed into pieces by the rod, and then his body was smashed into pieces. However, his spiritual senses managed to escape. However, before his spiritual senses could shoot far away, he felt two rays of red light landing on his spiritual senses one after another. The red light seemed to contain some kind of rule power. The other party's spiritual thoughts were unable to move. At this moment, he felt as if his essence had been completely seen through. After that, the red light was like two sharp swords, dispersing the other party's spiritual thoughts. Before he died, the other party let out a shrill scream. With the eye of Delusion Breaker, the demonic ape had an easier time killing its enemies. Moreover, it could see the essence of these humans and find their weaknesses. The demonic ape's attacks were all around Zichun. It mainly killed the humans around Zichun. As the number of humans killed increased, the other humans were clearly frightened and began to retreat. However, in the dark world, they could not distinguish between things at all and could not escape. The demonic ape crushed these strange beasts transformed from humans, but it was not happy. Instead, it looked worried because at this moment, Zichun still had not made any moves. In the sea of consciousness, Zichen's spiritual thoughts formed layers of defense, but in the face of Mr. Wu's powerful attacks, these defenses seemed to be vulnerable. It's useless. You're just a mere Jindan essence. It's useless to resist. You broke my cave abode and damaged my body. Today, I'm going to torture you to death. Mr. Wu's resentful voice sounded in Zichen's sea of consciousness. In the deepest part of the sea of consciousness, Zichen watched all this indifferently. At the same time, his spiritual thoughts mobilized rays of golden light to form a defense. In terms of the purity of his spiritual thoughts, Zichen's spiritual thoughts were purer than Mr. Wu's. However, what he lacked now was the attack method of his spiritual thoughts, as well as the quantity of his spiritual thoughts. Fortunately, this was Zichen's sea of consciousness. After his spiritual thoughts were depleted, they would be replenished, unlike Mr. Wu, who was staking everything on one throw. The defense formed in Zichen's sea of consciousness was more concentrated, but the speed at which it was broken was also faster. Mr. Wu's expression was also more frenzied. Compared to Mr. Wu, Zichen was much calmer. He held an elixir to recover his soul power in his hand and was ready to swallow it at any time. Mr. Wu, who broke through layer after layer of defense, seemed to be aware of Zichen's intentions. His attacks became sharper. His spiritual thoughts flashed and turned into a sharp light sword. Then, he rushed straight ahead. When Zichen's layers of defense met this light sword, they were instantly broken. Seeing that Mr. Wu was about to reach him, Zichen swallowed the elixir directly and recovered his depleted spiritual thoughts. At this moment, Mr. Wu's spiritual thoughts were also depleted. Today, you must die. Mr. Wu came close and turned into a human figure again. His eyes were full of hatred. Is that so? Zichen glanced at the other party coldly. There was a touch of madness on his slightly pale face. In the next moment, he mobilized all the spiritual thoughts in his sea of consciousness. The entire sea of consciousness was shrouded in golden spiritual thoughts. The golden spiritual thoughts were like an ocean. After all of them appeared, Mr. Wu's expression changed. He exclaimed, How can you have such strong spiritual thoughts? Strong? I think it's very weak. Zichen snorted coldly. Then, the golden sea of spiritual thoughts shook and turned into thousands of small golden swords. These small swords flashed with a dazzling golden light. When Zichen first entered the holy burial ground, he found the remnant of the spiritual cultivation technique. He had been cultivating it until now. It was equivalent to cultivating an incomplete heavenly book. He was indeed not satisfied with his current spiritual thoughts. Spiritual thoughts were Zichen's only weakness so far. This weakness could not be exposed to those who were not good at spiritual thoughts attacks. However, this weakness was fatal to Mr. Wu. The thousands of small golden swords did not make Mr. Wu afraid. Instead, it made his expression even more ferocious. He had no way to retreat. He could only attack. Therefore, even if there was a divine mountain in front of him, he had to attack. Many golden swords trembled in the sea of consciousness and made a buzzing sound. Then, they went straight to Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu's figure flashed and turned into a sword light. He went straight ahead toward the thousands of light spots. At the same time, he sent out his last spiritual thought. It's useless. Disperse your spiritual thoughts. This will only speed up your death. The thick sword light went straight ahead. Wherever it passed, the small swords formed by Zichen's spiritual thoughts were instantly shattered. In the outside world, as Zichen's spiritual thoughts were continuously scattered, blood began to flow from the corners of Zichen's mouth. This made the devil ape even more worried. The sword light went straight to the center of Zichen's sea of consciousness. During this period, there were not many small swords that came into contact with it. Only 1/5 of them. However, this 1/5 consumed a lot of energy. After penetrating a straight line and reaching the center of Zichen's sea of consciousness, the sword light formed by his spiritual thoughts had become dim. However, even if there was still a trace of attack power left, Mr. Wu still hoped to completely kill Zichen here. This was because in the depths of the spiritual thoughts, the place where Zichen's soul flame was located was extremely weak. Although he was also very weak, he still had means to attack. This was much stronger than Zichen. Mr. Wu's face was obviously proud, but he was not careless. He did not even send out his spiritual thoughts. After rushing through the attack of the small swords, he went straight to Zichen's soul flame. However, just as he rushed out of the attack of the small swords, before he could reach Zichen's soul flame, Mr. Wu was dumbfounded. In front of him, Zichen, who was emitting golden light, was standing there. He was tall, like a giant standing between heaven and earth. In his hand, he was holding an oversized golden light hammer. The entire hammer was as big as a house and exuded pure spiritual thoughts. Chapter 907. Seeing the tall Zichen, Mr. Wu was completely dumbfounded, and his whole person transformed from the state of sword light into a human body. He looked horrified and pointed his finger at Zichen, his voice trembling. You. At this moment, seeing Zichen like this, Mr. Wu did not know what to say, because the other party's spiritual senses were too strong and too vast. Although the control of spiritual senses was still extremely weak, and the light of spiritual senses on the entire hammerhead was not very condensed and was still dissipating, but the other party had a lot of spiritual senses. No matter how much you dissipate, it will be replenished in the next moment. This spiritual sense was beyond imagination, beyond Mr. Wu's imagination. If the other party really knew how to attack with spiritual senses, with such spiritual senses, he would be killed in an instant. Mr. Wu was a native of this world, and he was most proud of his own spiritual senses. His spiritual senses were much stronger than Heiba's, but in front of Zichen, compared to Zichen's vast spiritual senses, it was really weak. Zichen jokingly swung the light hammer in his hand and smashed directly at Mr. Wu below. At this moment, in the face of Zichen's vast spiritual senses, Mr. Wu was already desperate, so much so that his resistance became less active. In this situation, there was no doubt that he would die. Boom! The light hammer smashed directly on the top of Mr. Wu's head with great force. Then, with a loud explosion, the light hammer above Mr. Wu's head shattered. That's right, Mr. Wu was still intact, but the menacing light hammer above his head had directly cracked open. This kind of feeling, it was as if the hammerhead was a piece of tofu dregs, so fragile. The light hammer dispersed and turned into a ball of golden light. This golden light wasn't as vast as one would expect. It was just a ball of golden light. Soon, this golden light reformed into a light hammer again. This time, it was an even bigger light hammer. Mr. Wu's eyes widened again. His eyes were full of shock and disbelief, because he saw that the newly formed light hammer turned out to be hollow. The hollow light hammer was not as good as a piece of tofu dregs. Even if Mr. Wu stood there and let it kill him, he would not be killed. Sure enough, the light hammer once again fell, with a whistling sound. With the force of 10,000 caddies, it fell on Mr. Wu's head. With another bang, the hammer of light dispersed again. This time, even the hammer of light dispersed. The tall figure of Zichen in front of him also became blurry. Mr. Wu's eyes widened. His eyes were full of madness. He couldn't help but shout, damn it, you tricked me." Mr. Wu was furious and mad. He had been tricked. What vast is the sea of spiritual thoughts? What weak control of spiritual thoughts? It was all fake. It was all a lie. What made up the tall figure and the huge hammer was just a small mass of spiritual thoughts. The things formed by spiritual thoughts were hollow, like a building made of paper that would break with a single poke. However, Zichen's performance was too realistic, so much so that Mr. Wu misjudged him. He thought that Zichen's spiritual thoughts were as vast as the sea, but that Zichen did not have enough control over his spiritual thoughts and was unable to fully condense them. This discovery made Mr. Wu extremely annoyed. He actually stupidly did not defend himself. He was waiting for death and let the two hammers hit his head. However, this kind of garbage, not to mention two hammers, even 20 or 2 hammers would not be able to kill him. But before Mr. Wu could feel proud of himself, his face changed greatly. This time, real despair emerged. He looked up at the tall figure of Zichen in front of him that was gradually disappearing. His eyes were full of resentment. The other party's calculation was obviously to delay the time, and the result of this delay was to let the real spiritual thoughts behind him return. Everything that happened was a long story, but in fact it happened in a flash. Mr. Wu saw Zichun in despair. Zichun paused for a moment, then waved the hammer and hit him twice. During this time, the thousands of golden swords were enough to return, and when they returned, they could turn into a big sword. The big sword whistled and went straight for Mr. Wu's back. Mr. Wu let out an unwilling and desperate voice. "I'm ruthless." The big sword went through his chest without any accident. Mr. Wu's figure dissipated, but his unwilling voice still echoed in Zichun's mind. He was indeed resentful. He had the ability to kill Zichun, but he missed the opportunity. After thinking about Zichun's plan, it was full of loopholes. Who in the world could have a stronger spiritual thought than him? Renyuan cultivator who majored in spiritual thoughts. Moreover, it turned into such a big spiritual thought. This level of spiritual thought, Mr. Wu could not transform into it even in his heyday. Loopholes? There were loopholes everywhere, but unfortunately, Mr. Wu found it too late. His unwilling voice also disappeared in Zichun's mind. Mr. Wu died, and Zichun's spiritual thought appeared. The light was extremely dim, and his whole person was much weaker. In the outside world, just as the monster ape retracted the demonic aura, Zichun opened his eyes. Zichun opened his eyes, and his eyes flashed. The monster ape held the black rod, pointed at Zichun, and shouted, "Who are you?" Zichun did not speak, because his face was extremely pale. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole person fell to the ground. The monster ape quickly retracted the rod and turned into a black light to catch Zichun. At this moment, Zichun's spiritual breath was released. The monster ape knew that it was Zichun, and his face immediately showed joy. The monster ape helped Zichun to the ground, and then Zichun sat cross-legged, swallowed an elixir to recover his spiritual thoughts, and began to recover the damage to his spiritual thoughts. In today's battle with Mr. Wu, Zichun won mysteriously. After an hour, Zichun opened his eyes. The damage to his spiritual thoughts was almost healed with the help of the elixir. Opening his eyes, Zichun saw the monster ape. He was rummaging through some corpses and seemed to be looking for something. "What are you looking for?" Zichun asked. "You're awake. How do you feel?" The monster ape asked. "I'm okay." Zichun nodded. Now that he recalled the battle with Mr. Wu, Zichun still had lingering fears. Seeing that Zichun was in good condition, the monster ape did not ask more, but said, "I'm looking for the spiritual rings on their bodies, but I can't find them. Their cultivation method is very strange. If you're unprepared, you'll definitely suffer a great loss." Zichun nodded. He had almost suffered a great loss. Mr. Wu's battle prowess was not as good as his. If he had been a little more careful and avoided the spiritual sense attack, he would have been able to kill Mr. Wu with a single shot. It was very easy. The same was true for the monster ape. He could kill a mutated beast in human form with one hit, but he was almost killed. That cultivation method is indeed very strange. Look carefully. Although I don't agree with abandoning the physical body to attack with spiritual thoughts, when encountering an attack of this level, it's fine to use spiritual thoughts to defend, Zichun said. Previously, the monster ape had been guarding Zichun and did not go far. Now that Zichun was awake, the monster ape no longer had any scruples and headed toward Mr. Wu's cave residence. Along the way, human corpses were still there, proving that no one had been here. Mr. Wu did not have a spiritual ring, so the harvest was very likely to be in the cave residence. The monster ape came to the cave residence and searched for a while. During this period, it found a lot of useful things, and these things were almost all related to spiritual thoughts. After that, the monster ape used the delusion breaker eye and found that there was a restriction in the cave residence. After forcefully breaking it, it found the place where Mr. Wu hid his treasures. Most of these things were resources, and among them, the monster ape also saw a cultivator's spiritual ring, which was obviously obtained by killing the trial takers. In the center of the entire treasury, there was a jade stone platform, and on the stone platform were 2 jade slips. The jade slips were the size of a palm and emitted a bright light. The monster ape's figure flashed and arrived next to the stone platform. It took out a jade slip and probed it with its spiritual thoughts. However, As soon as its spiritual thoughts probed, the monster ape snorted and instantly blushed. It threw the jade slip away. What is this? Zichun took the jade slip curiously and probed it with his spiritual thoughts. In the jade slip, there were many images, which recorded all kinds of positions and images of men and women having sex. Zichun's face was slightly red. This is a kind of dual cultivation technique, but it's between a man and a woman. Who would have thought that Mr. Wu, this pervert, would be able to cultivate it to such a realm? Zichun retracted his spiritual sense and then put away the jade piece. The monster ape took a deep look at Zichun, and Zichun's face showed a touch of embarrassment. He explained, "This thing is harmful to people, so it's better for us to put it away." The monster ape did not speak, but gave the other jade slip to Zichun. Zichun took the jade slip and probed it with his spiritual thoughts again. After perceiving what was recorded in it, his body shook slightly. This jade slip recorded a kind of cultivation method, which specialized in spiritual thoughts. What shocked Zichun was that this cultivation method of spiritual thoughts was actually similar to the cultivation method he obtained in the holy burial ground. It was not an exaggeration to say that the two were part of the same cultivation method, and after verifying each other, Zichun found that this was an amazing cultivation method. Zichun even felt that this was the real cultivation method recorded in the heavenly book. However, this thing was still incomplete. Although the spiritual thoughts cultivated were extraordinary, it still could not reach the level of perfection. Moreover, if it had to be divided, then what Zichunjua had obtained was the first part, and what was here was the second part. Just as Zichun was comprehending the cultivation method, the monster ape had already put away everything here. Zichun put down the jade slip, glanced around, and said, "Deal with the body. We will cultivate here for the rest of the time, and wait for the heavenly book to appear." The monster ape nodded. After Heiba went back, he never came here again because he was afraid of making Mr. Wu unhappy. He guessed that Mr. Wu should be in high spirits. Time passed, and soon, several months had passed. More and more challengers came here. Their purpose was very unified, which was to obtain the heavenly book. However, before the heavenly book appeared, there was a tacit agreement not to fight. Just as the 1,000-year time limit was about to end, in the center of this world, a storm appeared out of thin air. This storm went straight to the sky, making a rumbling sound that spread throughout the world. Chapter 908. The storm tore the space apart and went straight to heaven and earth. The power of destruction produced by the storm was beyond human power. The storm was pitch black, which was caused by the shattering of space. Around the storm, there were flashes of light, causing the space to constantly distort and form the power of rules. The power of rules froze the storm, making it shake but unable to spread or expand. Otherwise, if the storm was allowed to grow, the whole world would be swept up by the storm and torn to pieces. After the storm appeared, it produced a strong suction force. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this world was madly converging towards the storm. The storm was shaking and rumbling. As long as one was in this world, they could feel the vibration caused by the storm. Many experts opened their eyes when they sensed the tremors. Their eyes flashed with light. At this moment, in the whole world, a strong aura appeared. This aura made people's hearts palpitate and terrified. 1,000 years, another 1,000 years have passed. The heavenly book has reappeared. 1,000 years have passed. I wonder how many old friends I can see this time. I tried to suppress it for 1,000 years, but my realm still reached the limit of this world. It seems that this is the last chance to fight for the heavenly book. Once I miss it, I won't have another chance in this life. After a series of powerful auras appeared, they were accompanied by a series of voices. Heiba's eyes flashed. When the vibration came, he summoned a group of people. The leader was Bai He, who was in the human origin realm. Looking at Bai He, Heiba asked, "Bai He, are you ready?" Bai He nodded. She looked valiant in her armor. She said loudly, "I've been ready for 1,000 years." Heiba's eyes swept over the humans behind Bai He. These were the indigenous people. They had been subdued by Heiba 1,000 years ago and had followed him for 1,000 years. This time, We must get the heavenly book, Heba said loudly. We must get it, the indigenous people shouted. Are we going to find Mr. Wu? He asked before they set off. Heba shook his head and said, No, he will bring people there. On the second day after the storm appeared, Heba led a group of people to the storm. After the vibration, Ziqin also woke up from his seclusion. The storm had caused too much movement and involved the power of rules. As long as he was in this world, he could not cultivate. The devil ape opened its eyes at the same time, and a bright light flashed in its eyes. After nearly a year of closed-door cultivation, the two of them focused on comprehending the incomplete spirit cultivation technique. This world seemed to be very beneficial to the growth of spiritual senses. In just a short year, the two's spiritual senses had undergone tremendous changes. Among them, the most significant change was reflected in the attack and defense of their spiritual senses. Today, if they were to face an exotic beast or Mr. Wu again, Ziqin and the devil ape would not be so embarrassed. Even if the two sides used pure spiritual senses to fight, the two were confident that they would not be defeated, because the cultivation methods they cultivated were more powerful than Mr. Wu's. Rumbling sounds could be heard, and the earth was shaking. Rocks were falling from the ceiling of the cave, and the spiritual qi in the whole world became even more violent, surging towards the same place. The heaven and earth spirit qi directly guided the two of them to the direction of the storm. After the two of them left the cave, they turned into two rays of light and went forward. At this moment, if one was in the sky above the entire world, one would be able to see that everything in this world was converging towards one place. And this place was the very center of the storm. The people from the 5 elements forces had arrived. There were at least 5 people from each side, and all of them were Xiantian warriors. Their realms had reached the human origin realm, and their combat power was no weaker than the spiritual body of the origin core realm. After successfully breaking through to the human origin realm, they had a deeper understanding of Xiantian techniques, and their combat power was naturally tyrannical. It could be said that none of the trial testers who dared to come here to snatch the tomes of heaven were weak. If one really had to find some weak people, then the former leader of the sword sect, Sword Ninja, was definitely one of them. The 5 elements forces had arrived early, and they were divided into 5 groups, led by 5 Xiantian warriors of the human origin realm. At this moment, the 5 groups did not communicate, but each of them accompanied the other. In addition to the 5 elements forces, there were other forces in the other directions of the storm. The sword sect was naturally one of the forces, and in addition to the sword sect, the domineering Dao clan had also appeared. This clan cultivated the domineering fist technique, which was extremely powerful. It was one of the most powerful techniques of the ancient clan, and after it was passed down, it became the domineering Dao clan. In addition, in another direction, there stood a man in black. His entire body was covered in black, and no one could see his face. He stood there alone, but he occupied the position of one of the forces. This was the Heavenly Kill Alliance, the Shirji clan. At this moment, only one person appeared, which meant that the others were hiding in the dark. Not far away from the Shirji clan, there were a few big men. These were real big men, and they were all over 2 meters tall. Their arms were as thick as a normal person's thigh, and at a glance, they looked like giant bears. These were all body cultivators, and their bodies contained an extremely powerful force. These were the forces behind them. Relying on their status as controllers, they had paid a huge price to forcibly send them here. During this period of time, they had to step on the ancient road, and only the second half of the ancient road could they enter. In addition to the various forces, there were occasionally a few rogue cultivators who had great luck. They were lucky enough to reach here, but looking at the number of powerhouses in the group, even if they were lucky enough to reach here, they would not gain much. At this moment, almost all of the external forces had arrived. Although there was no hostility between the two sides, they were in a state of alert. Almost all of their gazes fell on the storm, waiting for the passage in the storm to open. Lights and shadows appeared in the sky, successfully attracting the attention of these trial challengers. 2 people came from the north, a man and a woman, one in black and one in white. The 2 of them came side by side. The trial challengers' gazes fell on the 2 of them, and their eyes were filled with doubt and curiosity. This was because their powerful spiritual senses could not detect the two of them. The crowd, who did not care at first, looked a lot more dignified in the next moment. "Hey Ba, you haven't left here yet." At this moment, a voice came from the west, and then a figure appeared in the distance. Hey Ba and Bai he turned their heads and saw the person who had arrived. Hey Ba's pupil shrank, and he said, "Wu Chong, it's you. You haven't left yet." Wu Chong laughed heartily when he heard this. However, before he could finish laughing, an even louder voice came from the north. "I thought I wouldn't meet many acquaintances this time, but I didn't expect to see the two of you as soon as I arrived. It seems that it will take a lot of effort to successfully snatch the heavenly book this time." Amidst the laughter, a young man flew over from the north. "Zhang Qing, you haven't left either." Heiba's gaze fell on the young man again. "You haven't left, so how can I leave?" The young man named Zhang Qing sneered, and then his slightly cold eyes looked at the other forces. What a big lineup. It seems that the scale this time is even bigger than the last time. Another voice came from the sky. These were considered local experts. Previously, the other forces did not take them seriously because they were too few in number. However, when they arrived one after another, they found that their spiritual senses could not detect each other, and they could not detect each other's realms. Their expressions became dignified. 6 people from the local forces had come, and these 6 people were familiar with each other. After arriving from different directions, they walked together, looking like an alliance. However, listening to their unscrupulous discussion, it was obvious that their relationship was not very good. Even if it was an alliance, it was only temporary. "Almost everyone is here, but why don't I see that pervert?" The young man named Zhang Qing suddenly asked. "He should be here for this kind of occasion. It stands to reason that he should be looking for prey earlier than us." Wu Chang also said, "Maybe he is enjoying himself in the cave residence. Every time this happens, it is the time when he is most comfortable and happy." Everyone's gaze fell on Heiba, which made Heiba stunned, and then asked, "Why are you looking at me?" Wu Chang smiled and said, "Among us, you have the closest relationship with that pervert. You should know his movements." Hearing the words, "close relationship," Heiba's expression changed, and then he shouted, "Wu Chang, don't talk nonsense. I just have some dealings with Mr. Wu. As for why he did not appear, how would I know? But I think he should be overindulging and should be here soon." Zhang Qing sneered and said, "That pervert's behavior is disgusting. He hasn't come for so long. Could he have been killed?" Heiba shook his head and said, "Impossible. I saw him a year ago, and his strength is there. In this world, who can easily kill him?" Just as they were talking, another light shadow appeared on the horizon. Zhang Qing said, "He's here." No, it's not that pervert." Just as they were talking, the light shadow on the horizon approached. It was 2 people. One was a human in a black robe, the other was an alien. They were far away, and no one could perceive the two with their spiritual sense. But when the two came closer and everyone saw them clearly, many people's expressions changed. "It's you. Zichun. Zichun, it's Zichun." Following that, there were cries of surprise. Some came from the local forces, while others came from the foreign forces. It was Zichun and the monster ape. Seeing that they were still alive, Heiba's expression changed greatly, and his eyes were full of disbelief, as was Baihe next to him. At the same time, the two also heard the exclamations from the trial takers, and they suddenly felt that something was wrong. Obviously, Zichun and the monster ape had an extraordinary background. Heiba's expression changed greatly, which made Zhang Qing and the others curious. Zhang Qing asked, "Heiba, do you know them?" But before Heiba could answer, there were a few more exclamations from the trial takers. The exclamations were very loud, and everyone heard them clearly. Chapter 909. The exclamation was extremely loud, and everyone heard it clearly. Zichun actually had a page of the heavenly book. This caused everyone's attention to fall on Zichun and the monster ape. Their gazes wandered around wantonly. Their eyes were filled with hostility, greed, and desire. However, Zichun and the devil ape did not seem to have sensed their gazes as they flew straight ahead. The heavenly book was a fatal temptation to everyone. Song Qing and the others' eyes flashed. Beside them, Ba was also shocked by the content of the exclamation, and then said with a wry smile, "It seems that Mr. Wu can't come." Several people's eyes moved from Zichun and the monster ape to Ba. Ba's expression was extremely bitter. He said, 2 years ago, my subordinates found the two of them and I brought them back. I thought they were ordinary warriors of the innate realm and would not be of much help to this trip to the heavenly book, so I brought them to Mr. Wu a year ago. When they heard this, their expressions immediately changed. They naturally knew what kind of person Mr. Wu was and what kind of person he was. As long as someone came to him, he would torture them to death. It was impossible for them to leave alive. However, the situation now was that the two of them were alive, and they heard that the other party had a page of the heavenly book. The possibility of Mr. Wu being alive was almost zero. While their expressions changed, they sighed in their hearts. The pervert they often called dead was really dead this time. Since Zichun had the heavenly book and could kill Mr. Wu, his power was naturally not weak. Even at this moment, when everyone heard that he had the heavenly book, they did not immediately take action but kept thinking. The next moment, another exclamation sounded. "It's Zichun. It's him." I saw it clearly at that time. After he killed the spiritual body of the Hua family, the aboriginals gave him a page of the heavenly book. Yes, when the spiritual body of the Hua family was killed and the heavenly book appeared, it caused a huge sensation in the gathering place. This exclamation was very complete and very timely. When Ba and the others, as well as those who did not know about Zichun's achievements, heard it, their expressions naturally changed again. Before the other party obtained the heavenly book, he could even kill the spiritual body. His combat power is not to be underestimated. Mr. Wu, you are simply courting death by looking for him. Song Qing and the others looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. As expected, not attacking immediately was a wise choice. The other party could even kill a spirit body, so he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Ba and Bai He looked at each other and saw the bitterness and regret in each other's eyes. They had the opportunity to become friends with an expert who had killed a spirit and possessed the tomes of arcane, but they missed the opportunity. This was one of the reasons they regretted. Another reason was that when Zichun and the monster ape had just arrived, they had not yet comprehended the tomes of arcane. If he had made up his mind and joined forces with Mr. Wu, they might have been able to kill him. If they had killed Zichun back then, the two of them would have been able to obtain a page of the heavenly book. That would have been a huge gain. Unfortunately, it was too late for them to realize it now. The matter of the spiritual body being destroyed was already public knowledge among the trial takers. So when Zichun appeared, everyone just looked at him in amazement. Because he had killed the spiritual body, it did not cause a sensation again. Although there was the power of rules surging outside the storm, it was still extremely terrifying. Zichun and the monster ape saw it from afar, and the surprise in their eyes was no less than the others. The two deliberately bypassed the storm and flew over. The monster ape saw Ba from afar, and at the same time signaled Zichun to look over. Zichun saw Ba in the crowd in the air. After landing, he strode towards Ba with the monster ape. Ba's face slowly became gloomy, and next to him, Bai's face also had a touch of frost. As Zichun approached, his expression gradually became unfriendly. His goal was clear, and he was going straight for Ba. Song Qing and the others looked at each other and took a step back. Obviously, they were using their actions to show that it was none of their business. As Zichun approached, Ba's fists were clenched tightly. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and his mind was tense to the extreme. If Zichun made any move, or showed any intention of attacking, he would attack. Although attacking now would mess up all his arrangements, this was the price he had to pay for underestimating Zichun's combat power, even if he had to use some of his trump cards now. As he approached, the unfriendliness in Zichun's eyes gradually disappeared, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. When he was in front of Ba, he smiled faintly and said to Ba, "Don't be excited, don't be nervous, and relax. I have a good temper, and I am soft-hearted. Since you told me a lot of secrets, I will temporarily suppress the urge to kill you. No matter what, I will let you live to see the heavenly book. He Ba's face was gloomy, and his expression was twisted with anger. However, he suppressed it in the end and did not immediately attack. Beside him, the eyes of the others flashed with a strange light as they looked at Zichun. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Zichun. This was because not only did he kill the Hua clan's spiritual body, but he also had a page of the heavenly book on him. Everyone had come here for the heavenly book, and now that Zichun had a page, many people had strange thoughts. At this moment, the expressions of the trial takers changed, and their spiritual thoughts quickly transmitted their confidence. However, no matter how much they thought and discussed, no one attacked Zichun. With so many people here, no one wanted to be the first to attack Zichun. This was because Zichun with the heavenly book was very dangerous. The death rate was very high if they attacked first. After thinking about it, Zhang Qing and the others also gave up on the idea of attacking Zichun together. Even if they attacked together and killed Zichun, it might not be good, because there were still many trial takers from other factions eyeing them covetously. It was because of this that Zichun was able to walk through a pack of wolves unscathed. Of course, the premise was that Zichun was not a sheep, but a tiger, a fierce tiger. After saying this to He Ba, he turned around and left, leaving He Ba with his back. However, He Ba was unable to do anything to Zichun in front of this back. The fact that he had killed a spiritual body put a lot of pressure on He Ba. He felt that there were many unforeseen events in this treasure hunt. Just as Zichun was walking without fear, a cold voice rang out, "You are the one who killed my Hua clan's spiritual body." 5 trial takers walked over. They were all wearing flame-like armor. From a distance, they looked like 5 balls of fire. With such obvious attire, they were obviously not afraid of being recognized as members of the Hua clan. The 5 of them stepped forward and blocked Zichun's path. Obviously, they were here to cause trouble for Zichun. They knew that Zichun had killed a spiritual body and comprehended the heavenly book. Yet, they still dared to cause trouble for Zichun. It was obvious that they were very confident. Seeing that Zichun was blocked, He Ba, Zhang Qing, and the other local factions' expressions turned ugly. The battle for the heavenly book was going to be very bad, because they were not even afraid of someone who had killed a spiritual body before. Zichun glanced at the human origin stage Hua clan members in front of him and sneered. "Not only did I kill a spiritual body of the Hua clan, I also killed the Hua clan's Xiantian realm cultivator, Hua Si. If you think about it carefully, I have killed a lot of people from the Hua clan." Zichun's lips curled into a mocking smile. He then asked, "Why? Are you asking me for confirmation? Are you trying to cause trouble for me?" "You're courting death," the leader of the Hua clan said angrily. Zichun's face was still full of mockery. He smiled and said, "Hua Si and the spiritual body of the Hua clan have said the same thing to me before, but they are all dead." Zichun's threat made the 5 people's expressions turn ugly. However, it was obviously unrealistic to think that a threat could make the 5 of them retreat. "You're courting death," the leader of the Hua clan shouted again. Then, his body flashed and flames rose around him. He directly turned into a ray of fire and rushed towards Zichun. The other party did not say much and directly attacked. Moreover, he was the first to attack Zichun. He was full of confidence. When the local forces saw this, their expressions turned ugly. Obviously, the other party had come prepared. Perhaps, the second spiritual body of the Hua clan was hiding in the dark. Xiantian Yuan Qi surged. The Yuan Qi of the Hua clan was emitting a terrifying aura. He rushed towards Zichun and launched a powerful attack. The flames swept out with a roaring sound. They were like rolling waves of flames that wreaked havoc towards Zichun. Facing this attack, Zichun's expression did not change. He only snorted coldly and said, "You are the one who is courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichun clenched his fist. A golden fist light appeared on the surface of his fist. Perfect strength began to surge. Then, Zichun punched out. The golden fist was dazzling. It was like a blazing golden sun. The golden fist light directly hit the flames. The 2 types of energy collided, causing a loud explosion. Then, the void distorted violently. The golden and fire energies formed ripples that began to spread. Just as the ripples spread, a figure could be seen retreating pathetically from the ripples. It was the Yuan Qi of the Hua clan. As a Xiantian realm martial artist, he was strong in battle. However, he was actually pushed back by Zichen with a single attack. As for Zichen, he stood still after the attack. He allowed the energy to wreak havoc around him. He did not move at all. After being pushed back by a single attack, Yuan Qi of the Hua clan's expression changed slightly. He knew that there was a gap between the two of them, but he did not expect it to be so obvious. It was only a single exchange. It was far from enough to determine the winner. Moreover, he still had many mysterious techniques that he had not used yet. At this moment, Zichen snorted coldly and said, "You're not even qualified to test my strength. You are dreaming if you think you can kill me with just this little bit of strength." Faced with Zichen's mockery, Yuan Qi of the Hua clan roared again and stepped forward. He was in a group of 5. However, he was the only one who attacked at this moment. The other 4 did not attack. Just as the Yuan Qi of the Hua clan was about to attack Zichen for the second time, the experts of the 5 elements were secretly discussing how to kill Zichen. Chapter 9-10. At this moment, the experts of the 5 factions were discussing. They were transmitting their voices to each other, intending to join forces to deal with Zichen. Zichen's battle prowess was very strong. He could already kill spiritual bodies 2 years ago. After 2 years, no one would think that Zichen's battle prowess was still the same as before. Therefore, the only way to kill Zichen and obtain the Heavenly Book was to join forces with the 5 factions. Of course, the more factions that joined forces, the better. Unfortunately, there was only 1 page of the Heavenly Book. If too many factions joined forces, it would be extremely difficult to distribute them. Just as they were discussing, the Hua family's expert had already displayed a mysterious Xiantian-level attack. Each of the opponent's attacks contained blazing flame energy, and within that flame energy, there was also a trace of fire poison. This fire poison was fatal to outsiders, but to Zichen's perfect body, the fire poison couldn't invade his body at all. The fire poison was ineffective, and the Xiantian realm technique couldn't do anything to Zichen. Zichen's battle prowess was clearly stronger than his opponent's. After every clash, his opponent was knocked back again and again. However, Zichen's current battle prowess could only suppress a human origin realm Xiantian realm warrior. Although it was terrifying, it was still within a controllable range. The battle continued. Zichen's inability to injure his opponent boosted everyone's confidence again. However, at this moment, Zichen's cold voice suddenly rang out, "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen's attack suddenly changed. He still threw out a golden punch, but this punch contained 2 types of Yuan Li. These 2 types of Yuan Li were both Xiantian Yuan Li, and they were polar opposites. When Heiba and the rest saw this, their expressions changed drastically. They cried out involuntarily, "Xiantian," 2 polar opposites of Xiantian Yuan Li. One person has 2 types of Xiantian Yuan Li? How is this possible? Heiba and the rest cried out in alarm. At the same time, the tyrannical Dao clan watching from afar also cried out in alarm. This is our tyrannical Dao clan's Xiantian realm technique. When Zichen's aura changed, his entire aura also underwent an earth-shattering change. At this moment, he was like an imposing giant, filled with a domineering and terrifying aura. This was the tyrannical fist, a Xiantian technique belonging to the tyrannical Dao clan. Moreover, it seemed to be very profound, as if its level was even higher than the tyrannical techniques of the clan. Zichen punched out, and the dazzling light of his fist filled the air. Within the light of his fist, there was an unimaginable power. When the human origin stage cultivator sensed this power, his expression changed, and he switched from attacking to defending. All of the flames that were released from his body were retracted and compressed, forming a fiery light shield in front of him. The fiery light shield was shining with a bright red light, and a powerful aura was surging around him. The defense formed by a Xiantian warrior at the human origin realm would be hard to break. Zichen's fist landed on the flame light shield, and the domineering energy exploded on the flame light shield. In addition to the domineering energy, there was also the collision of yin and yang energy. Above the flame light shield, a destructive force appeared out of nowhere. Under this force, the super strong flame light shield started to crack, and the cracks started to spread, making cracking sounds. After reaching a limit, the flame light shield exploded with a loud bang. The flame light shield exploded, but the power of the fist did not dissipate. Without the flame light shield, the power of the fist dispersed, turning into a small energy storm. The human origin stage cultivator bore the brunt of it and was sucked in by the energy storm. Then, a scream came out from the energy storm, followed by another explosion. The human origin stage cultivator rushed out of the storm, coughing up blood. His eyes were filled with horror. After the human origin stage cultivator rushed out of the storm, he retreated awkwardly and was protected by the 4 people from the fire tribe. His eyes were filled with fear. If he had reacted a little slower when facing Zichen's powerful attack, he would not have been far away from death. However, after injuring the human origin stage cultivator, Zichen did not go forward to kill him. Not only did he not go forward, but he also took 3 steps back. As soon as Zichen stepped back, a murderous intent appeared in the air. This murderous intent appeared where Zichen had been standing. A crack appeared in the air, and a sword light flashed forward, disappearing in a flash. Everything in front of him was an illusion of Zichen's sight and perception. In fact, the moment he felt the murderous intent, the sword light had already finished its attack and disappeared. This was the killing blow that Zichen could not be more familiar with. However, when it was used by a cultivator at this level, its power was even more unimaginable. Even Zichen felt a sense of confusion. If it were not for the demon ape's warning, Zichen would have been severely injured, if not killed. The assassin's body disappeared along with the sword light after his attack failed. Right at this moment, behind Zichen, where the demon ape was standing, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared. The demon ape's eyes flashed red, and the delusion breaker eye appeared. 2 red sword-like eyes scanned the surroundings. As the eyes opened and closed, the demon ape's black stick, which was filled with a terrifying aura, suddenly smashed down in front of it. The air was shattered by the demon ape's attack, and a figure covered in a black robe appeared. In his hand, there was a long sword that was as black as ink. The demon ape's sudden attack obviously shocked the opponent. His attack was slightly delayed, and the black stick came down on his head. Boom! With a loud sound, the black stick hit the opponent's body. A huge force began to surge, and the man in black was sent flying. However, after flying for dozens of meters, he disappeared into the air. The demon ape's attack did not kill him. At the critical moment, the assassin still managed to put up an effective defense. Those who dared to come here were all powerful cultivators. It was unrealistic to kill them with a single attack. Zichen injured a cultivator of the human origin stage with a single attack. The assassin appeared and failed to kill Zichen. The demon ape used its strength to push back an assassin who was about to attack him. All of this happened in a flash, and no one could react. However, at this moment, Zichen, who had just stepped back, took 5 steps forward and 3 steps to the side. He reached out his right hand and pointed in front of him. What Zichen pointed out was his middle finger. A bright light flickered between his fingers, releasing an aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. In this attack, Zichen had used his finger bone, and at the same time, he had mobilized the 2 types of Xiantian Yuan Qi in his body. A small finger contained a huge amount of power. As the power of this finger exploded in the air, a black hole appeared in the air. A ripple of light spread out from Zichen's finger. Wherever the ripple of light passed, the space was constantly distorted. In the space where the black hole appeared, there was a shocked figure. It was the assassin who had failed to attack him. After that, Zichen pointed at his chest. However, at this critical moment, a sword light flashed. It was the assassin's sharp blade that blocked Zichen's attack. When Zichen's finger touched the blade, a ding sound rang out, followed by a kachet sound. This extraordinarily sharp blade had been shattered by Zichen's finger. At the same time, Zichen's finger once again moved forward and touched his opponent's chest. Puff! After a soft sound, a finger hole appeared in the assassin's chest. The hole went straight through his back, and a stream of blood essence spurted out. Then, a strong force pushed the assassin back. In the process of being pushed back, the assassin's body was still vibrating with the energy ripples from Zichen's attack. This force seemed to be tearing the assassin apart. There was a trace of pity in Zichen's cold eyes. This was because the assassin had swallowed a treasure pill at the critical moment. The powerful force did not tear his opponent apart, thus saving his life. Before Zichen could catch up with his attack, the assassin's flying figure disappeared into the void. After that, the devil ape informed Zichen through the delusion breaker eye that the assassin had escaped. The 4 attacks ended in an instant, and no one had time to react. As for the 5 elements forces who wanted to join forces to kill Zichen, they forcibly stopped their voice transmissions when Zichen suddenly erupted. Their gazes fell on Zichen. Their expressions were stunned, shocked, and at the same time, full of fear. Obviously, 3 of the 4 attacks were from Zichen's side, and 3 of them had been severely injured. As for the last attack, it was from the assassin, Jeancombe. The delusion breaker eye that the devil ape had just displayed was extremely frightening. Zichen had been able to detect the assassin's attack because of the devil ape. However, Zichen had been able to injure a human origin powerhouse in 2 attacks and had almost killed another assassin. The strength that he had displayed was enough to shock everyone. What should we do? Should we kill him or not? After the shock, the 5 elements forces sent another transmission, but this time, there was not much confidence in their words. The others had also lost their previous decisiveness, and now they were hesitating. Kill him? Why shouldn't we kill him? That's all there is to his battle strength. If you all join forces, you can kill the 2 of them. Suddenly, an ice-cold voice transmission sounded in the sea of consciousness of the 5 elements faction experts. Hearing this voice transmission, everyone was stunned, and their expressions immediately changed. Kill him. We must kill him. How dare he be so arrogant after obtaining the heavenly book? This time, we will make sure that he never leaves. Another transmission sounded, and the voice was filled with killing intent. Let's kill Zichen before the storm starts. When the passage appears in the storm, we will snatch the other page of the heavenly book. Once we succeed, we will obtain 2 pages of the heavenly book. When the third voice rang out, the expressions of the people from the 5 elements forces had clearly become agitated. This was because this voice did not come from one of them. Instead, it was the greatest reliance of the 5 elements forces in this fight for the heavenly tomes. Spiritual body, another spiritual body. The expressions of the people from the 5 elements forces suddenly became agitated, which naturally attracted the attention of the crowd. When they saw their greedy and naked gazes land on Zichen, they seemed to understand what was going to happen. The people from the Hua clan did not leave, and those who were injured earlier had also taken pills to recover from their injuries. In the next moment, the 5 people's eyes flashed with killing intent, and they rushed towards Zichen. Just as the 5 people moved, the other 4 forces also rushed over from the other 4 directions. Zichen's mouth slowly curled into a sneer, and then his cold voice sounded, "Looks like it's time for a massacre." Chapter 9:11. The devil ape stepped forward and stared at the members of the Hua family with its blood-red eyes. It shouted coldly, "Kill!" He pointed his black staff at the sky, and a terrifying aura came from it. The devil ape was surrounded by black light and surged with demonic aura and killing intent. Not far away, the trial takers of the other forces saw that the 5 elements forces were about to attack. Their eyes flashed and they began to retreat, leaving enough space for Zichen and the others to fight. As they retreated, they quickly communicated with their spiritual thoughts. Obviously, they were discussing what benefits they could get in the next battle. Heiba and the others were also shocked. However, the battle did not start. Before the members of the Hua family could reach Zichen, there was a loud sound. The sound came from the storm in front of them. The storm shook and the power of rules emerged from it. This power of rules was extremely strong. It turned into a ripple and spread in all directions. Wherever the ripple passed, it carried a strange power. This power was ineffective against those standing on the ground, but it had a huge impact on those in the air. At this moment, almost all the powerhouses of the 5 elements forces were flying towards Zichen. This caused the power of rules to hit them and create a huge force. This huge force pushed their bodies back uncontrollably. Their bodies flew back uncontrollably. There was a little panic on their faces, and they cried out in alarm. When Heba and the others saw this scene, their faces immediately changed. They all turned their heads and stared at the storm in front of them. The fluctuations were spreading. This was the rhythm of the opening of the passage. In the blink of an eye, there were no enemies in front of Zichan. This made him, who was ready to fight, look stunned. The devil ape withdrew his staff and was also stunned. In the distance, everyone's faces flashed with surprise. The members of the Five Elements forces were directly blasted dozens of miles away by the power of rules. After the power of rules that filled their bodies slowly dissipated, they fell heavily on the ground. They were very embarrassed. They got up one after another, tidied their clothes, and flew towards Zichun again with their weapons. Seeing that they were still in the air, Heba and the others sneered. The passage was about to open, and the energy fluctuations would continue. It was impossible to fly here. Sure enough, in the next moment, the sound of tremors rang out again. The ripples of laws surged and dispersed, and those Five Elements faction powerhouses who had just arrived were once again sent flying. After being sent flying twice in a row, they naturally learned their lesson and no longer flew in the air. Instead, they ran over on foot. By the time they got there, the storm rumbled again, and the power of rules spread out. When they got close, no one was looking at them anymore. Everyone's attention was on the storm. The storm trembled from time to time, producing strange rule power. Naturally, the battle of life and death could not continue. Thus, everyone gave up on the idea of ganging up on Zichun and turned to look at the storm. While the storm was shaking, the surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi was crazily being absorbed by the storm. Under everyone's gaze, a distorted space appeared under the storm. This was a spatial barrier, not the void that Zichan and the others had shattered earlier. In this world, there were two kinds of void. One was the place where space turbulence existed outside the world. That was the void, which was also a place of nothingness. There were space turbulences that wreaked havoc all year round. As for the void that was usually mentioned, it was inside the space barrier, which was a small space within the world. This kind of void could be broken by human strength. However, at this moment, the power of distortion formed by the storm targeted the spatial barrier, which was the barrier of this world. Once it was broken, the corresponding spatial turbulence would be behind it. As the tremors intensified, the distorted space under the storm became more and more intense. Then, the distorted space formed a circle that was constantly expanding. After the distortion reached a limit, it finally shattered, and a constantly rotating and twisting passage appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This passageway was pitch black, and there was a constantly twisting energy all around. It was directly connected to the storm. This made people wonder if once they entered the passageway, they would be swept away by the storm and directly sent to the top. Or perhaps they would be swept into the chaotic flow of space by the storm. Although they were all cultivators and had the power to move mountains and fill seas, in the face of spatial turbulence, in the face of a storm that could destroy the world, they were still extremely weak. Everyone looked at each other. Just this passage alone was enough to make them feel apprehensive. This passage made people afraid, so when it opened, there was no scene of people fighting to enter. Such a situation had happened 1,000 years ago. At that time, Heba and the others were still considered newcomers. After 1,000 years, they were naturally not afraid. Almost as soon as the passage formed, they turned into cold bolts of lightning and rushed forward. The local forces, including Bai He, had a total of 7 people. At this moment, the 7 of them turned into 7 rays of light and rushed in. The 6 of them rushed in first, followed by Heba, who deliberately paused for half a beat. Before entering the passage, Heba turned his head to look at everyone, and a sinister smile flashed across his face. The 7 of them entered the passage and completely disappeared. During this period, no danger occurred. "Let's go." When the others saw this, they flashed and flew down the passage. For a moment, rays of light flashed and everyone flew in one after another. Everyone was still very afraid of the passage, so when the two sides entered, there was no conflict. After a dozen people entered, everyone felt that the passage was safe. Then, they heard a mournful scream coming from the passage. This scream was only halfway through before it stopped abruptly. Obviously, the person was dead. When the others heard this scream, their expressions changed greatly, and they subconsciously stopped. During their pause, Zichun and the demon ape stepped into the pitch-black passage. The space around the passage was distorted, and there was a strong destructive force. This force could completely tear anyone present to shreds, but fortunately, the passage was large enough and the suction force was not targeted. As long as one did not deliberately walk to the edge, there would be no danger. After Zichun and the demon ape entered the passage, they felt their bodies rising, as if they were being sucked to the top by a storm. During this time, rays of light appeared around them. These rays of light were extremely beautiful, emitting colorful light like ribbons. The moment he saw the ribbons, Zichun's expression changed and he shouted, "Don't try to get close to the ribbons." The demon ape nodded, apparently also feeling a dangerous aura from the ribbons. Just as the two of them rose into the air, the ribbons casually scattered. The two of them hurriedly moved in a small area, displaying their movement skills to dodge. However, Zichun's luck was not good. There were more ribbons, and he was still hit by one. After being hit, Zichun's body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. His face immediately turned pale and his eyes became dull. However, this situation did not last for more than a tenth of a breath before Zichun's eyes regained their vigor. After opening his eyes, Zichun warned, "Be careful. These ribbons contain extremely strong spiritual thoughts. It is considered a spiritual thought attack." Just now, after the ribbons hit him, they rushed straight to his knowledge sea. However, Zichun's knowledge sea had already formed an impenetrable defense, and at the same time, it also had an extremely strong offensive power. As a result, as soon as the spiritual thoughts and the ribbons entered, Zichun actively destroyed them. When Zichun rose into the air, he saw another trial taker coming up from below. The other party's luck was even worse than his, and many ribbons fell towards him. These ribbons were extremely beautiful, and there was a hint of surprise on the other party's face. However, out of instinct, he did not want the ribbons to touch him, so he began to move. However, before he could move more than a few steps, he was hit by a ribbon. The spiritual thoughts in the ribbons began to attack the other party's knowledge sea. The latter could not help but let out a scream, and for a short time, he lost control of his body. The surrounding suction force, which was originally not fatal, began to pull the other party's body to the side after he lost control of his body and had no strength to support him. Next to him was the power of the distorted space and the power of the pitch-black storm. Its power was unimaginable, and as soon as the trial taker's figure landed on it, it was twisted into nothingness by this power. Above, Zichun and the devil ape saw this scene, and there was fear in their eyes. At the same time, they felt extremely lucky. Fortunately, the two of them had been here for 2 years and strengthened their spiritual thoughts. That was how they managed to escape today. If the two of them had just arrived, their spiritual thoughts would not have been able to detect the abnormality of the ribbons, and they would not have tried their best to avoid them. The consequences would have been almost the same as the other parties. After the two of them reached their limit in the air, their vision became pitch black. Immediately after, a dazzling light flashed, and the two of them once again felt as if they were on solid ground. "We're here. Is this the place where the heavenly tomes will appear?" The devil ape shouted loudly after it steadied itself. Screams could be heard from time to time. After the others entered the storm, they became more careful. They also saw the ribbons. Although their spiritual thoughts could not detect the danger contained in the ribbons, with the previous screams as a reminder, they did not dare to be careless and tried their best to avoid them. Even so, there were still several trial takers who died under the ribbons. Just as all the cultivators entered, the void outside the passageway suddenly trembled. Following that, the void tore open as a black shadow appeared. As soon as the black shadow appeared, it entered the passageway at a speed as fast as a specter. As soon as the black shadow disappeared, there was another flash of light. Then, the void broke open again, and this time, 5 people appeared from the void. These 5 people emitted 5 colored light, which represented the 5 elements. There was no need to deliberately introduce them. Seeing the 5 people emitting bright light, everyone knew that these were the spiritual bodies of the 5 elements forces. Zichun has entered the passage. This time, it's like catching a turtle in a jar. This time, Zichun will definitely die. He's just a Jin Dan essence cultivator. Even if he's a little special, he's no match for us. The 5 spiritual bodies were extremely confident. Although they were in an alliance, they were a little far from each other. When they entered the passage, they were a few meters apart. Entering one after the other, it was obvious that both sides were still vigilant. Chapter 9:12. Almost all the powerhouses of the various factions had arrived in this world. This was a world formed by colorful lights. Occasionally, there would be a few colorful crystals flashing between the heavens and the earth. They were like meteors that streaked across the sky and drifted away. By the time Zichun and the demon ape arrived, they could no longer see the other trial takers. He released his powerful spiritual senses and found that everyone was flying in different directions. They were not united at all. However, with his spiritual senses, Zichun did not see Heiba and the others. They had been here 1,000 years ago and were very familiar with this world. Naturally, they would know where the heavenly tomes were based on their experience. Just as Zichun released his spiritual senses, several figures appeared not far away. When these people saw Zichun and the devil ape standing still, they were slightly startled. However, they did not pay attention to the two. Instead, they chose a direction and flew forward. The colorful lights here were the same as when they first entered. For everyone, it was very dangerous. However, there were fewer colorful lights here, and they were scattered. As long as they paid attention, they could easily avoid them. A trial taker easily dodged 2 colorful lights. He was slightly absent-minded. When he first entered, he knew that an extremely powerful existence had appeared behind him with his powerful senses. This existence was suspected to be a powerhouse with a spirit body. Zichun and the demon ape did not leave. Instead, they stood there. He could not help but wonder if these powerhouses would attack Zichun when they arrived. However, Zichun clearly did not have a premonition of impending danger and was still standing there. The trial taker turned his head and glanced at Zichun. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. At the same time, he was looking forward to seeing if these powerhouses would kill Zichun after they appeared. Just as he turned around, the trial taker did not notice that the space in front of him suddenly split open silently. The space was torn apart like a piece of cloth. A spatial fissure appeared, and within the fissure was spatial turbulence. Just as the space was torn apart, the trial taker's figure was also torn apart along with the space. Silently, he was split in 2. He did not even have time to scream. His broken body entered the spatial turbulence and was torn to pieces by the spatial turbulence. This scene was witnessed by those who came later. Their faces immediately palpitated. It was also at this moment that a shrill scream came from the horizon. "Be careful." Zichun sensed a change in the space beside the devil ape. He grabbed the devil ape and moved away. Just as the two left, a crack silently appeared in the space where the devil ape had been standing. "The space here is still unstable. Be careful," Zichun reminded. Light flashed behind them, and powerful auras emerged one after another. It was as if an expert had arrived. Zichun and the devil ape subconsciously turned their heads and saw 5 rays of light appear in this world. This was the 5-colored light, representing the light of the 5 elements. A powerful aura surged around him. Zichun's pupils shrank as he muttered, "Spirit body." The newcomers were spirit bodies unique to the 5 elements aristocratic family. Zichun had once killed a spirit body, so logically speaking, he should not have lost his composure and should have been calm. However, the truth was that after Zichun saw the 5 of them, his expression immediately changed. Spirit body of the human origin stage. The devil ape's exclamation also sounded a little hoarse. The newcomers were spirits, but they were in the human origin stage. If they were at the same level, Zichun wouldn't be afraid, but now that they were in the human origin stage, Zichun was confident that he could fight one-on-one. However, now that the 5 of them had appeared at the same time, he naturally wouldn't give Zichen a chance to fight one-on-one. After the 5 of them appeared, their gazes fell on Zichen, murderous intent surging in their eyes. "Let's go." Zichen glanced at the 5 of them, and at the same time, his gaze fell on a certain spot in the void. His figure flashed, and he went far away with the devil ape. After him, seeing Zichen leave, the 5 of them looked at each other and turned into streaks of light to chase after him. Zichen's departure wasn't aimless. He had released his spiritual senses earlier and sensed the auras of many challengers in this direction. Obviously, they had seen Heiba and the others after they appeared, so he chased after them. Damn it! How could this be? While flying, Zichen was also cursing angrily. It was really unexpected that so many strong people had come. After the 5 of them appeared, the devil ape had also told him that there were still people hiding in the dark. Those people weren't killers, but strong people. Since he dared to use his concealment technique in front of 5 spiritual bodies, the other party's strength must not be weak. This made Zichen's expression extremely ugly. With so many powerhouses appearing, it was almost impossible to successfully obtain the heavenly book this time. In the process of flying at high speed, there were colorful crystals in the sky from time to time. These colorful crystals were very fast, like sharp blades that cut through the air. Zichen released a strong spiritual sense, which turned into a big net and instantly covered a piece of the crystal. Then, the devil ape reached out to grab the colorful crystal. A black light lingered on the crystal like a shackle, and the colorful crystal slowed down. Zichen's figure flashed, and he forcibly resisted the 2 colorful lights beside the crystal and held it in his hand. Holding the crystal in his hand, Zichen sensed that it contained a strong and pure spiritual sense. Zichen reached out and let the crystal appear in his palm. Then, his spiritual sense entered the colorful crystal to investigate. As soon as his spiritual sense entered, the pure spiritual sense in the crystal attached itself to Zichen's spiritual sense. Zichen's spiritual sense was actively absorbing the spiritual sense, and soon his spiritual sense grew stronger. This discovery made Zichen's face instantly become wild with joy. Obviously, the colorful crystal was a kind of thing that could strengthen spiritual sense. It had an incredible magical effect, just like the soul-melting pill. Quick, get more colorful crystals. This is a treasure that can strengthen spiritual sense. Zichen withdrew his spiritual sense and said to the devil ape, looking a little excited. The devil ape's spiritual sense wasn't weak either. It had previously sensed the changes in Zichen's spiritual sense. After hearing Zichen's words, the 2 of them soared into the sky again and grabbed at the second colorful crystal. The rainbow-colored crystal was very fast, like a meteor. In addition to its speed, the rainbow-colored crystal also contained an extremely strong impact force. If this impact force hit a trial taker, it was very likely that it would pierce through their body and leave a bloody hole in their body. If they were unlucky and were hit in the head, there was no chance of survival. Even though Zichen had a perfect body, he appeared very careful when collecting the colorful crystal. Although the perfect body was powerful and could block the colorful crystal's attack, it could only block the body, not the head. This crystal was fast, powerful, and almost flawless. The only way to successfully stop it was to use spiritual senses. The speed of spiritual senses was faster than elemental energy, and it was easier to control. Spiritual senses could wrap around the crystal and slow it down. Coupled with the devil ape's innate divine power, it could be quickly obtained. While Zichen and the demonic ape were flying, they began to obtain the colorful crystal stones. Because of that, the speed of the 2 of them began to decrease. Along the way, the eyes of some trial takers flashed when they saw Zichen and the devil ape picking the crystals. They wanted to get some crystals, but their spiritual senses were weak and their speed was slow. It was very difficult for them to obtain a crystal. A powerful trial taker took out a human-level weapon. He controlled the weapon and blocked a colorful crystal that was coming at him at high speed. Ding! The crystal flew past like an arrow leaving a bow. It landed on the weapon with a loud bang. A powerful force was emitted, and the trial taker was instantly sent flying. A crack appeared on the human-level weapon in his hand. However, the trial taker's block greatly reduced the speed of the crystal. After flying a few miles, it landed on the ground. The trial taker hurriedly went forward to pick up the crystal. After feeling the extraordinariness of the crystal, he shouted loudly, "This is a spiritual sense crystal. It contains extremely pure spiritual sense power and can improve spiritual sense." This shout attracted the attention of many trial takers. As they moved forward, their minds flickered. After that, they tried their best to get some spiritual sense crystals. A trial taker wanted to imitate the previous trial taker and take out a human-level weapon to block the crystal. The spiritual sense crystal was so fast that it directly penetrated the human-level weapon. Without slowing down, it passed through the trial taker's body. The spiritual sense crystal's trajectory was not fixed. It was very likely that it would change midway. Its speed was also very fast. Another trial taker wanted to block it with his human-level weapon. However, at the critical moment, the spiritual sense crystal's trajectory suddenly changed and it went straight for his head. At such a close distance, the trial taker had no time to react. His head was directly penetrated and he died. This situation was not rare. Several powerful trial takers had died here. When the 5 spirit bodies arrived, they happened to see Zichun and the demon ape hunting for spiritual sense crystals. This made their expressions change slightly. They could not figure out where Zichun's confidence came from. He knew that he was being chased, but he did not run away. Instead, he was looking for treasures here. Could it be that treasures were more important than his life? They were in the air and their bodies stopped. During this time, the spirit body that was emitting green light suddenly twisted and moved 2 meters to the side like lightning. As soon as he moved, the space where he was standing was torn apart and a huge crack appeared. At this moment, the 5 of them were in the air. Their bodies were moving in a small area, dodging the colorful lights and the cracks that appeared. However, their eyes all fell on Zichun. Zichun naturally saw the 5 of them, but he did not react at all. He continued to look for crystals and absorb crystals. It was as if he had completely ignored the 5 of them. Among the 5 elements, fire was the most violent. Zichun's indifferent attitude made the Hua clan's spirit body extremely unhappy. He shouted loudly, and it was as if there was an explosion of thunder between heaven and earth. Then, he turned into a ball of fire and rushed towards Zichun. The Hua clan's spirit body rushed forward like a flaming meteor. Wherever he passed, ripples appeared in the space as a destructive force raged. Seeing this, Zichun's expression did not change. However, a trace of ridicule flashed in his eyes. He said angrily, "Are you an idiot? There are so many treasures here, but you don't want to waste them. Instead, you come looking for trouble with me." The Hua clan's spirit body shouted, "Die!" Zichun said angrily, "I think the one who should die is you. There are treasures here, but you don't want to waste them. You deserve to be struck by lightning." Just as Zichun finished speaking, thunder suddenly exploded in the sky. Then, thousands of lightning bolts raged in the sky as thunder rumbled. Chapter 9:13. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts fell from the sky, but they didn't land on the Hua clan's spiritual body. Instead, they merged into a giant thunder stamp. The thunder stamp flashed with runes engraved on it. There were thunder dragons coiling around it, releasing a surge of thunder power. This was the power of the heavenly thunder, which was far more powerful than the thunder tribulation of cultivators. As soon as the thunder stamp appeared, it attacked the Hua clan's spiritual body. Child's play. The Hua clan's spiritual body saw the thunder stamp above his head and sneered. He then attacked. A pillar of fire went straight for the thunder stamp. The two collided, and the energy vibrated. Boom! The thunder stamp above his head dispersed with a boom. The terrifying pillar of fire also exploded, and the violent energy surged. After the first attack, Zichun didn't attack again. Instead, he flew away with the demon ape. When the energy dissipated, the Hua clan's spiritual body saw this and immediately shouted, "Stop!" His shout was useless. Zichun wouldn't stop. Zichun, who was rushing forward, spread out his spiritual sense, covering every inch within 100 meters. Whenever there was a colorful crystal within 100 meters, Zichun would cooperate with the demon ape to get it as quickly as possible. Of course, because of the dense spiritual sense in the surroundings, any movement in the space here would be automatically detected. In terms of the number of spiritual senses, Zichun couldn't compare with the spiritual body because they were all in the human origin realm. As spiritual bodies, their spiritual senses were extremely powerful. They could almost be called the strongest spiritual senses among those in the same realm. However, in terms of the quality of spiritual senses, Zichun was far better than the others. Although he was only practicing the remnants of the art of spiritual cultivation, it was still something from the heavenly book, so it was definitely extraordinary. Zichun and the demonic ape left in a flash. Along the way, they would deliberately take detours to collect the multicolored crystals one after another. Behind them, the Hua clan's spiritual body was chasing after them, shouting loudly, "Forget it. Let him leave. This multicolored crystal is indeed a good thing. It will be of great use to us as well." A spirit body that was surrounded by golden light spoke, stopping the Hua clan's spirit body. It was unrealistic for them to catch up with Zichun at this rate. Moreover, they were already here. The most important thing for them was to get the other page of the heavenly book. As for the matter of Zichun, they could put it aside for now. Zichun isn't easy to kill. If we make a move now, we'll waste a lot of time. During this time, the other page of the heavenly book might end up in someone else's hands, said the spiritual body of the Mu clan. Are we really going to let Zichun go just like that? The voice of the Hua clan's spiritual body was filled with anger. The Jin family spiritual body smiled and said, "How is that possible? We'll just let him live a little longer. When we get the heavenly tomes of this place, it won't be too much to kill him." The Hua clan's spiritual body snorted and didn't say anything else. At this moment, a multicolored crystal flew over his head. His body flashed, and the flames around him surged toward the multicolored crystal like a tide. The exploding flames became as gentle as water at this moment, but they were also extremely resilient. They wrapped around the multicolored crystal at lightning speed, forcefully slowing it down, and then dragged it back. If Zichun was here, he would definitely be shocked by this move of the Hua clan's spiritual body. It was obvious that the spiritual body's control of Yuan power had reached an extremely high level. This level of control was simply beyond the reach of the current Zichun. With the multicolored crystal in hand, the Hua clan's spiritual body released his spiritual senses. He didn't pay much attention to it at first, but after sensing the uniqueness of the crystal, a ray of light flashed across his eyes. He exclaimed, "Such pure Yuan power. It's almost close to perfect Yuan power." The Jin clan's spiritual body nodded. "Yes, it's comparable to perfect Yuan power. It's almost flawless. Through these spiritual bodies, we can be sure that there's a perfect spirit cultivation technique here." Flames flashed in the eyes of the Hua clan's spiritual body. He said loudly, "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and collect more crystals. Even if we don't have the spirit cultivation technique, just by absorbing these spiritual crystal stones, we can transform our origin energy again." The others nodded one after another. Then, as they rushed forward, they began to collect spiritual crystals. Because they were chasing after Zichun's footsteps, and Zichun was a person who didn't waste anything, there weren't many spiritual crystals left behind along the way. This style of not leaving even a single blade of grass behind made the five of them extremely angry. However, they had no choice but to split up and fly further away, searching for spiritual crystals as they advanced. In front of them, Zichun and the Devil Ape's harvest was not small. Moreover, after a long time, the five people behind them still hadn't caught up. Zichun also deliberately slowed down, trying his best to collect as many spiritual crystals as possible. As they moved forward, Zichun saw more and more trial takers. This was because the road ahead was getting more and more difficult to walk. First, there were more colorful lights. Every colorful light was equivalent to an extremely powerful spiritual attack. When these spiritual attacks landed on the trial takers' bodies, their spiritual senses would be damaged if they were lucky, and they would die if they were unlucky. Zichun's spiritual senses were of extremely high quality, but when he saw some colorful lights, his expression would change and he would dodge. In addition to the colorful lights, the space here became even more unstable. The space was torn apart like a piece of cloth, revealing scenes of spatial turbulence everywhere. Moreover, the speed of the spatial turbulence was even faster. As they went deeper, there were more spiritual crystals. However, the speed of the spiritual crystals was like a bolt of lightning. When they reached this place, the trial takers were afraid that they wouldn't be able to dodge in time. Therefore, very few people took the initiative to collect them. Everyone's speed dropped drastically. Although it wasn't to the point where it was difficult to walk, compared to when they were originally flying in a straight line, everyone was now walking carefully. Their speed had dropped by more than 100 times. "Be careful, devil ape." The spiritual crystals whistled past their ears. The attack power was very frightening. Zichun had to remind the devil ape to be careful. The dragon soul spear appeared in Zichen's hand, and the devil ape took out its black rod. These two weapons were not ordinary weapons. At a critical moment, they could be used to block the attack of the spiritual crystals. At this moment, there were no more than 5 people in the group who dared to collect the spiritual crystals. Zichen and the devil ape were 2 of the 5 people. The assassins who were originally hiding in the dark all revealed themselves at this moment. They carefully avoided the colorful lights, the crystals, and the spatial rifts. Not long after, a powerful aura appeared behind them. When this powerful aura descended, no one turned their heads to look. This was because everyone's attention was focused on the front. They didn't have time to look behind. Zichen and the devil ape didn't turn around because they already knew who was coming. The 5 spirit bodies arrived again, but they didn't shout like before. After arriving at this densely populated area, they obediently landed and walked forward step by step. However, the 5 of them were very strong. When they approached, they still had the energy to collect the spiritual crystals. Everyone moved forward cautiously. Even so, along the way, there were 1 or 2 unlucky people who died. The mournful screams made everyone's hair stand on end. In this state of caution, everyone moved forward for more than 10 miles. After moving forward for more than 10 miles, the danger didn't decrease. Instead, it increased a lot. Moreover, the deeper they went, the more dangerous it became. After another 10 miles, everyone finally arrived at the edge of this dangerous area. However, when they saw what was in front of them, everyone's eyes widened. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. In front of them, there were colorful lights. They looked like a large group of colorful clouds. They also looked like monstrous waves. There were piles of spiritual crystals. Each pile had hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of them. These colorful lights and crystals no longer moved forward. Instead, they revolved around each other, forming a large circle that stood between heaven and earth. Of course, it was very appropriate to call it a colorful light ball. The colorful light ball was rotating at a high speed. As it rotated, some colorful lights would be shaken out. The shaken colorful lights would move forward in a straight line, becoming the colorful lights that everyone saw before. In addition, the spiritual crystals that were shaken out would become the spiritual crystals that everyone had collected before. Rumbling sounds continued to be heard. Everything was like a storm. However, unlike the previous storm, this storm was round. It was as round as a ball. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the colorful light ball in front of them in disbelief. Looking at it as a whole, it looked like a huge ball. However, if one looked carefully, they would find that there were many small, colorful light balls in this huge ball. These small spheres could be formed by a cluster of colorful lights and 3 to 5 piles of spiritual thought crystals to form a sphere that was dozens of meters in diameter. Or, more colorful lights and more spiritual thought crystals to form a sphere that was hundreds of meters in diameter. Inside the giant sphere, there were many smaller spheres. They were all rotating in the same trajectory as the giant sphere. Through the gaps left behind by the rotation of the spiritual thought crystals, everyone could see that in every circle, there was a piece of jade that was emitting a brilliant light. When everyone saw the jade pieces, they were extremely shocked and puzzled. However, when Zichun and the devil ape saw the jade pieces, their bodies shook. The 2 of them looked at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. With just a glance, the 2 of them found that the jade pieces in the circle were similar to the 2 jade pieces that they had obtained from Mr. Wu. As for the 2 jade pieces, one was an extraordinary dual cultivation method, and the other was a fragment of the spiritual cultivation method. At this moment, there were so many jade pieces here. This made Zichun wonder if there was something extraordinary in these jade pieces. No one who could come here was an ordinary person. Everyone naturally saw the jade pieces. To be able to be protected by so many colorful lights and spiritual crystals, this jade piece was naturally extraordinary. Everyone's hearts moved. Look, Heiba and the others. The devil ape pointed to a huge circle in the distance and shouted. Zichun turned his head and saw Heiba and Bai He. The two of them had entered the huge ball and were wandering outside a small ball. They were trying to pass through the layers of colorful lights and spiritual crystals to enter the ball. In addition, Zichun also saw people from other local forces. They all stopped here. Several of them had entered the small ball and were carefully approaching the jade pieces inside. Even the people from the local forces stopped and began to have ideas about the jade pieces. Naturally, no one would foolishly move forward. So, everyone ran toward a circle. During this time, there was another exclamation. Chapter 9:14. At the boundary between this area and the sphere, there was a layer of invisible light curtain. This light curtain was a kind of law. This law had no lethality or blocking power. Obviously, it was just to form this strange place. This place was very strange, so it was normal to have the power of law. Moreover, in such a strange place, it would be strange if no one found the power of law. Everyone slowly walked forward and entered the barrier of laws, reaching the sphere's boundary. As soon as he entered, he heard a deafening sound. The entire sphere was spinning, and it was as if the entire world was spinning. Colorful lights, crystals, and dazzling lights appeared. They were gorgeous and dazzling, but they also contained a formless killing intent. Zichun and the devil ape also walked in. There was an area with a width of more than 20 meters around the sphere. It could be considered a safe zone. Other than the colorful lights and crystals that occasionally shot out, there were no other dangers. After everyone arrived, they looked at the many small spheres. After thinking for a while, they went to find their target. In an instant, 6 people moved. All 6 of them were Xiantian warriors. The movement skills they displayed were very mysterious. They could move like lightning in a small area. They bypassed the colorful lights and approached the sphere. During this time, they dodged several spiritual thought crystals that shot out. The others weren't in a hurry to rush forward. Instead, they all looked at the 6 people. Among the 6 people, there was a Xiantian realm martial artist wearing a blue battle armor who was the fastest. His luck was also extremely good. In just 3 breaths of time, he arrived outside of a small sphere. At this moment, the rotating sphere was 30 meters in size. There were many open spaces in it. If one seized the opportunity, they would be able to flash in. Seeing the situation, everyone was suddenly envious. Obviously, the other party could find such an easy-to-enter ball in such a short time. Moreover, his speed seemed to be approaching that of the local forces that had arrived first. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise. As the sphere rotated, it shot out a large number of colorful lights. Among the colorful lights, there were many spiritual thought crystals, densely packed like raindrops. The expression of the trial challenger in armor suddenly changed. Light flashed under his feet, and he retreated like a bolt of lightning. However, his speed was far from being comparable to the colorful lights and spiritual thought crystals. Many rainbow-colored lights and spiritual wool crystals landed on the other party's body. A series of popping sounds rang out as the rainbow-colored lights enveloped the other party. With a flash, the spiritual wool crystals pierced through the other party's body, causing many bloody holes to appear. By the time this trial taker landed in a safe zone in the periphery, his body had already been turned into a sieve by the crystals. As for his vitality, it had long been extinguished by the colorful light. The blue battle armor that had originally protected him had been shattered beyond recognition. A Xiantian realm martial artist had died just like that. Everyone's expression immediately changed. At this moment, the other 5 people were also attacked by the multicolored light and the spiritual thought crystal. Popping sounds rang out again. When the colorful light and the crystal were far away, 2 more people fell down. The remaining 3 people successfully retreated, but 2 of them were seriously injured. There were a few bloody holes on their bodies, but fortunately, they were not hit in the head. 6 people went forward, and 3 of them returned without success. 3 people died, and this made the others feel a lot heavier. After that, no one rashly went forward. Instead, they stayed in a safe area and carefully observed the sphere. During this time, other people arrived one after another. There was no way to hide here, so all the powerhouses showed up. In addition to the 5-element spirit body, Zichen also saw a young man with a sword on his back. The moment Zichen saw him, he had an illusion that he was looking at a glowing sword. After seeing the 5-element spirit body, there was not much shock or surprise on this person's face. Obviously, he had already known of the other party's existence. Moreover, from the other party's indifferent expression, Zichun could feel that he was not afraid of the 5 people. The arrival of the 5-element spirit body successfully attracted a lot of exclamations. At this moment, seeing the sword-carrying man, exclamations rang out again. Jinshin, the sword sex Jinshin, is also here. Amidst the exclamations, Zichun found out the identity of this person. He was actually the most powerful existence in the sword sect, and Jinshin was an existence comparable to a spirit body. The people of the sword sect walked towards the sword-carrying man and called him senior brother. The sword-carrying man nodded and inadvertently glanced at Zichun. Zichun saw a cold sword tint in his eyes. After that, the sword-carrying man's gaze turned to the front and looked at the balls. After Jinshin, another tall man walked in. He did not look as strong as a physique cultivator, but his body was full of strength. His vertical pupils were flamboyant and domineering. The tyrant body of the tyrant Dao clan also came. After he came in, his strange eyes fell on the balls, and his face showed great interest. After that, another black-clothed man walked in. This was an extremely ordinary black-clothed man. After he came in, he did not cause any exclamations. However, whether it was the 5-element spirit body, the tyrant body, or Jinshin, all of them looked at him. The strong people arrived one after another, but they did not start fighting. Everyone's eyes swept over Zichun. They were either cold, unkind, or blatant greedy. But now, collecting the jade pieces and the balls was the most important thing, and no one had the time to fight. With the previous example, everyone was no longer impulsive. Instead, they quietly looked at the balls. During this time, Zichen and the devil ape were carefully watching the trajectory of a ball that was close to 50 meters in size. Everyone did not move for a long time. As they stared at the balls, their sea of consciousness was also constantly deducing. Buzz. Suddenly, a vibration came from one of the balls. The vibration attracted everyone's attention. As they looked over, they saw a native force reach the center of the ball and grab the jade piece. After the jade piece was in his hand, the whole ball began to vibrate as if it had lost its center of gravity. The ball's trajectory began to slow down, and the colorful light in it began to dissipate. The spiritual stones also became loose. The loosened spiritual thought stones had lost their lethality and were easily taken away by this local force. Seeing Heiba take away all the spiritual stones, Zichen's eyes flashed. Beside him, the devil ape said, "Do you want to go and rob him?" Zichen pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No, let him live for a while." Before this, Zichun had been looking at one of the balls. At this moment, with the help of his spiritual thoughts, he had a general idea. He signaled the devil ape to stay here. Then his figure flashed and turned into a beam of light to go forward. Unexpectedly, as soon as Zichen moved, someone not far away also moved. It was the spiritual body of the Hua clan. It unexpectedly chose the same ball as Zichun. The two of them displayed mysterious footwork in the air, one after another, dodging the colorful light and the spiritual stones that were shot at them. After a few breaths, they arrived outside the ball. The two of them did not rush into the ball but stood outside. They looked at each other and saw the cold light in each other's eyes. Looking at each other, the two of them did not speak or move. They just stood there motionless. This exchange of gazes lasted for about 5 breaths. After 5 breaths, the spiritual body of the Hua clan snorted coldly. Its figure flashed and took advantage of the hole in the ball to enter. Just as the spiritual body of the Hua clan entered, a large cloud of colorful light appeared behind Zichun. There were also spiritual stones that were as dense as raindrops. A large wave of colorful light swept towards Zichun, causing a series of exclamations to ring out. Facing the attack from behind, Zichun seemed to have already noticed it. He did not retreat or dodge, but instead flew forward. At this moment, the trajectory of his flight was completely following the trajectory of the ball. From a distance, it seemed that there were many colorful lights following behind Zichun. However, after Zichun flew 100 meters according to the trajectory, the colorful lights broke away from the trajectory and flew outside. Zichun's dodging method was extremely surprising, but not everyone could imitate it. This was because Zichun had the world's fastest speed and could guarantee that he would be faster than the colorful lights for a short period of time. However, the others could not. At this moment, the other experts also moved one after another. They found their respective targets and left in a flash. For a time, several lights flashed. However, those who dared to move at this moment were all powerhouses comparable to the spiritual body of the Hua clan. The others still did not dare to rashly move forward. Zichun circled around the ball but did not enter it. During this time, his eyes were fixed on a certain part of the ball. At the same time, the high-quality spiritual thoughts in his sea of consciousness simulated the rotation of the ball. From the ball, the Hua clan's spiritual body's proud and disdainful voice sounded. He said to Zichun, "This jade piece is mine. As for you, go wherever you want to go." Zichun was not angry. He did not even blink. He was unmoved. In his sea of consciousness, the simulated ball was rapidly rotating. As the ball rotated, the ball in Zichun's sea of consciousness emitted a large amount of colorful light and spiritual stones. Just as the simulation in Zichun's sea of consciousness was completed, the colorful light and spiritual stones appeared behind Zichun again. This time, Zichun still rushed forward and rotated around the ball at extreme speed. However, under the perception of his spiritual thoughts, he found that there were more colorful lights than the real ones. However, to be able to deduce the trajectory of the ball in such a short period of time, Zichun was indeed extraordinary. Under everyone's gaze, Zichun stood outside the ball. Every time a colorful light appeared, he would be the first to dodge. However, dodging at the periphery was useless as he did not enter the depths. During this time, the Hua clan's spiritual body had already dodged deeper and was about to reach the jade piece. "I'm about to get the jade piece. You don't have to deliberately deduce it. This is a physical task, not a mental one." The Hua clan's spiritual body continued to mock. Zichun, who had been unmoved, suddenly smiled. He turned to look at the Hua clan's spiritual body and said, "Is that so? A physical task, but why do I feel that this is a mental task?" Just as they were chatting, a silver light flashed on Zichun's back. The heavenly thunder wings appeared. Then, he flapped them and flew forward. Chapter 9:15. Zichun's eyes were fixed on the big ball in front of him. In his sea of consciousness, the ball in his mind was already the same as the one in front of him. As the ball changed, the ball in Zichun's sea of consciousness would also change accordingly. It could be said that in a short period of time, Zichun had completely understood the trajectory of the big ball. Now, he was waiting for an opportunity to rush in. Just as the ball in his sea of consciousness rotated to a certain point, Zichun saw an empty door in the huge ball. This empty door was huge and could go straight into the depths. The thunder wings on Zichun's back suddenly began to vibrate dozens of times. This was a high-frequency vibration, which directly led to a hurricane. After that, a strong thrust appeared behind Zichun. At the same time, a bright silver light flashed around Zichun's body. When the empty door of the ball in reality was facing him, he used the thrust and the world's fastest speed to force his way in. This rush did not circle forward, but rushed in a straight line, which immediately caused an uproar. In the eyes of the crowd, this kind of forceful charge was simply courting death. However, not only did Zichun not die, but he also used an extremely fast speed to enter the depths and reach the side of the jade piece. From beginning to end, he had used less than a breath of time. This speed left everyone speechless, But what was even more shocking and difficult to accept was that Zichun had not encountered any attacks while he had been in a straight line. The monster ape had been using the delusion breaker eye to carefully observe Zichun's every move. Among everyone, it was probably the only one who could clearly see the trajectory of Zichun's entry. Zichun did not enter in a straight line, but moved in a small slanted range. During this period, he avoided several attacks and used his body to withstand several attacks before reaching the side of the jade piece. Zichun's speed was extremely fast. In less than a breath, he reached the side of the jade piece. However, when he flapped his wings, the other two also exerted their strength to resist several attacks and reached the side of the jade piece. The three of them almost arrived at the same time. After getting close, they grabbed the jade piece together. When one hand grabbed the jade piece, the other hand was not idle. Instead, it gathered strength to launch a strong attack. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not, but the mighty body and the spirit body attacked Zichun at the same time. It could be considered as a temporary alliance. A glaring light flashed, and a terrifying aura surged, wanting to kill Zichun. However, Zichun didn't dodge this attack. The lightning wings on his back suddenly curled up, protecting Zichun. During this time, Zichun didn't hesitate and directly grabbed the jade piece. In the end, Zichun was a step faster. He grabbed the jade piece before the other two, but at that moment, the other two attacks landed on Zichun. Zichun's speed was indeed fast, but in exchange, he didn't counterattack or defend. He could be considered to be taking these two attacks head-on, using his life to seize the treasure. Just as Zichun grabbed hold of the jade piece, two attacks landed on his lightning wings, causing two loud explosions to ring out. After which, Zichun's body flew backwards. As he flew backwards, he was attacked by hundreds of crystal stones that had slowed down his speed. Pong 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 sounds continuously rang out. Even so, his hand still tightly gripped onto the jade piece. This kind of stubbornness towards treasures really made one blush with shame. After the jade piece was taken away, the spinning sphere immediately slowed down. This time, it slowed down even faster than before. This also caused Zichun to suffer hundreds of attacks, but the power was not as strong as before. The eyes of Heba and the others suddenly blazed. Their eyes were fixed on the sky, full of expectation. It was as if a miracle was about to happen in the next moment. Right now. Their expressions were extremely excited. Their 1,000-year wait was about to be verified if it was worth it. Two huge forces landed on the lightning wings, sending Zichun flying at the same time. However, Zichun didn't suffer any fatal injuries as everyone imagined. The Lightning Clan's supreme treasure, the heavenly lightning wings, blocked at least 60% of the force for him. The remaining 40% was nothing to a perfect body. As for the crystal attacks, due to their greatly reduced speed, Zichun didn't suffer any serious injuries. Furthermore, while Zichun was retreating, he took the opportunity to collect dozens of spiritual perception crystals. Only when Zichun flew out of the sphere did everyone react. Zichun had unbelievably obtained the jade piece despite taking action later. This left everyone taken aback. Having the jade piece snatched away by Zichun in an instant, the overlord body and spirit body felt like they had lost face. Their expressions turned gloomy. Existences like them valued their reputation greatly. Therefore, when the jade piece was taken away, their eyes flashed with anger. However, they didn't take away the spiritual perception crystals that were of great use to them. On this point, the two of them had very different personalities from Zichun and Monk. If it were Zichun and Monk, even if they couldn't obtain the jade piece, they couldn't go empty-handed. They would definitely get some spiritual perception crystals. However, to Zichun, it was a good thing to encounter such existences who valued their reputation and pride. He flew backward, and just as he stabilized himself, he went forward again. After going forward, Zichun began to wantonly collect the spiritual perception crystals. It had to be said that these spiritual perception crystals were the most numerous among all the spheres. Zichun was happily collecting the crystals, so he didn't notice that the experts around him who were in a state of shock were waking up from their shock and surrounding him. With the disappearance of all the light spheres, there was no more danger here. Even the outside world was no longer dangerous. Everyone could walk around without fear. When the light spheres disappeared, the heavenly book didn't appear. However, there was a page of the heavenly book on Zichun. Therefore, at this moment, everyone's attention was on Zichun. Zichun was happily collecting the spiritual perception crystals. When he noticed the situation around him, he was already surrounded. There were so many experts around him. Once all of them attacked, Zichun could be killed in one blow. However, Zichun wasn't afraid because he wouldn't stand there stupidly and let others kill him. Hand over the heavenly book and I'll let you die quickly. The Hua clan's spiritual body was the first to speak. His voice was cold and his face was full of killing intent. Zichun looked at him and said sarcastically, I thought you would say that if I hand over the heavenly book, you would spare my life. The Hua clan's spiritual body said coldly, You're dreaming. If you kill me, you can only use your life to atone for your crime. Zichun ignored the Hua clan's spiritual body and looked around at the other experts. He then asked, You guys want to kill me too? The five elements' spiritual body didn't say anything. Cold light flashed in their eyes, and the killing intent surging around them had already explained everything. The overlord body smiled and said, We have no enmity with you. Just hand over the heavenly book. We can spare your life, but you have to leave the item behind. The youth with the heart of the sword also said, That's right. We only want the heavenly book, and we won't kill you. Zichun looked at the two of them and said seriously, But if you want my heavenly book, it's like wanting my life. If you want to take my resources, it's like taking my life. You guys still want to kill me. The overlord body spread his hands and said, Since that's what you think and say, then we have no choice but to kill you. Facing the killing intent surging around him, Zichun's expression didn't change. There was even a faint smile on his face. He said to the crowd, Our purpose is actually the same. We all want the heavenly book. However, don't you find it strange that the heavenly book hasn't appeared yet? Moreover, those people from the local forces aren't anxious at all. They didn't follow you guys to kill me. After Zichun was surrounded, he had been paying attention to Heiba and the others with his spiritual senses. He found that their emotions were fluctuating and they were looking at the sky. However, when he scanned with his spiritual senses, there was nothing above his head. It was empty. When Zichun spoke, everyone subconsciously glanced at Heiba and the others. Although Heiba and the others deliberately avoided the crowd, it was still discovered that their gazes were fixed on the sky. However, there was nothing in the sky, and there was nothing unusual with the spiritual senses. Out of curiosity, everyone subconsciously raised their heads. It didn't matter if they didn't raise their heads. Once they did, their bodies trembled. Then, their expressions changed dramatically. Some were excited, some were ecstatic. In the sky, a golden light slowly descended. This shining golden light was like a piece of paper, but also like flowing water. It emitted an intoxicating light. This golden light could only be seen with the eyes. Spiritual senses couldn't detect it. Moreover, even if one used their eyes, they could only see a vague outline. On the surface of the golden light, the power of the rules was surging. This is the heavenly book. The heavenly book has appeared. The heavenly book has appeared. It's definitely the heavenly book. It's exactly the same as the one that the aboriginals gave to Zichun. Then, there was a burst of exclamations. At this moment, everyone completely ignored Zichun and looked at the sky. Their emotions were fluctuating violently. Zichun also took this opportunity to show his extreme speed. He broke away from the crowd's encirclement and stood beside the devil ape. At this moment, the devil ape also raised its head and looked at the heavenly book descending from the sky. The red light in its eyes kept flashing. After seeing the heavenly book, Zichun's face was also filled with surprise. The heavenly book had appeared. It had appeared without any warning. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Then, all kinds of lights shone. Rays of light shot up into the sky. One by one, figures rushed towards the heavenly book in the sky. Waves of powerful aura were released. The energy exploded in the sky, surging violently. The destructive energy kept spreading. The energy ripples kept shaking, causing the space to distort. Don't snatch it. Now is not the time to snatch it. The change happened in an instant. Before Heiba and the others could finish their words, various attacks had already been launched. They shouted too late. Then, their faces were filled with frustration and annoyance. But more than that, there was anger. This damn guy. Why didn't he wait for the heavenly book to descend before snatching it? Wasn't this the same situation as 1,000 years ago? 1,000 years ago, as newcomers, they had made the same mistake, causing them to miss the heavenly book. 1,000 years later, they had become veterans with experience. But these newcomers had made the same mistake. Sure enough, just as everyone rose into the sky, the heavenly book's trajectory changed due to the surge of energy. Chapter 9:16. Seeing Zichen's actions, the Hua family's spiritual body was stunned. However, after realizing what Zichen was trying to do, it began to laugh out loud. Idiot, this sphere revolves towards the outside. Otherwise, how can these crystals and colorful lights be thrown out? Even if you're fast enough, you won't be able to follow the trajectory. You're just wasting your energy, the Hua family's spiritual body mocked. Is that so? Zichen's voice sounded again. However, he was not far away from the Hua family's spiritual body. Previously, Zichen was still outside the sphere, but now, he was inside the sphere. He turned into a bolt of silver lightning and spun around the sphere. It seemed like he was doing something useless, but in reality, he was following a certain trajectory and was slowly approaching the center of the sphere. Seeing that Zichen was getting closer and closer to the center, the Hua family's spiritual body knew that something was wrong. Flames surged around its body as it tried to forcibly take the jade piece. Zichen saw this and sneered, "It's useless. This is mental work, not physical work." As soon as Zichen finished speaking, a large number of colorful lights and crystals spun out and swept towards the Hua family's spiritual body. Seeing so many colorful lights coming, the latter's expression changed. Light flashed under its feet as its body turned into flames and retreated. Although it narrowly avoided this wave of attacks, the Hua family's spiritual body found that it had retreated to the periphery. When it looked at Zichen again, it was already very close. Under the guidance of Zichen's high-quality spiritual senses, nothing unexpected happened. Zichen, who was spinning, successfully reached the center of the sphere. Then, with a flash, he left the orbit and grabbed the jade piece with one hand. After grabbing the jade piece, Zichen felt as if he had grasped the laws. Then, he held the jade piece in his hand and put it away. After the jade piece was taken away, the colorful lights and crystals began to slow down. Just as the Hua family's spiritual body was stunned, Zichen dispersed the colorful lights and took away the surrounding crystals. The Hua clan's spirit body stared blankly at Zichen as he took away the thousands of crystals. He didn't stop him, nor did he try to snatch them away. It was unknown whether he was concerned about his reputation or if he had forgotten about this in his shock. After collecting all the crystals, Zichen let out a sigh of relief. He raised the jade piece in his hand and said to the Hua family's spirit body, "Look, this is mental work, not physical work." In the face of Zichen's taunts, the Hua family's spiritual body's expression instantly changed. However, before he could attack, Zichen had already put away the jade piece and flapped his lightning wings to fly toward another ball. During this period of time, another 2 balls were taken away. They were obtained by the 2 native forces. Now, there were only 4 balls left. With 4 gone, the giant ball didn't continue to replenish itself. It was clear that with every ball taken away, there would be 1 less. The others also sped up, and the other Xiantian realm martial artists also began to find their targets. As the number of balls decreased, the people who hadn't obtained anything began to grow anxious. It was inevitable that they would become bolder, but these balls were filled with all sorts of dangers, and they couldn't afford to be distracted. After becoming anxious, it was inevitable that they would be distracted. This led to several more Xiantian realm martial artists being struck by crystals and dying. The demon ape didn't move forward. Instead, it stood in a safe zone and watched Zichen. At this time, Zichen had already finished deducing the second ball. He flapped his lightning wings and began to circle around the ball, approaching the depths from the edge. The deduction time this time was much shorter, and there were some unforeseen events that occurred. Although they were only minor mistakes and weren't fatal, they still caused Zichen to break out in a cold sweat. It wasn't until Zichen smoothly obtained the second jade piece that the cold sweat finally dissipated. The speed of the balls around him had greatly decreased. Zichen warned himself that he couldn't be careless, because carelessness could lead to death. After Zichen obtained 2 jade pieces, the others also obtained theirs, causing the number of jade pieces here to decrease. There were still 8 balls left, but all of them were occupied, and there was more than one person inside. The difficulty of obtaining the third jade piece had increased for Zichen, but he didn't give up. With a flap of his lightning wings, he arrived outside of one of the balls. This was the largest of the 8 balls. Inside, the Jin family's spiritual body was dodging the attacks of the crystals. The Tyrant clan's tyrant body was also inside. Zichen chose this one because both of them had just entered, and it would take some time for them to successfully obtain the jade pieces. During this time, if Zichen's luck was good enough and his deduction speed was fast enough, he could seize the opportunity to obtain the jade pieces. After the 2 of them blocked the first wave of attacks, they saw Zichen in the outside world. The corners of their mouths curled up into a sneer, as if to tell Zichen that it was only now that they were done. After that, the 2 of them looked at each other, one on the left and one on the right, as they approached the center of the sphere from opposite directions. In the outside world, Zichen had already memorized this ball at an extremely fast speed. Then, he let the ball rotate rapidly inside his sea of consciousness. As it rotated, Zichen would find an extremely safe path to go deeper. Vibrations constantly came from the side. The jade pieces in the other balls were taken away, and then the balls disappeared. Soon, out of the 8 balls, only 3 were left. The other 5 had already been taken away. Other than the one that Zichen had deduced, the other 2 balls were being fought over by a few other people who were comparable to spirit bodies. In one of the balls, there were 3 spiritual bodies. One of them was the spiritual body of the Mu family. Another was the spiritual body of the assassin, and the last one was a young man from the sword sect who had a sword heart. The 3 of them were not far from the center of the jade piece. They were within a controllable range, and they were ready to force their way through the last distance. The spiritual body of the Mu family suddenly released a dazzling green light. This green light was a materialized energy, and it was filled with a powerful aura. After the green light appeared, it surrounded his body and quickly formed a green light shield on the surface of his body. The light shield had an extremely strong defense, and he directly flew toward the jade piece with the light shield. During this time, when the colorful light landed on the light shield, it would immediately bounce off. When the crystals landed on the light shield, they would also make a loud sound and change their direction. The light shield had actually blocked the attack of the spiritual thought crystals. This defensive power was simply incredible. However, there were too many crystals, and they had a strong impact. This caused the spiritual body of the Mu family to greatly decrease his speed as he rushed forward. At the same time, the green light shield around him also became dim after withstanding the attacks. However, this green light shield was enough to last him until he got close to the jade piece. Just as the spiritual body of the Mu family was about to attack the jade piece, the assassin also moved. Light flashed around his body, and he actually melted into the void and disappeared. The devil ape had been watching him from the outside. This was because, in the devil ape's opinion, he was the only one in the group who could silently approach Zichen and make Zichen suffer. Just as the assassin's figure disappeared, the devil ape had already activated the delusion breaker eye. Then, the devil ape's body trembled, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. This was because the delusion breaker eye had not discovered the assassin's figure. Damn it! How could this be? The devil ape cursed. The red light in his eyes burned even brighter, like 2 sharp blades. After activating the delusion breaker eye to the limit, he saw a blurry figure appear in the ball. At this moment, this figure was rapidly dodging the crystals and colorful lights. Its speed was extremely fast, and as it dodged, it charged toward the jade piece in front of it. Furthermore, the devil ape clearly saw the crystal hit the figure, but it did not react. It was as if it had hit an illusory figure. A loud sword hum suddenly sounded in the sky. The sword sect youth with the heart of the sword also made his move. The long sword on his back was unsheathed for the first time, and it emitted a blinding sword light. After the sword hum, the blinding light filled the entire ball. The youth with the heart of the sword held the longsword and became one with it. With an indomitable force, he charged toward the jade piece in front of him. The blinding sword light was like a materialized energy. Everywhere it passed, regardless of whether it was the crystals or the colorful lights, everything was blocked. One person and one sword, who moved later but arrived first, shook off the attacks of the crystals and reached the jade piece. However, before he could grab the jade piece, a fierce attack came from beside him. When the fierce attack appeared, it was accompanied by a monstrous killing intent. It was the assassin who had also arrived and made a powerful attack at the same time. Just as the assassin was attacking the young man from the sword sect, a green light wrapped around the jade piece like a rope. The spiritual body of the Mu family arrived just in time, but before it could grab the jade piece, a sharp sword light cut through the green light. The three spiritual bodies fought for a jade piece for a short time. In an instant, light flashed and powerful energy surged. However, before everyone could see it clearly, the three of them had already stopped. The jade piece finally fell into the hands of the sword sect youth. The three of them stood in three different directions, allowing the crystals around them to slow down. They did not continue to fight for it. The sword sect youth took the jade piece, and the other two flashed away. As soon as this side ended, in another ball, the spiritual body of the Hua family successfully took the jade piece. The people of the Shui family and the Tu family did not fight with him. At this moment, in the huge ball world, there was only one ball left. The spiritual body of the Hua family and the tyrant body were trying to get to the center. As for Zichun, he was completely ignored because he was still deducing and had not yet entered. Heiba and the others stared at the largest ball. From their eager and excited eyes, it could be seen that they did not care who got the ball. They just wanted the ball to disappear as soon as possible. In addition to Heiba, the other people from the local forces also had the same expression. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the two people in the ball. In their eyes, it was going to be a short battle. However, at this moment, Zichun, who had been deducing outside, moved. He spread the thunder wings on his back and was about to enter. Seeing that Zichun was about to enter, the spiritual body of the Hua family had a mocking look on his face. He said disdainfully, "Idiot, he's about to get the jade piece. Don't you think it's too late?" Although the others did not say anything, their expressions were similar to the spiritual body of the Hua family. They all thought that Zichun had no chance. He was just going to show off his existence. Because the two people in the sphere were not too far away from the jade piece, they could use their strength to force their way through. Zichun, on the other hand, needed some time to enter, and that time was enough for the jade piece to find its owner. Chapter 9:17. The Heavenly Book, wrapped in the power of the rules, turned into a beam of light and flew away at an extremely fast speed, like a bolt of golden lightning. Chase! Chase after it and stop the Heavenly Book. As soon as the Heavenly Book flew away, a loud shout came from the crowd. Then, they all turned into streams of light and chased after the Heavenly Book in the distance. Damn it, we can only chase after it. Seeing this scene, Heiba and the others' faces were ugly to the extreme, but judging from the situation in front of them, it seemed that they could only chase forward. As for whether they could catch up, Heiba and the others had no confidence because 1,000 years ago, the Heavenly Book was lost under such circumstances. Several of them showed their extreme speed and went straight for the Heavenly Book. Streams of light flashed, afraid that they would be a little slower. Stop them. Don't let these native forces come over. We will take the Heavenly Book. You guys stop them. A group of spirit masters immediately ordered their subordinates to stop these native forces because these people were too cunning. In addition to being cunning, they were also more experienced, so they deliberately stopped them from moving forward. The innate warriors who wanted to chase after the Heavenly Book immediately turned around and rushed toward the native forces with weapons in hand after hearing the words of the spirit masters. Having their plan ruined, Heiba and the others were already in a state of madness, and their expressions were even more ferocious. At this moment, seeing these people dare to stop them and not let them go forward, they were immediately furious. Go to hell. They shouted loudly with crazy killing intent on their faces. One after another, they did almost the same action. With a wave of their sleeves, rays of light appeared from the cuffs of their sleeves. After these rays of light appeared from the cuffs, they shook and transformed into strange beasts. These strange beasts included tigers, leopards, lions, and wolves. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 of them appeared. After these strange beasts appeared, they let out a shocking roar. Their cold eyes looked at the trial takers and directly rushed toward them. The trial takers' spiritual senses were unable to detect the true strength of the strange beasts in front of them. However, as Scientian martial artists, they were very powerful. As long as they didn't encounter a spirit body, they would be invincible. Most of them weren't afraid of these strange beasts. The strange beasts rushed over, and they all used their strongest attacks. In an instant, various energy rays flashed, and various powerful attacks fell from the sky, rushing toward the strange beasts in front of them. Facing such an attack, the exotic beasts actually didn't dodge at all. The few that charged forward were instantly blasted apart by the energy attack. The Scientian realm cultivators had mocking expressions on their faces when they saw the exotic beasts unable to withstand a single blow. In their opinion, not only were these exotic beasts unable to withstand a single blow, they were also brainless. They knew they were going to die, yet they still charged forward without hesitation. The trial challenger was a bit surprised by the appearance of a human figure, but he didn't stop attacking. His fierce attacks appeared once more. Boom, boom, boom. The human exploded a few meters away from the trial challenger. The pride in the human's eyes grew even stronger when he destroyed his enemy so easily. But at that moment, a bright light suddenly rushed out from the explosion of energy, rushing directly toward the space between the trial challenger's eyebrows. This happened so quickly that the trial challenger had no time to react. Caught off guard, the trial challenger was hit, and his body immediately stopped moving. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his head as a surge of energy entered his knowledge sea. The same scene happened to the other trial challengers. They thought they had destroyed the other party's body, but they didn't expect the other party to have such a terrifying spiritual sense. The spiritual sense emitted a bright light that entered the trial challenger's forehead, displaying the most powerful spiritual sense attack. The spiritual sense attack was extremely powerful. Coupled with the fact that it was caught off guard, one of the Scientian warriors couldn't withstand it, and his spiritual sense was destroyed. After the person died, the spiritual thoughts in his sea of consciousness quickly emerged and successfully took control of the person's body. After that, the trial taker, who had been possessed in an instant, began to brandish his weapon and attack his companions beside him. At the beginning of the battle, these trial challengers suffered great losses, but they quickly reacted and retreated after the first attack. Although they could save their lives, they couldn't stop the attack. Ba and the others also quickly chased after the heavenly book amidst the chaos. Soon, Ba and the others disappeared from sight. Here, the battle was still going on. Outside the melee, there were two people standing. It was Zichun and the devil ape. Seeing the crowd leave, Zichun was still indifferent. Instead, he looked ahead with a strange expression. The devil ape's face was full of anxiety. If we don't chase, we won't be able to get the heavenly book, it said. Chase. Zichun looked at the devil ape. The strange expression on his face didn't diminish. Where should we chase? The devil ape looked at Zichun as if he was an idiot and couldn't help but say, Are you stupid? Of course we should chase in the direction where the heavenly book escaped. Let's go quickly, or it'll be too late. Zichun heard it and smiled. The strange expression on his face disappeared. He then shook his head and said, No, we should chase in the opposite direction. In the opposite direction? The devil ape was stunned. Zichun nodded and said seriously, In my perception, the heavenly book flew in that direction. The devil ape immediately shouted, Stupid, stupid. You must be stupid. Zichun, you're stupid. I just used the delusion breaker eye to see the heavenly book flying in that direction, and the spirits are chasing in that direction. You're really stupid. Zichun didn't explain further. Instead, he grabbed the devil ape and said, Let's go quickly, If we don't go now, we won't be able to catch up. With that, Zichun took the devil ape and flew in the opposite direction. During this time, several trial takers saw Zichun fly away, and their faces suddenly showed strange expressions. Obviously, they had heard the conversation between Zichun and the devil ape. One of the trial takers suddenly slapped his forehead and said, "Damn it, we fell into a trap. This Zichun isn't looking for the heavenly book, he's running away." Another person also realized, that's right, he must have taken the opportunity to run away. Damn it, this guy is really cunning. The third person shouted, "Then why are we wasting our energy here? Let's go after them quickly." The others nodded and then abandoned the exotic beasts. They turned and chased in the direction Zichun and the devil ape went. Soon, there were no traces of the trial takers, but the remaining exotic beasts didn't chase after Heba and the others. Instead, they went in the opposite direction. No one knew if they were chasing after the trial takers or Zichun. In the process of flying, the devil ape also quickly learned of Zichun's intention. He chuckled. "So you want us to run away?" Zichun glared at the devil ape and said, "Run away? We're going to look for the heavenly book." A knowing smile appeared on the devil ape's face as it nodded repeatedly, indicating that it understood. Obviously, in its opinion, Zichun didn't want to admit that he was afraid that the spirits would escape, so he found such a high-sounding reason. However, in this way, they would be far away from the spirits and would no longer be in danger. Although there was no danger, they still missed the heavenly book. The devil ape didn't know how important the heavenly book was to others, but he knew that this page of the heavenly book was extremely important to Zichun. Because with this page of the heavenly book, Zichun could combine the human scroll of the heavenly book, and his essence, chi, and spirit would reach perfection and break through to the human realm. He would be the strongest in the human realm. However, the devil ape couldn't understand Zichun's abnormal behavior today. He took the initiative to give up the heavenly book. Since he couldn't figure it out, the devil ape could only follow Zichun. However, as they flew, the devil ape realized that something was wrong. Zichun wasn't leading him in the direction they came from, but in the opposite direction of the heavenly book. During this period, Zichun changed directions several times. Sometimes, he even led the devil ape in circles. Looking at his serious face, he didn't look like he was running away at all. It seemed that he was really looking for something. Is it possible? Is the heavenly book really here? The devil ape looked serious for the first time. Because they took a few more turns halfway, the other Xiantian realm warriors caught up with them. When they were still some distance away from Zichun, they shouted loudly. As for the content of their shouts, it was nothing more than disgusting words like, "Don't run. Fight with the spirits if you have the ability." Soon, a series of roars came from behind. It was the strange beasts and humans who had caught up. The devil ape didn't have a good impression of these strange beasts and humans. He couldn't help but scold, "Humans imitate beasts. You're neither human nor beast." Zichun ignored them. He went in circles and turned corners. Behind him, the Xiantian realm warriors were puzzled when they saw Zichun's strange behavior. However, they were afraid of Zichun's battle strength and could only follow behind. They didn't dare to rush forward. Under the cover of the rules, the heavenly book flew in a straight line. Behind them, the spirits chased desperately, even at the expense of their life essence. A page of the heavenly book was really precious. Everyone was desperately chasing after it. During this period, almost everyone showed their peak speed, but even their subversive speed was still a little short of obtaining the heavenly book. Behind them, Heba and the others quickly caught up. After they caught up, they released the strange beasts again, wanting to stop the spirits. However, these spirits were all in the human origin realm. Their battle strength was unimaginable. As soon as the strange beasts rushed over, they were killed by the spirits. This kind of killing was done by the spirits. It was very decisive. In addition to Heba and the others, the spirits were also secretly competing with the others. It was either you sneak attack me, or I take the opportunity to attack you. Because of this, they couldn't catch up with the heavenly book. Just as this kind of infighting continued, the power of the rules on the heavenly book suddenly increased. Along the way, not only did the power of the rules not decrease, but it increased. This made the people who noticed this puzzled. When Heba and the others saw this, their faces changed drastically. Stop fighting. Quickly break the power of the rules on the heavenly book. Otherwise, it will disappear. Chapter 9:18. As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed. They couldn't care less about the infighting and started to chase after the heavenly book at their fastest speed. Without the infighting, everyone's speed was obviously faster. After each of them displayed their extreme speed, the distance between them and the heavenly book was getting closer and closer. Just like that, the two sides stopped fighting and continued flying for hundreds of thousands of miles. After flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, the amount of law energy on the heavenly book increased. This made everyone have a bad feeling. Then, they all unleashed powerful attacks against the heavenly book. In the sky, all kinds of energy started to surge. Terrifying attacks kept falling. In the midst of the vibrations, the space was distorted even more. This time, everyone chased for another 100,000 miles. The heavenly book's power of rules had reached a certain limit. Seeing this, Heba and the others' eyes were filled with despair. Because this was what happened 1,000 years ago. At this point, the heavenly book suddenly disappeared. It disappeared without a sign. Damn it, it's all your fault. Heba looked at the spiritual bodies with hatred in his eyes. His eyes were filled with hatred. It was the same look that the native forces had when they stayed here 1,000 years ago. He had waited for 1,000 years in this world for the heavenly book, but now he didn't have the chance. He couldn't get the heavenly book anymore. He didn't have another 1,000 years to wait because his cultivation level didn't allow it. This world would reject the existence of the mid-stage mortal origin realm. He had been suppressing himself for 1,000 years just for this day, but 1,000 years was the limit. They didn't have another 1,000 years to wait. The others' faces were also extremely ugly. The situation in front of them was too similar to what happened 1,000 years ago. This meant that their 1,000 years of waiting were in vain. However, before they could curse or retaliate, they saw that the heavenly book in front of them suddenly slowed down. This situation was somewhat unusual and had not happened thousands of years ago. The group's faces changed. They sped up again. This time, they didn't have to chase very far before they caught up with the heavenly book. At this moment, the heavenly book was emitting a bright golden light. It looked like a huge golden light ball. The surface of the light ball was covered with the power of rules, preventing them from getting close. The heavenly book did not turn into golden light and disappear. Instead, it stopped. However, there were rules protecting it. The crowd arrived and watched from a distance. Their faces were filled with doubt and vigilance. They wondered why the heavenly book had stopped and were on guard against the people around them. After stopping, there was no more movement on the heavenly book. However, the power of rules on the surface of the book was still blocking everyone. The gazes of all the experts landed on the people from the local forces. The questioning look on their faces was very obvious. Wu Cheng looked at the heavenly book in the golden light ball in front of him and shook his head. 1,000 years ago, the heavenly book disappeared under such circumstances. This situation did not occur. When Tsang Qing heard this, he also said, "Indeed, it is very strange that the heavenly tomes suddenly stopped. It is somewhat abnormal. Could it be that they want us to blast open the power of rules and then take the heavenly tomes away?" This guess was somewhat reasonable. So after everyone looked at each other, they all opened up a distance. While they were on guard against each other, they launched attacks at the golden light ball in front of them. Everyone's attacks were very powerful. It was not a problem for them to fill the sea and move mountains. However, when it came to breaking the power of rules, their attacks were much weaker. Many beautiful and terrifying attacks landed on the power of rules, but they could not shake it at all. The power of rules on the surface of the heavenly book was still there. All the attacks that came in contact with the power of rules dissipated automatically when they came within 5 meters of the power of rules. Since the attacks were useless, everyone gave up and stared at the golden light ball in front of them. During this period, Heba and the others also used their spiritual senses to observe the changes in the power of rules. They found that the power of rules on the outside of the heavenly book was disappearing automatically. This disappearance was very slow. Only the local forces with special spiritual senses could sense it. However, once it disappeared to a certain extent, the group of spiritual bodies could naturally sense it. The power of rules was disappearing. Once all the rules disappeared, the heavenly book would appear in front of everyone. Heba and the others' expressions did not change. Their eyes were fixed on the golden light ball. However, at this moment, they quickly communicated with each other through their spiritual senses. Our spiritual senses are strong. We can sense the disappearance of the power of rules in advance. This is our advantage. Now, when they are unprepared and have no intention to kill, we should attack immediately. Heba's voice sounded in everyone's mind. There are only 7 of us, but there are 8 of them. Moreover, all of them are spiritual bodies. I am afraid it will be difficult to kill them. A voice sounded. The others did not answer. Obviously, they were in a dilemma. But if we don't kill them, when they sense the weakening of the power of rules, they will be able to guess that the heavenly book will appear naturally. At that time, if these outsiders join forces, we will still have to fight them, Heba said. Indeed, now we have 2 options. One is to kill all of them. The other is to retreat. This time, it was Wu Chang who transmitted his voice. Retreat. How can we just retreat after waiting for 1,000 years? Kill. I agree with killing. Song Qing transmitted his voice. It had to be said that this group of people were not ordinary people. While they were discussing how to kill with their spiritual senses, their expressions did not change at all. In fact, when the spiritual body's gaze swept over, they would even nod at the other party while being on guard. Kill. Now, we can only kill. Soon, the 7 of them reached a consensus to fight against the 8 spiritual bodies. The trial testers are not united. The other 3 are alone. Ignore them for now. Focus on killing the 5 elements. Once you make a move, strike like lightning, Heba commanded. The others naturally agreed. Thus, the battle broke out without warning. Rays of light flickered from the bodies of the 7 people. These rays of light were like raindrops as they charged towards the 5-element spiritual bodies. Before they even landed, these rays of light expanded and turned into mutated beasts. After these mutated beasts appeared, they charged towards the 5 people. The number of strange beasts that appeared in an instant directly exceeded 300, which was equivalent to 300 experts. When they pounced on the 5 of them, they had already displayed their strongest attack. For a time, all kinds of whistling sounds were constantly heard, and all kinds of fierce attacks were constantly launched. In the face of these strange beasts' attacks, the 8 outsiders were not harmonious. After seeing the target of the attack, Tyrant Body, Killer, and Jinshin directly flashed and retreated. On the other hand, the faces of the 5 elemental spirits were filled with astonishment. However, this astonishment was quickly replaced by anger. They let out beastly roars and launched their most ferocious attacks at these exotic beasts. The 5 of them instantly released a bright light. This light was like a light pillar that directly filled the sky. Then, the light pillar began to expand, surging with an extremely terrifying aura, and swept toward the strange beasts around. The 5 of them emitted a 5-colored light. When this 5-colored light fell on the strange beasts, these strange beasts did not even have time to scream before their bodies disappeared under the light. This kind of disappearance was without warning, as if they had evaporated into thin air. Wherever the light passed, there was nothing left of the strange beasts. Whether it was their beast form or human form, or their powerful spiritual senses, they all dissipated after the light shone on them. In a rage, the 5 of them attacked together and instantly destroyed all the strange beasts that appeared around them. This destructive power made everyone's faces change dramatically. However, since Heba and the others wanted to kill them, they naturally had more tricks up their sleeves. In fact, they released the strange beasts just to delay a little bit of time. Although the speed at which the strange beasts were destroyed was unexpectedly fast, it was enough for them to launch an extremely powerful attack. An item appeared in each of their hands. This item surged with an extremely powerful aura. This aura was not inferior to the strange items Ichun had used before. At this moment, under the urging of their extremely powerful spiritual senses, this item instantly exploded and turned into an unimaginable destructive force. These were 7 destructive storms. In the next moment, they swept toward the 5 people. Wherever the destructive storms passed, the light pillars released by the 5 people were instantly suppressed. After being suppressed, they shattered. Soon, the light pillars that had just spread out disappeared. The light on the 5 people was also shattered by the destructive storms. Damn it, mysterious item, came from the storm, followed by a series of explosions. The sky was completely filled with the destructive storms, and the destructive energy was constantly raging. However, this was only the second attack. When the destructive aura of the storm dissipated a little, the 7 of them had already launched their third attack. This attack was also their most powerful attack, and that was their spiritual senses. The 7 of them had stayed here for thousands of years, and they had experienced the things that happened thousands of years ago. They had obtained techniques to strengthen their spiritual senses and many spiritual sense crystals, so their spiritual senses were naturally extremely powerful. Bright light rushed out from the 7 of them, and then turned into powerful attacks, rushing toward the destructive storms in front of them. Among the 7 spiritual senses, Ba transformed into a black tiger. At this moment, the black tiger spoke in human language and said loudly, "Attack the water and wood spirits first." The other strange beasts on the edge of the spiritual senses split up instantly upon hearing Ba's words, and rushed toward the wood and water spirits in a 4-3 formation. The wood and water spirits were resisting the destructive storms, and they were completely in a state of alert. At this moment, the powerful spiritual sense attacks were coming. Although they sensed it, they did not know how to defend themselves. They could only form a strong defense in their sea of consciousness. The 7 spiritual senses rushed in instantly, and then broke through the defense in their sea of consciousness in a domineering manner, and went straight into the deepest part of their sea of consciousness. Boom, boom. After that, 2 earth-shattering explosions sounded between heaven and earth. At the moment of these explosions, the whole world seemed to tremble. The explosions were the heads of the wood and water spirits, and their spiritual senses were destroyed in an instant. The powerful and supposedly invincible spirits were actually killed under such circumstances. Once the news spread, it would definitely cause a stir in the world. Chapter 9:19. Dead. The spirit bodies were actually killed by such a scheme. They were powerful and were known to be invincible, but they were killed by those of the same level. They had almost no flaws. From their spiritual senses to their body to their primary power techniques, they were so powerful. But today, they were killed by a few people who they did not take seriously. The 3 people who were watching from the periphery felt a chill in their hearts. When they looked at the 7 people from the local forces again, their expressions were much more solemn. It should be known that if the 7 of them joined forces to attack one spirit body head-on, they might not be able to kill the spirit body even if they were besieging it at the same time. However, spiritual senses were an extremely fatal weakness. Once they were injured, they would be seriously injured. Once there was a problem, they would die. As for spiritual sense attacks, it was important to be able to defend against them. If they could defend against it, they would live. If they could not, they would die. The 7 people from the local forces clearly grasped this point and launched a fierce attack. This was considered to be using their advantage to attack the spirit body's weakness. One attack was effective. Die. After destroying the spiritual bodies, the 7 powerful spiritual senses returned once again. Because they had consumed too much energy just now, they were no longer solid and had become somewhat illusory. At this moment, a loud shout was heard. It was the spiritual body of the Jin family who had reacted and launched a powerful attack. A towering golden blade slashed down with unimaginable power. It went straight for the 7 people. This attack was actually 1 against 7. Obviously, he was extremely angry. At the same time, he was extremely confident in his attack. In the face of this attack, the 7 people were only spiritual senses. Naturally, It was impossible for them to block it. They tried their best to dodge, but two illusory figures were still cut by the golden blade. With a puff, the two figures dissipated. Two of the 7 people who were standing in the distance immediately vomited blood. Among them was Bai He. At the critical moment, she had blocked the attack for Heba. As soon as the attack ended, a sea of fire appeared in front of everyone. It was as if they were already in the fire domain. In the fire domain, there was a monstrous murderous intent. Everyone's vision was blocked in the fire domain. They could not see their surroundings, but their still powerful spiritual senses immediately sensed that this place was full of danger. After the attack, before they could recover their spiritual senses, there was a riot in the fire domain. Then, a terrifying aura swept through the fire domain. Hurry up and leave. Bai sensed a ferocious aura rushing towards them. She pushed Heba with all her might. Heba, who was about to swallow the spirit crystal, was sent flying backwards. However, as soon as he left his original spot, he saw Bai's body explode. The exploding Bai's body was still burning with flames. These flames were also attacks. As they burned Bai's body, they also burned Bai's spiritual will. White Lotus. Heba couldn't help but shout. At this moment, the earth began to tremble and a whistling sound came from the sky. Huge, earthen yellow rocks fell from the sky towards the fire domain. These rocks were like meteorites, and when they fell, sharp whistling sounds could be heard. After that, there was a series of tremors. Heba and the others' faces fell, and they raised their strongest defenses. At the same time, they waved their sleeves, summoning more mutant beasts. They circled around them, blocking the attacks for them. However, when they rushed out of the fire domain, their faces were pale and their hearts were filled with fear. They looked at each other and found that there were only 5 of them left. The other 2 knew that the fire domain had disappeared, but they didn't appear. The fire domain disappeared, and the meteorites stopped falling from the sky. The spiritual body of the Jin family stood in the middle, and the 2 spiritual bodies of fire and earth stood to the side, coldly looking at the 5 people in front of them. The battle was 3 against 5, but the 3 spiritual bodies were more powerful. On the other hand, the other 5 people were still in fear. The spiritual body's power had already been demonstrated. They had launched a sneak attack and killed 2 of them. However, after taking all kinds of attacks, the spiritual bodies still managed to kill 2 of them. The 2 sides didn't speak, but the murderous intent surging around them said it all. The 3 spiritual bodies didn't have much sadness on their faces. It was the same for the local forces. The only one who was sad was Heba, because Bai died for him. After a round of attacks, the power of rules around the Golden Book decreased a lot. Just as the murderous intent between the 2 sides surged to a limit, and a second round of battle was about to happen, Heba suddenly said, "Why don't we make it a draw?" Make it a draw? Heba's words startled everyone. The Jin family person in front of them said coldly, "That's right. Everyone's goal is the heavenly book. The situation is clear now. As long as the power of rules disappears, the heavenly book will appear." Heba said. The spiritual body of the Hua family looked at him coldly and asked, "So what?" Heba asked back, "Don't you think that if we fight now, both sides will suffer?" The spiritual body of the 2 families suddenly laughed. "Both sides will suffer? You're not worthy." Heba said, "We admit that we can't kill you, but if the 5 of us work together, we can injure the 3 of you to varying degrees. At that time, I'm afraid the 3 of you won't have it easy." As he spoke, Heba's gaze fell on Jinshin and the other 2. His meaning was obvious. If they continued to fight, the 3 of them would benefit. Seeing that the 3 of them didn't immediately agree, Heba said, "What, do you want to take revenge for those 2? As far as I know, the relationship between you guys isn't that good." Jin family's spiritual body suddenly laughed and said coldly, "Our relationship is indeed not good, and we have no intention of taking revenge. However, we, spiritual bodies, will never compromise or be threatened. Even more so, we will not compromise with others after a sneak attack." Heba's expression changed immediately. "You don't care about the big picture." The spiritual body of the Jin family still sneered. "The big picture? What is the big picture? After talking so much nonsense, I'm sure you've recovered all your spiritual senses." The other four people's expressions changed at this moment. Remember, spiritual bodies will never be threatened. After saying that, the three spiritual bodies' eyes flashed with cold light, and a strong aura surged around them as they rushed towards the five people. "You won't let us live, so we'll let you die." Heiba's expression became extremely ferocious. Then, the strange beast appeared again, ready to be killed by the three of them. At the same time, the five of them quickly retreated, and the spiritual senses that had just recovered were also accumulating power, ready to continue the attack just now. Obviously, the five of them were ruthless and wanted to attack one of them with all their strength. On the outside, the three people who were watching the show immediately changed their expressions. If the two sides really fought to the death, then the three of them would definitely benefit in the end. If the two sides really suffered, then the three of them would have to take action. Although in the outside world, they wouldn't fall out with the five elements forces, in this world where no one set foot, even if all the spiritual bodies died, no one would know the cause of death. The expressions of the three people immediately changed. At this moment, the tyrant body also glanced at the heavenly book in front of him, because all the battles were because of the heavenly book. But just as his gaze fell on the heavenly book, the tyrant body's expression changed greatly, and there was an incredible expression in his eyes. His voice also became stuttering. "Zichun, why are you here?" The tyrant body's stuttering voice clearly penetrated the ears of the two people next to him, and they immediately turned their heads and looked at the heavenly book. Sure enough, when the two of them saw Zichun, their expressions changed drastically, and they exclaimed, "Zichun, it's you. When did you come?" The other people who were fighting also heard the exclamation of the two people. After retreating, they stopped fighting and turned their heads. At a glance, they saw Zichun approaching the heavenly book. "Damn it, Zichun, it's you. Stay away from the heavenly book." After seeing Zichun, the Hua family's spiritual body was the first to roar. However, Zichun didn't seem to hear his roar, and he didn't even look at him. The feeling of being ignored made the Hua family's spiritual body extremely unhappy. He fell into a rage and was ready to attack Zichun. Wait. Beside him, the Jin family's spiritual body suddenly said, "He's dispelling the power of the rules." As soon as this was said, everyone's expression changed, and they looked at Zichun again. Sure enough, they saw that he was dispelling the power of the rules, and Zichun was so focused that he didn't even look at the others. The Jin family's spiritual body waved his hand and said softly, "Ignore him for now. Wait until he dispels the power of the rules." Outside the golden light ball, Zichun was constantly dispelling the power of the rules around him. In the eyes of everyone, this speed should be extremely fast, but the focused Zichun's face was obviously dissatisfied. Under the strong dispelling, the power of the rules disappeared very slowly. Zichun seemed to be a little impatient, and he tried to snatch the heavenly book again and again, but he was blocked by the power of the rules. Therefore, Zichun was angry. Suddenly, his body emitted a dazzling golden light. This golden light was like a bright golden sun, and it actually made people lose their minds for a moment. However, when they looked at Zichun again, their eyes widened to the limit. Everyone's face was full of shock and disbelief because in front of Zichun, two golden light spots floated out, and these two light spots were the heavenly book. Heavenly book, 2 pages of the heavenly book. Zichun actually has 2 pages of the heavenly book on him. After seeing the 2 pages of the heavenly book in front of Zichun, everyone felt their hearts twitch fiercely, and their hearts beat violently. Zichun had 1 page of the heavenly book on him, which made them determined to kill him. However, they didn't expect that Zichun would take out 2 pages of the heavenly book in front of them. As soon as the 2 pages of the heavenly book were taken out, the greed in everyone's heart completely emerged. This kind of emergence couldn't be suppressed, and it couldn't be suppressed. Therefore, they didn't wait for the power of the rules on the 3rd page of the heavenly book to dissipate, and they launched what they thought was the most powerful attack on Zichun. This powerful attack bypassed the power of the rules and landed on Zichun's body. Terrifying attacks appeared one after another, but Zichun didn't seem to notice. He didn't dodge, and these attacks came from behind or in front of him. In the next moment, The attacks landed on Zichun, but a strange situation happened in the next moment. These attacks actually passed through Zichun, and they didn't hurt him at all. Moreover, the power of the rules flashed on Zichun's body. Chapter 920. The Power of Rules. The power of rules had actually appeared on Zichun's body. This was an unacceptable fact. However, this was the truth. Zichun's body was flashing with the power of rules. This power of rules had blocked the previous attacks for him. Everyone was unwilling to give up and continued to attack. Even if the sky and earth trembled and the space was constantly distorted and on the verge of shattering, they could not shake Zichun in the slightest. Moreover, after Zichun took out 2 pages of the Heavenly Book, the power of rules on the front page of the Heavenly Book dissipated at a much faster speed. Seeing that the power of rules on this page of the Heavenly Book was about to dissipate, everyone gave up on attacking. Zichun might be strange now, but as long as the seal of the Heavenly Book was broken, the power of rules would naturally dissipate. At that time, it would be much easier to kill Zichun. Everyone was ready to kill Zichun and snatch the Heavenly Book. At this moment, killing Zichun was naturally the top priority because Zichun had 2 pages of the Heavenly Book. In front of everyone, the power of rules on the Heavenly Book finally dissipated, and the complete Heavenly Book appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This was the art of spiritual cultivation, which could allow one to cultivate a perfect spiritual sense. The moment the Heavenly Book appeared, everyone once again launched a powerful attack. This attack was extremely terrifying. The surging aura almost tore the space here apart. Then, many attacks crazily fell on Zichun. At this moment, a group of more than 10 people attacked together. Once the attacks landed on Zichun, he would definitely die. However, in the face of so many powerful attacks, Zichun did not seem to notice. Instead, the joy on his face became even more intense. Then, under everyone's gaze, Zichun reached out and took the page of the Heavenly Book. At this moment, other attacks fell. In everyone's eyes, Zichun was completely willing to sacrifice his life for the Heavenly Book. However, what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. After Zichun took the Heavenly Book, he put away all 3 pages of the Heavenly Book. When the attacks landed on him, they still passed through his body like phantoms. The power of the rules on Zichun's body had completely disappeared, but the numerous attacks still didn't land on him. At this moment, without the power of the rules, everyone could clearly see that the Zichun in front of them was like an illusion. How could this be? Everyone was puzzled. The heavenly tomes were right in front of him, and so was Zichun. Why couldn't he attack them? Just as everyone was wondering what was going on, another person appeared in their line of sight. It was the alien tribe Devil Ape. At this moment, the Devil Ape was continuously retreating towards Zichun. Zichun's face was still filled with joy. After taking the Heavenly Book, he turned around. With his back facing the crowd, he looked forward with his cold eyes. In the crowd's line of sight, figures appeared one after another. These people were from various forces. They were holding weapons, and their auras were surging around their bodies. Their eyes flashed with greed as they attacked Zichun. In addition to the human cultivators, there were also some strange beasts. They also charged towards Zichun. In the face of so many attacks, Zichun's body flashed with golden light. Then, he clenched his fist and punched out. Every punch that he threw out contained an extremely powerful force. All the attacks that came into contact with this punch were scattered. Zichun, who was throwing out punches, either activated his perfect strength or perfect origin energy. Against the crowd, it was a situation of complete suppression. In front of the crowd, the attacks were extremely intense. However, they could only see the figures and could not hear the sounds. I know. The Heavenly Book is not here at all. It is in another space. Now, we are in a different space from Zichun. Looking at Zichun in front of them, Heba suddenly understood and said, "This is a scam." No wonder everyone could not get the Heavenly Book so many times. It is because the Heavenly Book is not in this space. If it is not in this space, how did Zichun get it? Someone beside him asked. Zichun must have relied on the other 2 pages of the Heavenly Book to get the Heavenly Book. There seems to be some kind of connection between the heavenly books. Zichen relied on this connection to find the real space where the heavenly book is. However, we are in the wrong place, Heba explained. Yes, it must be so. Otherwise, this situation would not have happened. Moreover, our people are obviously following Zichen to the space where the heavenly book is, Tyrant Body said loudly. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. Immediately, a shout was heard. After that, a group of strong people began to use special means to contact their own people. However, they tried to contact a few people, but there was no news. They should be dead. Go back, go in the opposite direction, Heba said loudly after contacting the strange beasts that were not dead. Everyone returned with the same goal. That was to find Zichun and kill Zichun. After returning, they naturally wouldn't have internal strife anymore. Moreover, they all displayed their extreme speed and didn't hold back at all, because no one dared to guarantee that those people would be able to stop Zichun. If Zichun killed everyone and left, then wanting to find Zichun again would be completely impossible. Visual change, turnaround. When the heavenly book appeared, Zichun was indeed stunned because he did feel the aura of the heavenly book. However, in the next moment, the heavenly book was taken away by the rules. The spirit bodies and others chased after it. At that moment, Zichun's face had a strange expression. This was because in his perception, the aura of the heavenly book was moving in the opposite direction. However, in Zichun's eyes, the heavenly book was flying forward. In that instant, Zichun's mind was in a mess. He didn't know if he should trust his perception or his own eyes. As such, he paused for a moment. During that pause, the chaotic battle between the trial takers and the exotic beasts broke out. Zichun looked at the heavenly book flying away and felt the aura of the heavenly book. He pondered. The heavenly book appeared once every 1,000 years. Until now, it had appeared more than 10 times, or even more than 100 times. However, no one had succeeded in obtaining the heavenly book after so many times. Obviously, there was a reason. Zichun guessed that the reason was that they could not sense the aura of the true heavenly book, so they followed the fake heavenly book. This led to no results every time. It was this guess that made Zichun change his mind. He turned around and headed in the opposite direction. At that moment, he chose to trust his perception because this perception came from another heavenly book. As for what he saw with his eyes, it was not necessarily the truth. Therefore, Zichun followed the aura of the heavenly book all the way. He turned around and followed the aura of the heavenly book. He was watched like a monkey by the people chasing behind him. However, after chasing for hundreds of thousands of miles, Zichun's figure disappeared in front of everyone and arrived at another place. In this place, Zichun saw the heavenly book floating quietly in the air. When it saw the heavenly book, the devil ape was shocked and surprised. Zichun was obviously ecstatic. Therefore, he dashed forward and prepared to take the heavenly book. However, there was the power of the rules around the heavenly book. Zichun had no choice but to use his perfect origin energy to weaken these rules. However, just as Zichun began to dispel the power of the rules, the trial takers and strange beasts caught up with him. When they saw the heavenly book, they were first puzzled, then greedy. Therefore, Zichun hurriedly dispelled the rules on the heavenly book while the devil ape was in charge of blocking everyone. Everyone also saw the rules on the heavenly book, so they were not in a hurry to go forward. Instead, they decided to kill the devil ape first. However, as the sky-splitting battle ape, the devil ape was not that easy to kill. However, in the fierce battle, the devil ape was also retreating. Therefore, Zichun was anxious. He used his spiritual thoughts to form an absolute open area around him. Then, he urged the energy around him to make the golden light extremely dazzling. Then, he took the opportunity to take out the other 2 pages of the heavenly book. Zichun took out 2 pages of the heavenly book and successfully avoided everyone. However, he did not expect to be seen by the spirit bodies in another space. Zichun thought that he had done it flawlessly. No one knew that he had 3 pages of the heavenly book. After dispelling all the rules, Zichun hurriedly put away the heavenly book. This page of the spirit cultivation technique naturally entered Zichun's sea of consciousness. After that, the devil ape was no match for everyone. It retreated until it reached Zichun. Zichun turned around. His eyes were surging with killing intent as he began to kill everyone. Zichun was almost one punch per person. He either killed them or beat them until they lost their combat ability. As he attacked crazily, Zichun was still extremely excited. He had obtained the 3 pages of the heavenly book so easily and did not have to fight a group of spirit bodies head-on. This was really a good thing. Zichun guessed that the other party should still be chasing after the fake heavenly book. Therefore, he planned to end the battle quickly and leave quietly. No one would know that he had obtained the heavenly book. Don't hold back. Kill them quickly. If they inform the spirit bodies, it will be troublesome, Zichun said to the devil ape. The devil ape nodded. It knew the severity of the matter. Therefore, it waved its staff and attacked. After the spirit cultivation technique entered Zichun's sea of consciousness, a golden light surged out before Zichun could deliberately refine it. This golden light was a perfect spiritual sense. After it merged with Zichun's spiritual sense, it changed Zichun's spiritual sense. At this moment, Zichun was on a killing spree. His body was flashing with this golden light. His attacks were also dazzling. Within the golden light, there was perfect essence force and perfect strength. At this moment, with the perfection of his essence, chi, and spirit, Zichun felt that his body had endless power. Moreover, with the changes in his spiritual sense, Zichun was changing every minute and every second. This change was most obvious in his combat ability. With every attack, Zichun felt that his strength and combat ability were increasing. At first, after Zichun's punches, there were still survivors. But soon, after Zichun's punches, there were no survivors. Die. Zichun faced a human-origin Xiantian realm martial artist from the Hua clan. Previously, Zichun was evenly matched with him. But now, with another punch, he directly sent him flying. Then, Zichun formed a seal with his hand. A dazzling golden sun appeared in front of him. With the speed of teleportation, it arrived in front of the human-origin stage martial artist from the Hua clan. Puff. The golden sun streaked across, and a light sound was heard. The human-origin stage martial artist's body was directly split into 2 by the golden sun. Facing a human-origin Xiantian realm martial artist, Zichun actually used 2 attacks to kill him. When the people from the Sword Sect and the tyrannical Dao clan saw this, their expressions changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with fear. Zichun's eyes were full of killing intent. With a flash of light in his hand, the Dragon Soul Spear appeared. After a loud dragon roar, he struck out with the sky-piercing spear art. The spear in his hand was like a golden dragon. It directly pierced through the void and pierced the chest of a man in black. At the same time, the devil ape also waved its black staff. It smashed the void and killed an assassin. These assassins who were good at hiding were very powerful. Unfortunately, they were unlucky to meet the devil ape who had the delusion breaker eye. Chapter 9:21. This voice sounded very abruptly. Zichun was startled, and his expression immediately changed. Then, he, who was bathed in blood, saw that at the end of the world in front of him, tall figures were leaving. These figures were extremely tall and majestic, comparable to bears. They were body cultivators and formed their own force. Zichun's perfect body was the perfect constitution among body cultivators. Zichun was also a body cultivator. Back in the dark world, there was a strong body cultivator who protected Zichun. In this world, so far, there was no conflict between body cultivators and Zichun. At this moment, the body cultivator reminded Zichun. Zichun was naturally grateful. He did not doubt that there was false information in the words. He, who originally wanted to kill all of them, decisively chose to leave immediately. Let's go. He pulled the demon ape and abandoned the people chasing after him. They turned into a stream of light and headed toward the exit of this space. This was the space of the world where the heavenly book was. It was very small. Once they were surrounded by a group of spirits, Zichun would be in danger if he could not use his extreme step technique. What's wrong? Seeing that Zichun's expression suddenly became serious, the demon ape could not help but ask. The spirits are here, Zichun said. So fast. The demon ape was shocked and then asked, "What do we do now?" A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes, and he said coldly, "Of course, we kill them. Kill the spirits." The demon ape looked at Zichen. "It's not like we haven't killed them before. The last time we killed one, I didn't feel satisfied. Now that the opportunity is in front of us, we must kill a few more. The more spirits die, the more heartbroken the five elements' forces will be, and not be so arrogant." Zichen's voice became colder. "There are so many of them. How can we kill them?" Zichen, who was flying, said in a low voice, "There's no hurry. Let's think about it first." A group of spirit bodies was rushing over. They were extremely excited. Zichen had 3 pages of the heavenly book. Once they killed him, they would be able to obtain 3 extreme powers. Now, the truth was out. Zichen's perfect physique was the first-generation perfect physique. He had the perfect power physique. As for the other one, he had the perfect elemental energy technique. The third one was the spirit cultivation technique. Physique, elemental energy, and spiritual will. He had refined all 3 pages of the heavenly book to perfection. This shocked the spirit body. If that was the case, would Zichen still have any flaws? Fortunately, Zichen was only at the origin core realm, and he had just obtained the heavenly book not long ago. He was still unable to reach a flawless state. If he could kill Zichen now, Zichen was very confident. Moreover, once he killed Zichen, it would be perfect and flawless. Kill. We must kill Zichen. The 3 spirit bodies were transmitting their voices. This is our chance. Our only chance to soar into the sky. Kill Zichen and everyone else. Heiba's spiritual will was filled with intense emotions. In this situation, we have to work together. Jinshin and the other 2 were also transmitting their voices. At this moment, the group of 11 had formed 3 alliances. Over there. Zichen is over there. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the cry and saw 2 figures, one gold and one black, flying at high speed. It was Zichen and the devil ape. "Stop!" Seeing Zichen, everyone shouted. However, if they didn't shout, the 2 of them wouldn't be very fast. With a shout, the 2 of them sped up a lot and headed straight for the exit. Just as the 2 of them disappeared from sight, more people rushed over. These were the trial takers from the various forces. There were more than 10 of them. As for the mutated beasts from the local forces, there was not a single one. They were all killed by Zichen and the devil ape. When everyone arrived, they went straight for Zichen and the devil ape. With this, the spirit bodies no longer had any doubts and chased after Zichen. Just as everyone was rushing towards Zichen, a figure rushed out of the void. It was a man in golden clothes. He looked very unfamiliar and very handsome. After he appeared, he rushed towards the 3 people from the 5 elements force. Moreover, when he rushed over, he attacked the spirit bodies. "You're courting death." Seeing the man in golden clothes suddenly appear, the spirit body of the Hua family immediately had a cold expression. Before the 2 of them could attack, he took a step forward and launched a powerful attack. Boom! Following a loud explosion, the 2 of them exchanged blows. Torrential energy surged out. The man in golden clothes was knocked back, and the spirit body of the Hua family was also knocked back. The 2 of them were actually evenly matched. Such a scene made the eyes of the others flash with a strange light. They all felt that the newcomer was extremely extraordinary. However, as long as it wasn't Zichen, it wouldn't attract too much attention. Therefore, a strange light flashed in everyone's eyes. After all, the newcomer wasn't looking for them. Therefore, they didn't stop and went straight in the direction Zichen escaped. Let's end this quickly. The spirit body of the Jin family and the 2 family didn't stop either. After leaving behind cold words, they left with the group of people. "You dare to cause trouble for me? You're courting death." The spirit body of the Hua family gritted his teeth. Endless killing intent burst out from his eyes. "Die." The man in golden clothes' expression was cold as he rushed towards the spirit body of the Hua family. His attack was simple and direct. He just threw out a punch. Bright fist light surged with an extremely terrifying aura as it directly hit the spirit body of the Hua family. The 2 of them continued to exchange blows. Rumbling sounds could be heard as terrifying energy surged between heaven and earth. The man in golden clothes' attack method was completely close combat. After he threw out a punch, as the fist light was dissolved, his whole body flashed forward and attacked with elbow strikes, joint strikes, and finger strikes. At the same time, the man in golden clothes also threw out a punch, a palm strike, and a kick. His attack method was completely close combat. Moreover, his close combat methods had reached an extremely high level. Furthermore, every attack that the other party made was perfectly coordinated with the next attack. It was a complete close combat combo attack. Golden light flashed. His opponent was like a light shadow as he threw out a perfect combo. Pong. In the continuous combo, the spirit body of the Hua family was forced to retreat. In the process of retreating, the fire protecting his body also exploded. After the explosion, the spirit body of the Hua family spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was burning like fire. However, the two of them also distanced themselves at this moment. The spirit body of the Hua family's expression changed as he cried out, "Perfect body, you're Zi-chun." The man in golden clothes snorted coldly. The golden light around his body surged again as the powerful energy in his body surged. Then, a terrifying pressure of a perfect body appeared. At this moment, not only was the spirit body of the Hua family shocked, but even Zi-chun, who was hiding in the dark and looking for an opportunity to kill, looked at the man in golden clothes in surprise. This was because the other party was using perfect strength, the true strength of a perfect body. Zi-chun couldn't believe that in this world, other than him, there was someone else who had a perfect body. Furthermore, the other party's perfect body had clearly evolved to the extreme. The power in his body was extremely pure. If the two of them fought fiercely with their perfect bodies, Zi-chun, who was a realm lower, would definitely be defeated. In addition, the other party's attack methods of using power were endless. This was something that Zi-chun could not compare to. The man in golden clothes didn't admit it, but he didn't deny it either. After a cold snort, he rushed towards the spirit body of the Hua family again. However, this time, before he could reach him, the spirit body of the Hua family had already used his attack methods. I don't care who you are or what you're trying to do. If you dare to provoke me, only death awaits you. The spirit body of the Hua family was furious. He began to form a mysterious seal with his hands. The surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi fell into a state of frenzy and gathered towards the spirit body of the Hua family from all directions. A storm immediately formed around the spirit body of the Hua family. This was a fire storm, and within the storm was a sea of violent heaven and earth spirit chi. This heaven and earth spirit chi was already extremely violent, and when it reached the spirit body of the Hua family, it became even more violent. As a seal fell, the violent fire energy was compressed into a large fire seal. Zi-chun couldn't be more familiar with this seal. Back then, Hua Yin had almost killed him with this seal. The only time he had been defeated by someone of the same level was when he faced this seal. As soon as the seal appeared, the energy surged violently towards the man in golden clothes. The expression of the man in golden clothes became even colder, and the golden light around him became even more dazzling. Facing this attack, he didn't form any seals. Instead, he clenched his hands into fists. When the fire seal arrived, he displayed a type of physical skill. This type of physical skill moved almost every part of the body. It mobilized all the energy in the body, including the blood, bones, meridians, and cells. Then, all the energy gathered on his fists. The moment the physical skill was completed, a powerful and terrifying aura surged from his fists. As he punched out with his fists, a dazzling fist light left his body. Seeing this fist light, Zi-chun almost cried out in surprise. This fist technique was very similar to the fist technique that the barbarian god had passed down to him. However, at this moment, the one displayed by the man in golden clothes was clearly more advanced than Zi-chun's. Naturally, it was much more powerful. The fist light collided with the fire seal in the sky, resulting in a loud explosion. The violent energy continued to wreak havoc, distorting the space to the limit. After this attack, the two of them were forced to retreat. The Hua family's spiritual body cried out, "No, you're not Zichun. You only have a perfect body, but you don't have perfect origin energy. You're in the human origin realm. You're born with a perfect body in the human origin realm. The man in golden clothes looked at the Hua family's spiritual body coldly and said, "The spiritual body's combat strength is definitely strong. I can only restrain you, but I can't kill you. If you don't attack, then I'll leave." The man in golden clothes' words were a little strange. He seemed to be talking to a third person present. However, the Hua family's spiritual body looked around. There was no third person present. Just as he snorted and was about to say that he was deliberately mystifying things, the void behind him silently broke open. Then, a terrifying energy surged out from behind him. Sensing the energy behind him, the Hua family's spiritual body's expression changed drastically. He took a step forward at lightning speed, then turned around. He mobilized the surging power of flames in his body and struck forward. However, at this moment, the void behind the Hua family's spiritual body broke open again. After it broke open, a golden light silently appeared and aimed at the Hua family's spiritual body's back. The surging attack in front of the Hua family's spiritual body suddenly dissipated like the tide. It turned out that everything was an illusion. Not good. The Hua family's spiritual body cried out in his heart. Then, he mobilized all the power of flames in his body and formed a defense behind his back. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.